Hey guys, something a little bit different today. I've compiled all the best malicious compliance stories back from when Jake was narrating the stories on this channel. That said, our first story of the day is by byophck. Those aren't the drinks you think they are, kid. We have a bar area in the house, and we have a mini fridge where we keep all the things we mixed, like energy drinks, pineapple juice, pina colada juice, soda, etc. I went to the fridge to get myself an energy drink, and my nephew, 5 years old, was following me, talking about school, and looked inside the fridge when I opened it. I grabbed myself a Monster, and he pointed inside the fridge saying, "Can I have the green soda?" I looked back in the fridge and see it's Sprite and ginger ale. His favorite soda is Sprite, and I grabbed the can and he went, "No, the big one." And I looked back in the fridge and there's no big soda. So I asked him what soda. I have it in my hand, and he walks up and grabs the bottle. It's concentrated lime juice. And I laugh, grabbing it saying, "It isn't soda." And I tried giving him the can, but he was throwing a fit that he wanted the big soda. I kept trying to tell him it isn't soda, but he was so sure it was because it was green. So I poured a little into a cup. He asked for more, and I told him to just taste it first, and he said no, he wanted more. I told him if he wants more, he has to drink all of it, and he's like, "Duh, auntie, I want all of it." I said he can get all of it if he tries it first, and he agreed. I poured like a squirt amount, and he took a sip, and immediately he got a sour face and held it in his mouth, trying to swallow it because we made that deal, and I just laughed saying he can spit it out. He comes back to me saying, "Auntie, can I have the red juice then?" And I opened the fridge, seeing the concentrated tomato juice, and I look back at him shaking my head. The obvious happened. He didn't believe me that it wasn't the cranberry juice he likes, and of course, he wanted to try it so bad, and I let him taste it, and he spit it out saying, "I don't like anything in this fridge, can I just have some water?" Sure, kid. Now he knows not to drink anything from behind the bar, cause everything tastes like caca. If you had a younger cousin or a nephew or a niece or whatever, and they were at your place and they really wanted the green soda, they were being so insistent on it, like, "Please, just let me have the green soda," would you let them try a little bit just for the hijinks of it? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Revolution Friendly 56. Help the boss hide evidence of his affair? Sure. Years ago, I lived in a small town with less than 10,000 people. Everyone knows everyone, and since they all went to the same kindergarten, elementary school, and high school, most of them end up marrying each other too. Yep, it's that small. I moved there for the adventure. Something about the wilderness, I supposed. I was a single guy and I also didn't know any better. It would be fun, right? Little does one know, a small town with only one industry that attracts mostly transient population of men, working 10 on, 4 off, and living in camp must be the definition of fun. I still don't know why I did it or why I stayed for so long. Small towns are like black holes. Once you're sucked in, it's hard to leave. There's a story I heard about this town. There's 3 women for every man in this town, so you're a lucky son of a gun. If you spent every Friday night at the only pub, you'll eventually realize it's the same 3 women for every man. Like I said, because everyone knows everyone, it's inevitable some of them are screwing each other regardless of their marital statuses. My boss owns a business and he flies out of town often to the next biggest city because that's where his family lives and where the children go to school. There is no way in heck his kids would grow up with these bumpkins, he says. The wife can't stand the town, but would come and stay the week or even weekends every now and then. On some weekends though, she would be in town, but he would have to go away on business. One weekend on my days off, I got an urgent call from my boss who says he was out of town, but he needed me to quickly go into his home to help him retrieve something. He says, "Go through the basement door, it should be unlocked. Grab my laptop and all the receipts on the desk. If anyone approaches you, just be cool and pretend you belong there. Be quick and quiet. Want me to break into your house and grab properties that don't belong to me? Anything for you, boss." As you can see, I really needed the job. I pulled up near the house but parked further away. I surveyed the surroundings, took a deep breath, and walked quickly to the side of the house where the basement door is. Lo and behold, the basement door is unlocked. The muscle dogs in the backyard and could see me but didn't bark. How useful to have a guard dog that doesn't bark. I entered the basement, and sure enough, there was a laptop that was plugged in and unlocked, and a Ziploc bag with receipts. At this point, I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but they're fancy restaurant receipts, concert receipts, and receipts for hotel stays. Before I closed the laptop lid, I saw the thumbnails of the picture folder. Everything now makes sense. Then I heard a female voice from upstairs, so I shoved everything on the desk into a bag and booked it. Now, I was trying to be ninja sneaky on my exit, but the dang dog barked. I must have looked extra flustered when I looked back at the house and saw my boss's wife staring at me from behind the window. Crap. I drove straight home and took a long shower. My heart was pounding so fast, I probably forgot I couldn't remove fingerprints from my boss's home this way. Hopefully she didn't recognize me. My phone must have been going off the whole time because it was ringing when I got out of the shower. My boss asked, "Did you get it?" I say, "I did, but your wife saw me." He asks, "Did she say anything?" I say, "She only saw me as I was leaving from a distance." He says, "Okay, this is what I want you to do. Drop this off at my office, put it into the drawer. I'll deal with this next Monday." I say, "Sir, I think I know what this is about and I won't say anything, but are you sure this is a good idea?" He says, "Just do as I say." Okay. At this point, I think it's been at least half an hour since I was at the basement. I drove to the office and there were cars parked outside. It's a 24/7 operation after all. As I entered the office, I saw one of the operations supervisors who asked if I was working weekends again, and I said yes. I moved quickly down the hallway and made a turn into my boss's office. The boss's wife was there in his office, in his chair, arm crossed and looking pissed. She said that she could call the police, or I could tell her what I was doing at her house. In the end, she'll get the answer. She saw the grocery store bag I was holding on to and asked me what it was. At this point, I told her that I was told to bring this here and I need to put this into the drawer next to where she's sitting. I placed the package and left, then texted my boss that the deed is done. Great job. Next Monday, the poop hit the fan. I guess the boss's wife must have guessed the password to the laptop. I never got fired for what I did. After all, I did everything to a T. It was a tough next few months though, as the boss and his wife worked through their divorce. The company ended up going into receivership and everyone got laid off, including me. After years at this small town, I finally found a way and motivation to finally leave. I feel like this story is perfect for some kind of book where you open to the preface of the book and the book's talking about how OP is a traveler going from city to city having different experiences throughout their life. And it says, "This is how I moved to the small city of so-and-so and how I burned that city to the ground by destroying the only industry it had." OP showed up to the small town and took part in a big downfall for it. Our next story is by the Book of Rook. The Long Island iced tea. This goes back to my bartending days. I was bartending at one of my favorite places I've ever worked. It was a reliable pub with a few choice options and a bar that boasted one of the biggest whiskey menus in the state, and a bartender culture that really prides itself on high-quality whiskey and cocktail service. It was a busy weekend evening, pre-COVID, and things are running smooth until a Long Island gets sent back. Some bartenders biff a drink, it happens to the best. The bar staff there would bend over backwards for any customer who thought their drink was bad. It personally offends us to think we let a bad drink slip out. It's just the kind of bartenders they have there. And in those occasions, we would happily and expeditiously remake the drink free of charge so they can get on with their night. This particular Long Island I made. I know that because I'd made it less than 2 minutes before it was sent back, and we don't make a lot of those there. "This isn't strong enough. Did you even put any booze in here? It's not dark enough." I was aghast. I probably looked at her with a bewildered and stupid expression on my face, but what she was saying was asinine. I don't measure mixed drinks like a Long Island when I make them, I free pour. We also straw taste every drink we serve out of habit. It was fine. I've bartended for years and have very accurate pours. But even so, in the case of Long Strong Island, my free pours probably looked a bit more like 0.6 or 0.7 than just 0.5. For those who don't know, a Long Island iced tea has 5 liquors in it. 5 ounces of each tequila, rum, vodka, gin, 3 seconds, for a total of 2.5 ounces of booze. So this Long Island was already stronger than it was supposed to be. After all that liquor goes in the glass and is displaced by ice, there is just enough room for a fair amount of sour mix and a splash of Pepsi and garish. Her condescending and rude tone really rubbed me the wrong way, especially since I made it a touch stronger on purpose so the liquor could stand up to all that mixer. It served in a pint glass after all. Okay, I said, I'll make it 100% by the book. Then I proceeded to grab my .5 jigger and measured out each liquor. There was considerably less liquid in this glass than the first one before I added the ice and everything else. After a straw taste on this one, it tasted like straight sour mix, and I loaded it down with Pepsi to make it darker, because that's what you look for, I guess. I handed her the new drink. She takes one sip. "Oh yeah, this is way better, thanks." "Yeah, whatever, lady." Yeah, I'm gonna assume that this lady probably had some preconception of what the Long Island tea should be like. I'm gonna just go on a limb and assume OP is a good bartender like they're saying. My guess is the customer here doesn't understand what's wrong or like what isn't hitting their taste buds right. They probably mistakenly assume it's the booze, but when in fact it's probably they just enjoy everything other than the booze. And our final story of the day is by Fed Up Cat. Don't interrupt me for any reason? Okay. Back in the early to mid 1980s, I worked as a PBX operator. If you're unfamiliar, a PBX operator is responsible for switching calls on local lines within the internal telephone system of a large company or corporation. PBX stands for Private Branch Exchange and is a system that enables users to have external telephone lines without having to maintain a separate line for each user. The system that we used was an older one that had a switchboard where you had to pull up a line and plug it into a ringing phone line, flip a switch to answer the call, another to put them on hold, take messages, deliver messages, transferring calls, etc., while at the same time doing the exact same thing with as many as 20 to 30 other calls coming in at the same time on other switchboard lines. Our switchboard held up to around 100 phone lines. Picture the old, and yes, I'm that old, laugh-in skits with Ernestine the operator, played by Lily Tomlin, and you get the idea. It's fast-paced, stressful, and not for the faint of heart. I worked side by side with Mary and Jake. We had relief operators that would take over, so that we could have a break or eat lunch or dinner. During our 30-minute lunch break, weather permitting, we would go outside where there were picnic tables that we could sit at to eat, sleep, or just decompress. Mary liked to sit out at a picnic table alone and read a book during break, and didn't want to be interrupted while she was reading for any reason, and would scream, kick at, push, and curse whomever had the nerve to do it. One day, Jake and I walked outside, saw her reading, and decided to just grab another table. And that's when we saw it. A snake. It was under Mary's table and slithering toward her feet. Jake knew immediately that it was a harmless black king snake. I didn't, but all snakes terrify me, so I tried to get Mary's attention. She gave me the finger and grumbled, "Freak off, witch." Jake told me to let her find out on her own. Cue malicious compliance in 3, 2, 1. The snake slithered over Mary's sandaled feet. At first, she just moved her feet and kept on reading, but the snake had other plans and came back again to her feet. Again, Mary moved her feet, but the snake held on, so she looked beneath the table to see what the problem was. She screamed and jumped off the bench so fast that she scraped both knees on the underside of the table and the back of one ankle on the bench. When she was about 10 yards away from the picnic table, she started screaming at Jake and me. "Why the freak didn't you tell me there was a snake under there, you morons?" I say I tried. Jake says, "You made it clear that you didn't want to be interrupted." Mary says, "You could have interrupted me to tell me there was a snake." I say I tried. "You told me to freak off and called me a witch, remember?" She says, "Well, obviously I didn't mean it." Jake says, "Well, how are we supposed to know that?" Mary says, "It's a snake." Jake went to Mary's table and retrieved the 3 to 4 foot long king snake and let it wrap around his hand and arm. This caused Mary to back up even further. Mary yelled, "Kill it, get rid of it." Jake says, "Nope. I'm gonna let this little guy live right here until you apologize to OP for telling her to freak off and calling her a witch." Mary doubled down and refused, saying she had every right to protect her me time and wasn't about to apologize for it. Jake laughed and told her that, in that case, he wouldn't interrupt her me time any longer and laid the snake on top of her book that was still on the table. The snake seemed to like the nice warm pages and curled up for a nap in the sun. Mary never did retrieve her book. It sat on the picnic table a little over a week before it disappeared. We figured it was maintenance that took it when they mowed the lawn. Mary also never apologized, but she never went outside for break again either, choosing instead to sit on the floor by the door to read. I don't really have much to say in regards to trying to make her apologize and whatnot, but what I do have to say is if you're going to go sit outside, blissfully in the sun, maybe in a field where a picnic table is, you gotta understand there's gonna be some nature out there. And I'm gonna be honest, over my years, I've seen some eastern racers, which are the pure black snakes that are apparently harmless. And although everybody's always like, they're harmless, they won't hurt you, it's still terrifying. Years ago, I go out into the backyard and I move something out there, and as soon as I lift it up, a black racer goes slithering away super quickly. It's pretty terrifying. Can't work from home without a doctor's note? Roger that. Let me start by saying I'm not from the US, but Europe. My company policy regarding working from home and office days is the following and not flexible. We have 2 set office days and 3 set work from home days. In the heat of the pandemic, the government obligated everyone to work from home, which we all did without any issues. As of recently, it's no longer obligated, only highly recommended if work from home is possible. Here we go on the malicious compliance. My husband and I both woke up sick with a heavy cold. Nothing major, cough, snotty noses, and sore throats. Husband called into work and informed his employer. They told him it's no problem, and he can reschedule his appointments to Teams meetings or to another day and work from home. I decided to call my employer too to check the company policy as I have an obligated office day. I don't want to make any other colleagues sick, and my job does not require my attendance at the office. I can work from home perfectly. My employer replied that I can only work from home if I provide them with a doctor's note mentioning that I'm indeed sick and work from home is necessary. If I can't or don't want to provide such notes, I must come into the office, sick or not. Okay, I call my doctor, explain the situation, and ask how to proceed and what they recommend. The doctor didn't know what to say. My employer is actually asking for a note that mentions I'm indeed sick enough to stay home, but not sick enough to stop working? Yeah, that's not a thing. So they told me that I'm indeed sick, I'll receive a sick note, and will not be working today or tomorrow either. On top of that, I must get tested for COVID because I'm pregnant and we must take no risks. I send my employer an email with the sick note attached, mentioning that I won't be working and will get myself tested. My employer asked me if I'll resume work after the test. Well, no. Unfortunately, I'm sick, and I have a note mentioning I'm not seen fit to work, and I'm even quarantined. So I'll no longer be able to work at all for the time mentioned on my doctor's note they asked for. I've got a question for you guys. At jobs like these, if somebody calls in and says they're sick and they have some symptoms, do you think places like this should just accept that at face value and allow a day off or a work from home day? Or do you think it's actually fair that they require a doctor's note? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Ignory. Don't interrupt me while I'm on the phone. So, I work in construction management, currently as a project engineer on a large site in New York City. My day-to-day duty is equivalent of a site superintendent, walking the site and ensuring safety procedures are followed and coordination between trades stay tight and efficient. Recently, the project manager I would answer to quit, leaving the rest of us on site struggling to pick up the many broken pieces he left behind for us. The project manager that came in to take his place, Matt, had been coming to me on a daily basis to help him get up to speed on what was left over from my old boss leaving. Details like the status of certain trades, deliveries, locations of fixtures, you get the idea. Matt is a great boss and a really genuine guy. The type of person that's overly nice about everything, well, except for one thing. He hates being interrupted while on the phone. Now, that's a pretty reasonable request, one that we all follow even if we need some critical info from him, as we've seen him blow up once or twice after being interrupted. Now, with the backstory out of the way, this is where the story begins. Well, yesterday, there was a safety emergency on site, meaning I couldn't be by the office for a large chunk of the day. Finally, after dealing with said emergency, I stopped by the office as I had my own questions for Matt and found him on the phone with our architect. Now, knowing I'd be a fool to interrupt, I take a seat a little bit away and wait patiently, while also listening into the conversation being had. Matt was asking about the locations of millwork on site, as our blueprints do a terrible job of marking them out for us. The architect was also struggling to give him definite answers, and I could tell that Matt was getting aggravated. Now, unbeknownst to Matt, I already had put together a beautiful marked up drawing of the exact locations of every piece of millwork on site a few months ago, knowing that our drawings were lacking in that regard. Against my better judgment, I got his attention to try and let him know that he was wasting his time. This was met with an aggressive hand wave and scowl. I shrugged, laughed a bit inside, and returned to my desk to email Matt my marked up drawing. Well, about 45 minutes later, Matt gets off the phone and calls me back over to ask what I needed from him. "Oh, nothing," I said, "but you might want to check your email." Let's just say now I have permission to interrupt Matt while he's on the phone going forwards. "Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry I tried to save you time." I do understand where Matt's coming from, and probably 95% of the time, that interruption that comes when they're on the phone probably isn't relevant to whatever Matt's talking about and is more just like a clarifying question. So I get not wanting to be interrupted, losing your train of thought, maybe the phone conversation having to take longer than it really needs to be. It's just good to see that Matt's human, and they know when to make adjustments when necessary. This next story is by Justib, Malicious Compliance with my graduate school mentor. I read a story on here the other day that reminded me of an experience I had with one of my mentors in graduate school. I went to graduate school to get my doctorate in microbiology a few years ago. Normally, in a doctoral program in biological science, you join a lab that's headed by a PI, principal investigator. This is the lead scientist in the lab. They are at least at the assistant professor level in the USA. The principal investigator mentors you until you become an independent scientist, and then you defend your research to earn your degree. It can take 4 to 6 years. I had an extremely atypical grad school experience. I had the terrible misfortune of joining a lab run by a very junior principal investigator who, a couple of years into my research training, decided she wanted to quit academic science and go have a baby. Good for her, but I got screwed. Normally, you would have to start over completely from scratch, but I had already passed the midpoint of my training and, more importantly, I had already acquired my own funding. Plus, the principal investigator who quit had just been awarded a major grant from the government. As a sidebar, when you get a grant to do science at a university, the university gets a big portion of the money. When my principal investigator left the university, they had to either give the money back to the government or try to convince the funding agency that another principal investigator could do the work. Obviously, they chose to keep the money, and I was more or less forced to work under the supervision of a different principal investigator. This lady is and was terrible. Beyond being an awful scientist, she was extremely hateful and petty. She lost her funding a couple of years prior and only had one student left in her lab who was on their way out. She had a reputation for being an awful mentor. Right from the start, it became clear that not only was her reputation deserved, it was a bit of an understatement. She was incredibly abusive. To give you some perspective, out of the 14 students to join her lab, only 4 of them have gotten degrees, which is unheard of. The rest literally quit science altogether. To make matters worse, she also had absolutely no idea what the grant she inherited was actually about, and still does not. So in addition to my graduate training, I was now in the position where I had to work on her other projects and administrate this new grant. The next 2.5 years of my life were an absolute heck. I soon learned that my new principal investigator would take advantage of my labor in any way she could. She has a philosophy that graduate students were entitled to 4 days off per year, and that weekends counted. She also loved to complain that graduate students were overpaid. We made $30K per year in 2019, because when she was a grad student, she only made $22,000 per year in 1992. Enter the malicious compliance. Every year, when you have a grant from the government, you have to write an annual report. Normally you have 4 to 8 people working on this research at any given time, but I was alone. The new principal investigator used the money to hire a couple of new techs to work on her other projects, and I was supposed to somehow compensate for their lack of progress on the work that funded their salary. These annual reports are 100% the responsibility of the principal investigator and can determine if your grant gets renewed. The first year, I was told to write the report only 1 week before its due date. These things are massive. It's important to also mention that in addition to a summary of progress, you also have to submit dozens of pages of other documentation that I had no access to as a graduate student. The next year, I moved ahead of schedule and wrote the report a full month in advance, but I never heard from my principal investigator about its progress. The weeks passed by and I started getting worried, so I tried to schedule a meeting to ask her about the report and let her know I was nearly done. She ignored my email and told me she had other things to worry about than helping me and that I need to learn to be independent. Noted. The day it was due, I walked into the lab and her door was fully shut. Fair enough, maybe she was working on the report herself. Just in case, I knocked on her door and heard a loud, exasperated sigh. She flung the door open and put her finger right in my face and told me, "When my door is shut, I expect complete privacy unless the lab is on fire. Is the lab on fire?" I responded, "No ma'am, it's not." Satisfied and very angry at me, she said, "Then leave and don't bother me when my door is shut ever again." The day passed, and at around 7 p.m., the principal investigator walked over to my bench with her jacket and purse in hand and said, "You see, OP, my door is open. Now I have time to help you. What did you want?" I simply put down my pipette and smiled at her. In my cheeriest voice, I said, "Oh, I'm sorry for disturbing you earlier. I just wanted to ask you if you needed any help on the progress update, but you must have been working on it." The vision of the blood draining out of her face is a memory that will give me strength and happiness for the rest of my life. She asked me, "When is it due?" And I responded again, cheerfully, "Due? Oh, about 2 hours ago." It took her a full 30 seconds to be able to croak out, "Do you have anything for it?" To which I said, "Well, I was working on some stuff for it earlier. It was 100% finished. But I figured you wouldn't need it when you sent me off." After that, she left the bench and didn't talk to me for over a week. A blissful, blissful week. I'm happy to inform you that the lab did not get its funding renewed and has not acquired funding since. I did, in fact, get my degree. You gotta love, whether it's high school, whether it's college, whether it's graduate school, getting placed underneath somebody above you that just does not actually care about helping those underneath them. A teacher who's there for the paychecks and hands out packets all day. A college professor who intentionally says, 75% of people don't pass this class, and they make sure of it. Or a principal investigator like OP had. When it's your career choice on the line, I feel for anybody in that kind of a situation. And our final story of the day is by Joey Jojo Jr. Shab. If there isn't $20 in the payphone next time, I'm going to remove it. Several decades ago when I was in college, most of the dorms on campus had payphones in the lobby. Nobody used them because we all had landlines in our dorms, no cell phones yet, but they were there. My understanding is they were a holdover from a time when the individual rooms didn't have landlines. My dorm, however, did not have a payphone. This is the story about why, told secondhand so I can't confirm its validity. This particular dorm was known for housing a lot of smart and often mischievous students. Back in the day, phone phreaking, hacking, was a thing. There were various ways to trick phones into giving you free phone calls. A good place to try the hacks out is on a payphone, since even if the phone company catches on, they still won't know who's doing it. Anyway, I guess the phone phreaking technique spread quickly in this storm because eventually it became quite obvious to the technician who comes around the empty coin box that something was up, since all of a sudden the coin box was never full. So he told the students in that dorm, "If I don't find at least $20 in this coin box the next time I come, I'm going to remove the phone." The next time he came, there was indeed $20 in the coin box, in the form of a $20 bill. In spite of students' compliance, the phone was still removed. That initial honeymoon period where you figure out a technique that you can keep using that allows you to get free whatever it is, I feel like to me that's legitimately like heaven on earth. And a time where you probably had to pay for certain amounts of calls, being able to just go to the payphone and get as many calls for free whenever, it's like a weight was lifted off your shoulders as far as financing things if you like calling people. It's like finding a workaround to connect to the Wi-Fi without paying for it. You can't tell me that in a situation where if you had to pay for the Wi-Fi, but you found out a hacky way where you could get the Wi-Fi for free, that wouldn't be like heaven on earth. Well, until they figure out and fix it, but it would be pretty darn enjoyable. Manager told me to replace a hard drive over a phone with a user who'd been known to screw it up or quit, so I quit. This was back in 2018. I was trying to find a job and I was getting desperate. I ended up getting a temporary job at a call center that did tech support for pharma sales reps. The first 6 months were fine. My contract kept getting renewed and it was going fine. They even onboarded a new client and I got to know them and they were wonderful. I ended up having a good relationship with them. As time went on, things were going a bit south. Things that we normally would not do, we ended up doing. As an example, doing hardware replacements over the phone, and we were bending over backwards for the OG client. The reason why was because contract negotiations were coming up, so they were trying to make themselves look good. So much so that the second client was going to the wayside, so I was one of the few who handled their tech tickets for the second client. They were very appreciative. Not to mention at this time, layoffs happened to some of the best people, and the trainer who trained me was also laid off. I never got told why. At my 1-year mark at the company, a user who'd been known to fry laptops called in. His hard drive had failed and wanted it fixed. He was told he'd need to send the laptop in, but he didn't want to. The agent sent him a hard drive and told him someone would walk him through it. Background on this guy is he fried other laptops doing this because he wouldn't listen, and that agent always got fired. My boss told me I would need to be the one to do it, and I expressed concern and told him I didn't feel comfortable doing it. He told me to try and it'll go fine. I told him there was no way I was doing it. He then said I would need to do it or quit my job. I told him fine, I quit. He then tried to talk me out of it and I shut it down. I told him I was quitting and I turned in my company's stuff. The second client reached out to me a week later asking what happened, so I told them the truth. What I did not realize was they were also in contract negotiations. So they pulled their contract and went to another outsourcer. So did the first company I found out. That first company was one of their bigger clients, so losing that hurt them. I don't know what really happened to anyone after that. It might not seem too exciting, but this was my malicious compliance I had. If a place from top to bottom seems dysfunctional or maybe like a sinking ship, but your job there seemed to be going just fine, would you still be proactive and put feelers out there to see what other opportunities exist? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Boss, a CD-ROM is a little more delicate than VHS tapes. I worked at a micro-franchised video store. They briefly rented CD-ROM games before they discovered it wasn't profitable. Every location sent their stock to our location to sell used. The procedure for selling used VHS tapes was to use a heat gun to soften the glue on our barcode sticker just enough for the easy peel. At the start of my shift, I was told to strip the CD-ROMs. On the second CD-ROM, I noticed any amount of heat warped the CD and would render it unplayable. I pointed this out to my autocratic manager and was met with, "No excuses, shut up and do it," only a little less nice. I estimate I did $12,000 to $15,000 worth of lost revenue in that 4-hour shift. Update and more info, it was the late 90s when VHS stores were king and CD-ROMs were a thing. There was no fallout for me. I wasn't just the only one to notice the foolishness. VHS tapes are rather resilient and can handle 8 to 10 seconds of hot. An afternoon on the dashboard? No. Get one of those once a week in the summer, a $130 accident. There was no fallout for customers. My next shift was half a week later, and we weren't selling any. I wasn't asking. Bonus, conspiracy theory that diminishes the malicious compliance triumph. Owners might have ordered them accidentally destroyed and a write-off. Anyone that wanted Roller Coaster Tycoon probably already had it. Okay, first of all, the fact that OP had the gall to say Roller Coaster Tycoon being okay to damage or disregard because everybody already has it. The Roller Coaster Tycoon series is a treasure and will always be appreciated to me. Definitely the worst thing about used anything are the stickers that are rampant all over whatever it is. You wish that there was some kind of standardized sticker that peels off really easily, but there's plenty of cheap ones where you rip it and it's just papery, sticky mess left all over the cover. It's no fun. Our next story is by Basmoth. Oh, you want me to follow your route sheet to the letter? I work pest control. I do Centricon, checking our termite monitors. There's been several houses that have monitors covered by tarp, then dirt, and a lot of mulch. I've never scheduled enough time to do the job how it needs to be done. I give my concerns, and I'm told it needs to be done regardless of the conditions of the house. I explained several times that I would need most of my day to successfully find every monitor, but it's just ignored. So a trouble house comes up again. I ignore giving my concerns about the house. So I go and spend hours to make sure I've located and checked every station. I get a call from my office that I spent too much time at one place. I explain that they want to ignore me about the issue and told them they told me to stay until it's done regardless of the conditions. I explain to the customer, who I do have a good relationship with. The customer calls and tells him he has a lot covering the monitors and will cancel his account if not everything is found. Office finally shuts up about times and told me to take my time and not worry about other stops until the job is done. Yeah, I would go out on a limb and say if you're hiring somebody to do any kind of servicing, maintenance, whatever, you'd want them to take the time to do everything properly and as well as they can. I hope whatever higher-ups realized how bad it looked when OP had to call the customer up and say, yeah, so they're giving me a hard time about how long I spent at your place because I wanted to make sure I did a good job. Probably a great way to make people backpedal. This next story is by Qualupaluk. I was asked to read a language I didn't understand by a manager. To set the scene, I worked in a correctional facility with a majority indigenous population being residents as a relief front desk clerk. I'm half indigenous and unfortunately understand little of my cultural language, although I can read and write in the alphabet used for this language called syllabics. A resident had written a note in syllabics, and staff were trying to figure out what it had meant. My manager assumed I understood the language and asked me to read the note. I'm sometimes a smart butt and decided to go with it. I read slowly, and when I'm halfway through the note, I looked up and said, "You know I don't understand a word I'm saying, right?" He half scoffed, half smiled while saying, "Give me that," and grabbed the note from my hands. It's not a high malicious compliance story, but it made me chuckle. Still gradually working on learning my cultural language. Got better at reading syllabics though. Our next story is by Ladder Chemical 7937. Either a dog lives in this house or I live. Okay, so this incident happened between me and my father about 11 years ago. My father used to work in sales for an international company. Due to the nature of his job, our family had to relocate constantly every 2 to 3 years, sometimes even to other cities and states. Because of this, I never had a close group of friends. It wasn't a big deal initially as my sister used to live with us and I always had someone to talk with. But when she moved out for her college studies, I started to get bored alone at home. My mother tried her best to make me feel not alone, but as you know, a teenager's rebellious by nature and wouldn't like talking about stuff happening with them to their mom. To overcome this, I suggested that we adopt a dog. Now, my mother had had a pet dog before her marriage, so she was all for it, but my father was extremely against the idea. He had developed a fear of dogs since his childhood, and his stance on a pet dog was as firm as a line on a rock. We went back and forth regarding this. I explained how a dog would be a great companion for me, and it could really help me get out of the house more. I wasn't an outdoor kid since I didn't have friends other than those in school. In the end, my father gave me a final warning. Either a dog lives in this house or I'll live in this house, implying that he'd leave us if I brought home a puppy. Now, here's where the malicious compliance lies. In my native language, there's 2 separate words for both male and female dog. We speak Marathi, a regional language in India. Since Dad said he doesn't want a male dog in the house, my mother and I went and adopted a female dog for ourselves. When my father realized how I followed his threat to the letter for my advantage, he got angry at first, but told me that I'd be responsible for everything the puppy does, and I have to care for her from now on. After 11 years, my dad still tells the story to everyone about how I brought home a puppy just to mess with him, and how proud he is of me because of it. Also, he no longer has a fear of dogs and continues to spoil our dog to this day. If there's a tale as old as time, it's a father that says, "No, we're not gonna have any pets, we're not gonna have any dogs," And then you flash forward to the dog and the father being the best of friends. From my experience, I'm led to believe a lot of times it's motivated by the long-term aspect and not necessarily just it's a 10 or 15 year commitment, but that experience you have at the end of it. If you ever experience losing a pet, it's like losing a family member. It's just, when you put it that way, it's not hard to understand the apprehension. Though like OP said, in this case it was just a fear of dogs. So maybe it was a good thing they got over the fear of dogs, hopefully. Our next story is by King Neptune 07. Won't let me go home? Okay, can't make me work. This story isn't mine but a coworker on my ship. The shipping company I used to work for would do crew changes in the US. The ships were on a liner route and would eventually make it back to the United States where crew members would swap out. However, I then got a new job where the ships weren't on liner service. So usually your relief would be flown out to whatever country you were in. It usually ended up being a nightmare with schedule changes, messed up flights, etc. One colleague was severely overdue. The company sent a relief out to take his place so he could get sent home. The company also has a policy that vacancies need to be filled before overdue reliefs. However, they were waiving this for the engineer in question and sending him a relief first, then filling the vacancy later. The relief gets there and the guy does turnover, teaching him all the specifics, etc. The outgoing engineer asks, "Okay, when is my flight?" The chief engineer tells him, "Oh, sorry, actually, we're not letting you go. We need to wait for the company to send a second relief because I used that guy to fill your vacancy. You need to stay here." Needless to say, the third engineer was pissed. I think he already had scheduled a vacation with his family, like Disneyland or something. Anyway, the ship got underway to sea and he was still there. Around 10 a.m. one day, I went to the officer's lounge to get a cup of coffee and chill for a few minutes. I saw that guy sitting in the lounge in his pajamas watching the news. And the next day, instead of working, he decided to just watch TV and nap all day. He said, "Yeah, my relief is here. As far as I'm concerned, my job is complete. They cannot get me a flight, but they can't make me work." After a few days of this, the chief engineer actually tried to give the third engineer a disciplinary. He called him into his office and berated him. The next day, the company called the chief engineer in the middle of the night, daytime in America, and basically said, "What the freak are you doing? Let him go now." The disciplinary didn't go through. He got flown off in the next port, and he continued to draw overdue relief pay and salary those days he wasn't working. Edit, I also wanted to mention that the third assistant engineer was already overdue for relief. I think he was already 2 months over when this occurred, and that this was pre-COVID before the pandemic began. So he was already supposed to be home, then he got a name and he was told when your relief shows up, you're being flown back to your home of record. He told his wife and family he was coming home, but then they pulled the rug out from under him at the last minute. I don't know what anybody above OP's coworker was thinking, but imagine anybody working in such a far out place and being told, "Alright, you're gonna be able to go back home. Here's when you're going to be able to go back home." You get excited, you get worked up, you get plans prepared. Your relief shows up and, "Hey, by the way, you gotta stay here till we send another guy out. We don't know when that's coming." Yeah, I think they made a bit of an oopsie there. And our final story of the day is by Evil Hag 420. Keep my hands clean? Okay. So an old friend of mine recently moved back to our home state with his wife and decided to throw a housewarming party. Of course, they got drinks and snacks. One of the items being a tray of cupcakes that got kinda banged up on the ride home. This is all important, I promise. My boyfriend and I went to the party and had a blast. More of the guests came little by little. Everyone was having a great time. Then one of the guests went for the cupcakes. There was frosting everywhere on the container. Said guest then decided to make a bet with everyone that if anyone can get a cupcake without getting their hands dirty, he'll pay $100. But if you do get frosting on your hands, you owe him $100. Now, everyone who's reading this is probably already seeing where this is going, but you've read this far, so I stepped up and asked him, "I just have to keep my hands clean, right?" He nodded and chuckled, wishing me luck. I shoved my face onto the closest cupcake to the edge. I'm not gonna ruin the cupcakes for everyone. And lo and behold, a small cupcake is in my mouth. Everyone laughed and high-fived me, including the guy who had made the bet. He's now paying me $2 for the next few years. It was a really fun party. I would love if OP made sure to stay on top of that $2 for the next few years. Hey, I don't mean to bother you, but It's been another year and you haven't given me my $2 for that cupcake incident. Can I be expecting that over the mail or Venmo, PayPal? Honestly though, it's a great story to be able to share. One electronic item per tray? Sure, no problem. This happened yesterday. As I was returning home from a 2-week trip to Germany, the final leg of the flight departed from Paris, where I had this lovely interaction with the agents whom, despite me knowing are not TSA, I still refer to as TSA in my mind. While going through security in the airport, I know the drill, belts off, jacket off, take the laptop off my bag, so I submit to the X-ray 4 trays, one with my carry-on, one with my laptop by itself, one with my belt, watch, and jacket, and one with my personal item, think a fanny pack. I'm randomly selected for further screening. I have a Lebanese last name and a beard. I'm always randomly selected for further screening. And the agent berates me for putting all my electronics together. I point out that I took my laptop out of the bag as per standard procedure, and the agent says, screaming at me mind you, that is not enough. I must take out every electronic device from my carry-on and put each of them in an individual tray, and I'm being sent to the back of the line to do so. Here comes the malicious compliance. There's 2 things this French TSA agent is unaware of. The first is that I'm a videographer by trade, and I was in Europe to cover an event, Spiel, with video footage and interviews. The second thing is that Air France changed my flight times, so my 2 hours layover became a 10 hours layover, which I'm not particularly happy about. So I'm being sent back to the end of the line, and I have to submit each electronic item individually? Sure, no complaints from me. 2 camera bodies, 1 drone, 1 GoPro, 4 lenses, 9 batteries, and 2 lavalier microphones later, there's no more space in the treadmill. People behind me are complaining they'll miss their flight because I'm taking so long. There's nothing I can do, I'm just following the orders I received. And at this point, I only unpacked my photography vest and fanny pack. The treadmill starts moving, some space clears up to put additional trays, and that's when I open my carry-on bag. Again, I'm in Europe for work. I didn't bring any nice clothes or shoes or anything. All my personal effects are in the checked-in luggage. The carry-on is filled exclusively with electronics. I still have 4 microphones, 2 recorders, lights, additional lenses, battery chargers, video monitors, audio monitors, drone controllers. Once I open my carry-on, it's very clear for everyone with an eyesight that I'm not even 1/3 of the way done. 1 electronic per tray? Sure thing, I'll just occupy this entire checkpoint by myself then. The people behind me in line are literally jumping and screaming about their missed flight to the point the security agents leave their posts to control the line. Someone in a non-uniform suit appears and talks to the agents who sent me to the back of the line. That's when the unthinkable happened. The agent comes to me and says there would be no need for me to continue separating my electronics, and I could just submit my entire carry-on bag as a single item and they'd examine it further if it seemed necessary. I said, "You sure? Because it's no bother at all. I can keep unpacking here all day long." They insist it's not necessary, but I still have over 20 trays at this point occupying the treadmill. I go through the metal detector, I spend some minutes recovering and repacking everything, and based on the amount of fuming passengers, I like to think I contributed to Charles de Gaulle reviewing their stance on X-raying individual electronics. Honestly, with the amount of people who say that it's security theater, do you personally believe that TSA actually contributes anything? Or is it just an annoying thing to pretend like there's a lot of good security? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Bodad. It's just an air filter. Just give me an air filter. I've been reading a few of these stories for a while and having a chuckle. However, one has reminded me of a buddy of mine who used to work for a popular car parts store. I'm not the best at telling this story, and I only ever witnessed it firsthand once, but here goes. He was working at the parts store 1 day a week on the weekend while studying at uni. At least once every other shift, he would have someone come in and ask for an air filter for their car. No details as to what make, model, year, etc. Just get me an air filter. They're all the same. So one day, he was looking through their system and had someone try this on, and it got him thinking. He found the most expensive air filter he could get his hands on. From memory, it was for a Cat diesel bulldozer or something. Retail, the thing was like $1,200 and stood about 1 meter tall and about 200 millimeters round. Thing arrived during the week and coworkers had to hide it from branch manager as they were told of his plan. Took about a week before someone came in demanding an air filter for their car. Sure, what kind of car is it? Just get me an air filter, they're all the same. Cue malicious compliance. Bear in mind, a standard bench is 0.9 meters tall. He slams the 1 meter tall filter on the desk, scans it in the system, and acts rather surprised at the cost. Sorry sir, it's a bit expensive. Retail says $1,200. Don't think I'll be able to do any discount on this one. Now, as I said, I only saw him do this once, and I don't know how he would keep a straight face. But the next words out of the customer's mouth was always, "But last time I only paid $40. His answer, "Well, this here's the best filter we got. I don't want to sell you rubbish and have you come back complaining to my boss about me not doing my job." They would always then give the actual details, and he would get them the filter they needed. This filter was at their store for probably 2 years before the branch manager figured out that they had a ridiculously priced filter they couldn't sell for something they don't ever get asked for parts for. He found it and had it sent back. Meanwhile, at least once a week, someone working at the store would get to use the filter for some malicious compliance before the customer would give them their actual car's details. I would imagine for almost any motorized object, regardless of being a similar size or a similar appearance, most of the time a lot of them are going to use a rather fair amount of unique parts to that piece of hardware. I just feel like if you go to an auto parts store and you say I need a certain part and they say, well, you'll need a specific kind, why would you really argue with that? Like, surely the person who works at the auto parts store that is telling you what you need or what info they need to get you the right part is in most cases bound to be more knowledgeable on the subject than whatever average Joe strolls in. I definitely just don't get the people who take it as like a challenge to say, it is the same, trust me. Our next story is by Liz4. That's not what I'm paid for? Okay then. I used to work for a chain of pubs who loved to have promotions tied up in red tape. At the point in this story, I was technically a server on minimum wage, but doing supervisor work. This had been going on for a while as the manager hadn't submitted the paperwork. In our country, if you're on minimum wage, your employer has to pay for any time you have to be available for work or required to remain on the premises, not just if you're actively working. The manager would frequently rota me on awful split shifts like 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m., then 5 p.m. to close, approximately midnight by the time tills and cleaning was done. Because I was the only supervisor on shift, I was expected to remain available for those middle 3 hours in case I was needed for manager stuff. Now, initially I didn't mind this so much because the inconvenience of traveling back home to just come in again. I just chilled out with some free experiment from the kitchen and a good book in the corner of the bar. I did, however, change payroll if I was expected to jump back into action to add on however long it was. A few weeks into me doing this, the manager noticed. They say, "Why are you down for 14 hours on Thursday? I scheduled you for 12 and a half." I say, "It picked up at 3:30 and colleague was getting slammed." They ask, "But why have you changed payroll?" I say, "'Cause that's what I worked." They say, "But you weren't scheduled to work, you chose to." I say, "'Cause you told me to be available during those hours." The manager says, "I'm changing it back. You get paid for what's agreed." I say, "What about tomorrow then? I'm on the same split shift." The manager says, "You'll be paid for when you're scheduled to work. Don't change it again without my approval." Alright then, have it your way. The next day, bang on 2 p.m., I stepped off the bar, grabbed my stuff, and walked a few doors down to the local cafe. The server and the chef had my number if they needed me, because I felt guilty leaving them to it, but they agreed not to let on to the manager exactly where I was, just to say I'd left if he came downstairs from his flat. Server also said she would call him in the first instance if it was busy. I don't think she ever liked someone having to hang around unpaid on principle, because she was a minimum wage worker too. A warning text preempted his call, and his mood was as you could expect. I confirmed I wasn't in the building. He demanded I return. I threw the legislation in his face and reminded him I wasn't being paid for those 3 hours, so I wasn't obligated to be on site. He wanted me to go back to what I'd been doing, but I told him that was off the table. He wants me there for 3 extra hours a day. I'm getting paid for it even if I've got my feet up. I told him his other option was to sign the promotion paperwork, and then the law wouldn't cover me in the same way. It was signed before I got back to the bar. Not long after, I applied for a transfer. I really hope OP's transfer request got approved right away. If that worked out, OP was incredibly smart for laying down the law, literally, and saying this is what you can do, this is what I deserve, this is what I'm owed, otherwise give me a promotion, psych, thanks for the promotion, see ya. I also just love that the manager's argument was, You're only scheduled for 12 and a half. Despite the fact that you literally did 14 hours of work, you're only getting what you're scheduled for. Oh, you mean you're literally trying to steal 2.5 hours of labor? It's just kind of illegal, I would imagine, in most countries everywhere. This next story is by an anonymous poster. Oh, so you definitely want to return this because it definitely caused an allergic reaction? Okay, we have to fill out this 3-page form then. This happened today, and I got such a kick out of it. I work in a shop that sells cosmetics. A lady came in saying she needed to return a product because it caused an allergic reaction. She had used it and hit pan on this product. For the non-makeup term savvy, that means she used a lot. So immediately I knew she was BSing. Oh, so how long have you had this? You've used quite a lot. When did the reaction start then? In hopes this would catch her out, she tells me she's had it for 6 months, and the reaction started 2 months later. So it's definitely this causing the reaction? Have you used any new products that might be causing it? She continues to BS over a £7 product she so desperately wants to return. Well, if this caused a reaction, we have to fill out the paperwork, as the company takes this very seriously and will need to investigate. She seems displeased. I grab the form. It's 3 pages with lots of detailed information needed. She immediately says, "Oh, I can't fill it out, I don't have my glasses." "Oh, that's okay. I'll be asking you the questions and filling it out for you." They say, "Oh, right, okay." That should stop her from doing that again. Waste my time? Okay, I'll waste your time, and even better, I'll get paid to do it. I definitely think the best way to get a liar to just expose themselves completely with their lie is to challenge them and put them in a situation where they have to continue to outline and detail every little thing that's going on with it. If it actually happened, they'd have real motivation to finish this and know all the details. If they don't, they're going to look flimsy, maybe panicked, probably make some statements that conflict with each other. It's just really easy to break them down. And our final story of the day is by Comrade Patrick. It just needs a stamp. Any stamp will do. This happened to my buddy back in 2000. He was working in Russia but living over the border in Finland for a variety of reasons, namely security and because the company had some housing over there. So he and a few of his colleagues, all US expats, would commute over the border into Russia every morning and then leave and go home the same way in the evening. 4 stamps in their passports each day. 2 in the morning from Finland and Russia, followed by 2 in the evening from Russia and Finland. This was post-Soviet Union but pre-9/11, so border security was strict but not particularly modernized. So for example, even though my buddy and his colleagues got to know the Russian border guards very well, the Russians would still occasionally dig their heels in about odd little bits of decorum and bureaucracy, lots of rigid manual processes, etc. Before we go any further, the one thing you have to know about Russians' bureaucrats during this time period is that they loved their stamps. Everything required a stamp, and stamps were required for everything. It didn't matter what the stamp was, actually. Most stamps were illegible. It was more the ceremony of it, the hallowed process of obtaining it and then presenting it to someone. The right stamp could open a door for you, but the wrong stamp could shut it abruptly. The border control process was no exception. So one day, my buddy and his colleagues were on their way back from Russia, but an errand that day meant they were closer to a different border crossing, not the one they used daily where they knew the guards. Without thinking anything of it, they pulled their car into the queue at the alternate border crossing and got their documents ready. The border control guards were young and inexperienced and very risk-averse. They were immediately skeptical about this carload of unfamiliar Americans trying to leave Russia and return to Finland. My buddy's car was directed off to the side, and Russian guards with submachine guns slung over their shoulders ambled over to converse. After lots of furtive conversations amongst the border guards, they motioned over my buddy. He wasn't allowed to cross, they said, because he didn't have the right stamp in his passport. Which stamp is required? My buddy wanted to know. The guards were momentarily taken aback, but then they smirked and said, "We'll know it when we see it." Cue malicious compliance and or possibly international immigration fraud. My buddy and his colleagues piled into their car and drove a quarter-mile back down the road to a Russian gas station. They turned into the parking lot and pulled out their passports. Quickly grabbing a red Sharpie marker and a US dime, my buddy colored the reverse side of the dime, the side featuring the torch and the sprigs of foliage, being careful to leave a few areas unmarked so the wording wouldn't come through too clearly. They then took turns mashing the Sharpie to dime onto the blank spots in their passports, creating the stamp that the Russian guards would be helpless to resist. It worked perfectly. They returned to the border half an hour later, mumbled something about having gotten their paperwork in order, and presented the passports. The Russians glanced at the passports, noted the stamp which looked very red and official and completely unfamiliar to them, and waved them through the border. They arrived home in Finland a couple of hours late, each of them with an odd-looking stamp in their passports that would befuddle and confuse immigration agents for years to come. OP said they might have committed international immigration fraud, but this is one of those cases of it's only illegal if they get caught. They went and did it, literally presented it to border control, and they said, "Looks good to me, go on through." So hey, if it works, it works. As long as you get home, it's not dumb in my book. Make me come in even though I'm sick? Well, okay then, I hope I don't have a fever. A few years ago, I worked as a seasonal worker, unloading trucks and stocking shelves. I was good at my job, but my boss thought I was the worst employee ever. He had a bone to pick with me specifically and nobody else. Even though there were people who did worse jobs than me, I was always the one that got the criticism. Eventually, I caught some bug. I woke up one day unable to talk. It was laryngitis. I texted my boss telling him I couldn't come in. He told me I had to come in anyways. I reiterated that I was sick and it could be contagious, but he didn't care. So I looked up if laryngitis was contagious. Laryngitis is normally caused by a bacterial infection. This bacteria is only spread if you have a fever. Checks body temperature, 97.4 degrees. So I went to work. It was actually kind of nice not being able to talk. Nobody bothered me. I unloaded the truck and stocked my shelves. They looked as good as they ever did. When I got home, I checked my temp again, 97.4 degrees. And the same thing the next day, 97.4 before work. I did my unloading and stocking. Towards the middle of my shift, I was feeling kinda feverish. I texted my boss saying I should go home. A couple minutes later, he walks up to me and says, "You're not going home until you finish stocking." So I finish stocking and go home, 98.1 degrees, and I go to work again the next day, still unable to talk, 97.8 before, 97.4 after. After that, I wasn't scheduled for 2 days. Go back to work after that feeling normal. I can talk again. Get to work, and my boss isn't there. Apparently, he has laryngitis. See, I think the thing that bothers me the most, not even necessarily the boss catching laryngitis and being like a, "Well, you asked for it" kind of thing, but OP said they work stocking shelves and unloading trucks. They're in direct contact with things that a lot of random strangers are going to come in and pick up. That said, if you had a boss that made you come in when you were feeling sick, and you find out they catch it from you, would you want to text them yourselves and say, "But you have to come in"? Kind of rib them or tease them a little bit? Or is that not very smart poking the bear? Let me know what you would do in the comments down below. Our next story is by CrackSnap7. You want the exact amount? You get the exact amount. When I was 13 or 14, I decided I wanted a PS3. My dad refused to buy me one, but my uncle made me an offer I couldn't refuse. He said that if I worked at his sweet shops for the 2 months of summer break, he would buy me a PS3 and some games in lieu of payment. For teenage me with no commitments, this seemed fantastic. My uncle sold a kind of specialty snack known as a mini samosa in his shop. They're like samosas, but smaller, about 3.5 to 4 centimeters in size. About 1/2286th of a football field for my American friends. They were sold by weight, in sealed packs of 250 grams and 500 grams, as these were the most common amounts people bought. Making those packages turned out to be my job. You see, sometime between now and when Uncle started his business, he realized that 250 grams was roughly the weight of 28 mini samosas, and thus 56 were 500 grams. So instead of weighing each packet, I was told to just pack by counting individual items, which was easier and saved time. We also sold them individually for people who wanted larger, smaller, or unusual amounts. This was also around the time when our government started airing customer awareness PSAs. Basically, just telling customers to be aware of fraudulent business people. This is relevant. So one particularly hot afternoon, it was just me and my uncle at the shop. In India, frequent power cuts were very common during summers, and thus there were no fans or AC running. Both tempers and temperatures were running high at the shop that day. It was then that the villain of our story, Mr. Karen, made his entry. He was a local resident and a regular. He seemed angry from the onset when he barged into the shop. He took a look at the fans and saw that they weren't running, then angrily picked up a 500-gram pack of samosas and asked, "How many samosas are in this thing?" "That's 500 grams," I said. "I said how many, not how much," Mr. Karen literally screamed. "Again, how many in this?" 56, I replied immediately since, I packed them. "How can you be so sure? You didn't even count. You're trying to cheat me." Mr. Karen was now in full-scale Karen mode. "I demand you pack me 500 grams of those individual ones, and don't you dare cheat me again." I look over at my uncle, wet with sweat, fanning himself with yesterday's newspaper. He slowly nodded. I beamed a huge smile and said, "Sure, sir, whatever you want." So I took a bag, picked up some samosas, and started putting them on the balance. I kept counting samosas as I put them in until they were a little over 500 grams. Then I removed the last samosa and the weight fell below 500. Now, keeping eye contact with Mr. Karen, I crushed the samosa and started putting its powdery remains in the bag until it was exactly 500 grams. But wait, there's more! Mr. Karen apparently didn't seem to mind powdered samosa, but instead asked smugly, "So how many samosas now?" 48, I claimed triumphantly. You see, sometime in the past, my uncle's old chef retired, and the new chef made samosas with a little bit more filling in them. They looked the same size on the outside and only weighed a couple grams more each. And since he made them in bulk and also sold to other shops in the area, the price wasn't too much of an issue, so my uncle let it slide. But those couple grams added up on mass orders, and that is what Mr. Karen found out the hard way. He looked sheepishly at the pre-packed samosas and then at his own package and asked if he could buy the former instead. "No, my nephew made a package specially for you at your own request, so that is what you have to buy," my uncle finally spoke. Mr. Karen silently took his pack, paid, and left. He was a lot more respectful during his subsequent visits. I was reminded of this story yesterday when my PS3 finally died. Now, I don't blame the guy for thinking, maybe they are trying to save a little bit of money. Maybe they do underfill it a little bit. But if you call him out on it, that's a gamble you're taking, and it clearly did not pay off here. It clearly was a pretty good humbling experience either way for Mr. Karen. This next story is by Gasping Jill Franks. I adhered to the sickness policy to the letter. In the early 2000s, I worked in the UK for a huge American insurance company. I managed a team of 10 to 12 administrators. The job was dull, the people were mainly great, and it was a steady place to work. Now, with this being a US company, the benefits package was poor compared to most UK rivals. Things like paid annual leave and paid sickness were the statutory minimum it was legal to give in the UK. I had this guy join my team who I shall call Dan. Dan was about 22 or 23, a bit of a plodder, definitely just there until he could find something better, and I couldn't blame him. One Monday when he'd been there about 3 months, he didn't show up one Monday morning. I was initially unconcerned, but when he hadn't called or shown up 45 minutes later, I started looking for his home phone number to check if he was okay. Right then, my phone rang and it was Dan. He told me on the Friday night he had gone out with his friends and got really drunk. When he got home, he decided to deep fry some fries, on the stove. He fell asleep, and when he woke up, the pan was on fire on the stove, black smoke billowing everywhere. Now, I think I would have just run, but as he was pretty drunk, he decided to open the kitchen window in his apartment and throw the fiery pan outside. He managed to get boiling hot fat all over his dominant hand. Fat spilled all over and caught fire, so he ran and called the fire service. On his way out, he grabbed his wallet, coat, and 3 CDs. Along with the clothes he had on, this was all that survived. He was really upset and told me he had no insurance for his possessions. He was going to be off sick for some weeks. The doctors thought he might need a skin graft on his hand. I told him to leave things with me. I would sort stuff out at work and would call him later. I called our local HR team, who said there was very little they could do due to his length of service. He only had 6 paid sick days left. He'd already taken a few. I was shocked. I asked if we could bend the rules. No. Is there a fund we could donate something to him from? No. Feeling this was really mean, I called HR in our head office and got the same answers. Very shortly afterwards, I got a call from our local HR manager, Claire, who was usually nice with me. We were on some of the same staff committees together, but today she wanted to know why I had tried to go over her head, yada yada yada. She said that the sickness policy was clear and I had to follow it to the letter. Did I understand? You bet I did. Cue malicious compliance. I filled in all the paperwork to send to Claire, some of it authorizing the deduction of Dan's pay as he would exceed his sickness benefit that month. I think Claire was surprised I had rolled over so easily. I wasn't known for that. About an hour later, I sent her an email asking her to proofread a poster I had created to go on one of our committee notice boards. It was all about Dan and what had happened to him, and suggested the different ways teams could raise some money to help him out, as he had nothing and unfortunately wasn't entitled to any sick pay. I immediately got a "please don't progress this any further just now" email from Claire, and half an hour later or so, she called to let me know they were granting 3 months paid sickness leave initially and a goodwill payment of 5,000 British pounds on behalf of the company to help him get back on his feet. Dan was amazed at the magic I'd worked, and Claire was pretty frosty with me for about 6 weeks. The fact of the matter is, there is nothing more convincing to make someone bend the rules than a good old case of public awareness. The moment that word gets around that the company is so callous and uncaring and unwilling to do anything for this dude who just lost everything, it all of a sudden immediately becomes possible to help that person out. For the company to have a change of heart and say, "Oh, of course, we want to be compassionate and help our workers." And our final story of the day is by Squirrely. You sure you want all that paperwork? At the time of malicious compliance, I was a project manager for a smaller industrial construction company on the Gulf Coast. We were adding on to an existing chemical plant in multiple phases. The first phase of the project went well. The client rep was easy to get along with and was very reasonable. He reported to their project manager, but we almost never dealt with her. We would have weekly status meetings to discuss cost projection and forecasts, schedule updates, change orders, and requests for information, all of which always went well. Towards the end of the first phase, the client was bought and merged with another company. This wasn't a problem at first. We finished the first phase under budget, ahead of schedule, and was awarded the second phase. The new owner decided the previous project manager wasn't adequate and wanted her replaced. Pretty common practice when things like this happen. They want people they know and trust. This change also changed the representative we had built a relationship with. While funding was getting worked out for the second phase, at the request of the client, my company kept me and 3 of my direct reports on: project manager, me, cost controller, construction manager, and admin. We assisted with scope development, contract T's and C's, constructability reviews, material ordering, and general planning. After 2 months, the client gives us the green light to proceed, so we get to work. I'm not what's referred to as a change order artist in my industry. Unless it's a change of scope or an extreme unforeseeable or weather delay, I try to steer away from requesting more money as much as possible. Sometimes there's no avoiding it, especially when the scope of work is lacking, but we had ample opportunity to vet and assist in defining the project scope. And I had estimated we would have roughly 25 change orders. Some jobs are not so lucky. We had accounted for 30 minutes every morning for safety talks and work permits to be given to the crew foremans, which is pretty standard for this client and facility. First day takes 3 hours to get permits. I think it's just growing pains, new people, it'll improve. Second day, 3 hours. Third day, 4 hours. Day 4 is our first weekly meeting, and I bring this up with some draft test COs, RFIs, and reports to see how the new project manager wants to see our weekly data moving forward. We discussed the permitting issue, and I explained that I'm pretty flexible and believe in a give-and-take relationship, but I need help with permits if we're going to meet the project deadline and budgetary constraints. The project manager decides he wants change orders submitted weekly, in arrears 1 week, to have real-time numbers. This goes well for a couple weeks. Permit issuance time went down and I fell into my give and take attitude. I wouldn't include every delay or change, believing this was the high road and trying to build a relationship. Then something happened. The project manager got weird. His whole attitude and demeanor changed. The project manager states he now wants change orders submitted every day, per discipline, per instance. I try to explain that we have 4 disciplines and that would be an enormous amount of unnecessary paperwork, and that I'd rather have a conversation about these as some of them will not be worth the paper they're written on. But he insists every deviation, every change, I want everything on paper and submitted daily for approval. All supporting documentation needs to be included. His attitude change clicked with me now. He thinks we won't be able to keep up with the mountain of paperwork. He even made it a point to amend our contract with this, stating if we didn't follow this, we would lose billing rights for extra work. Cue malicious compliance. I sit down with my cost controller, construction manager, and 8 foremen to explain what the client wants. Any scope change, permit delay, operations delay, or scaffold delay was to be radioed in immediately to the cost controller to request a new cost code to track hours. We would track any materials or equipment rentals to these respective codes as well. We would develop an estimate on the scope changes, and on the delays, we would provide actual hours and submit these requests at the end of each day. Once the work for the scope changes were completed, the original change order estimate would be actualized. The individual change orders would then be submitted as independent invoices at the end of the month, in addition to our normal scope invoices. This was not a large project at all, valued at around $8 million for 4 months of work and 100 construction personnel. When the project was all said and done, we had submitted roughly 800 change orders valued at $1.6 million. The project manager and his team would have to review 150 to 200 invoices a month, some of which were only $54 for a 15-minute delay. The cherry on top, the client now took too long to vet the invoices and wouldn't pay timely per the contract. Every month, the client had to pay an additional 3% due to late payment fees. Petty? It sure was, but I gave him exactly what he wanted. I ended up making my company and me a lot of money on that project. To be truthful, I don't understand what the motivations would be to create this mountain of work that they wouldn't be able to keep up with. Like maybe they could penalize you due to the contract, but to me it almost sounds like micromanaging or something. Maybe the goal is you can't keep up with it all, so the costs will go down because a lot of this stuff they think is getting reported won't get reported because you just can't keep up with it. All it did was end up costing way more money because they were on top of it. Keep your mouth shut or lose your job? Okay. Back when I lived in the USA, I used to work at a vocational college that taught only one field of expertise. It was owned by 2 siblings who I'll call Jack and Jill. Jill was the main decision maker and would often demote people to put her unqualified friends in high positions. Everyone hated her, but she wasn't even the worst. Her brother Jack was a creep who would comment on women's bodies consistently and feel that the world owed him because he was part owner. It was not uncommon to hear of him getting physical or throwing slurs at an employee. The school had 2 campuses, the main one and the wing of a very large community center that they would rent out. Myself and one other girl were stationed at the community center. For the most part, we were shielded from Jack's outburst, though we both had interesting interactions with him at one point. He told me it was nice to finally have hired someone with big boobs as he looked me up and down. My position was in the records office. I got along great with my manager and everything was up to date and organized. In comes Jill's friend Dory, who thinks she's God's gift to the earth, the most self-righteous individual I've ever met. My manager gets demoted and Dory gets put into the position. Dory has no interest in doing the work and would delegate every last thing to me, in addition to all of my duties. Eventually, I was taking care of 600 students on my own. One day, I went to the large campus and got a talking to from Dory about putting exam grades up on time, as students were getting frustrated. I mentioned that I'd been on vacation and was catching up, as she had done nothing, and she told me it was no excuse and I needed to manage my time better. She said all of this while doing her nails at her desk. I went to the director that day and complained, but was told that if I complained again, I'd lose my job, and that she was put there because she was obviously capable and would be making large and amazing changes to our organization. Alright then, I started managing my time better. I created macros to automate some of the work. I was already good at my job, but now I became super efficient, which left me with extra time to apply for jobs. As far as the job goes, it was easy and allowed me time to work on my university degree, as well as keep shielded from the drama in the main campus. I started job hunting, but was in no rush to leave as I didn't want to encounter this again. For now, I had found ways to stay out of everyone's way. I started planning my exit, and a couple months later, I gave in my notice. At this point, Dory starts freaking out and asks me to write up a manual on how to do this job. Of course, I complied. Haha. Now, the community league rented out their wing on the condition that we not use their parking lot. As staff, we were told to park in the emergency exit, but students had to park on the street. The day after I gave in my notice, a student parked in their parking lot and hit a car on the way out. She came crying, and we were able to get it sorted out, but word got to Jack. A few minutes later, I get a text from another employee warning me that he was furious and on his way over. I had 10 minutes to come up with a plan, and in that time frame, I planned the remainder of my exit strategy. You see, in my state, you only need one party's consent to record a conversation. In comes Jack yelling and banging on my office door, tells me to step out, and goes, "Do you know who I am?" I recorded everything, the yelling, the threats, the "your body won't get you out of this." He left in a fury after I only gave one-word answers, and said, "This is not over." Technically, he was right. After the students left, the director who had previously told me to keep my mouth shut came to see me and ask how I was doing. It was not uncommon for Jack to have these outbursts, and he was sent to clean up the mess. I told him that I wanted what had happened in writing, and he tried to talk me out of it, saying nothing would come from it, and Jack had been bullied as a kid and a bunch more excuses. I needed him on board with putting this in writing. Otherwise, I would lose out on 2 weeks of pay if they took my resignation early. I was living paycheck to paycheck at that point. I told him that I understood nothing would come of it and that Jill would protect him, but for my peace of mind, I would like to send an email. He told me then to go ahead, but to not expect anything. So I did. I sent him, all of his directors, managers, Jill, and HR an email detailing what happened. I did not tell them I recorded it. As expected, not a word from anyone. I was done with work at 4. On my last day at noon, I called the police and detailed what happened. They opened up a case and told me the number and that a detective would be in touch in the coming days. In the meantime, I contacted everyone else who was told to keep their mouth shut. The one they fired for being gay. The one who they caused so much stress to that her doctor had to write her a note to take leave. Soon enough, word got round. This case had so many people with stories against Jack that 2 hours later, I got a call from the detective telling me that the lines were swamped and he'd be looking at my case ASAP. I sent over my email and recording. At 3:58 p.m., I sent Dory the manual. It was 2 words on a Word document that read, "Records Management." In that time, I also deleted my macros and anything extra I had done because they weren't paying for my coding skills. I gave the key to the community league to a teacher and got in my car and left. My phone was bombed with texts from Dory for about an hour. The detective went to the college multiple times. In one of those, he mentioned what had happened to me. Jack, Jill, HR, and directors were all there and they all denied it. Cue my recording. They told them that they didn't know what happened and that I had a habit of keeping problems to myself and not looking for help. They mentioned what I did to Dory. Cue my email with all of them CC'd. I'm not sure where the case left off. As far as how bad the things that Jack did were, I came in pretty mild. Another girl took over being the main informant while I moved on to bigger, better things in the corporate world. If you were working a job like this, living paycheck to paycheck, but you knew the owner, the boss, the CEO, whatever of this organization was being incredibly abusive to a lot of people, and not just being mean or loud, but firing people like OP said, for someone being gay, for example, would you be willing to lay your job on the line to out them? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Always the Noob. I can only book travel and coach class? Okay. Shortly before COVID brought all manner of traveling to work to a screeching halt, I was finishing up a job and getting ready to book my travel home. Normally everyone would just fly, and in my case, that meant a nice short trip of about 2 hours in the air. However, this particular location and the route back home for me had an extremely scenic train route that took about 12 hours. And as a bonus, I could get a sleeper car for a pretty cheap price, less even than the flight. I asked my boss if there was any reason I had to fly instead of taking the train, as the latter would save them money, and he said it would be fine. I didn't waste his time or mine by mentioning any of the above details. I simply booked my ticket and immediately sent in the receipt for reimbursement. Not 20 minutes later, I get an email, paraphrasing, "What the freak is this? I thought you said you were going to book travel that would save us money. What do you think you're doing booking a sleeper car? You're not one of the big shots out here. Send me a new receipt for your coach class accommodations." Okay, as you wish. Cue malicious compliance. Since this happened so quickly, I was able to cancel my $150 train ticket without issue. And since there was no way I was taking a 12-hour train ride and coach instead of a 2-hour flight, I booked my air travel like I normally would and immediately sent in the $450 receipt for my coach class flight. I got yet another email asking me what the heck I was doing. Now, I'm good at booking travel, and I know how to find good prices. I knew that there wasn't a cheaper flight to be had, so I wrote back, "Sorry, this is the cheapest coach class flight I could find. If you can find a better one, please let me know before the 24-hour cancellation window closes, and I'll be happy to book that instead." Clearly frustrated, they told me to stop playing games, cancel the flight, and just buy the dang train ticket. I didn't. I took the flight home and got reimbursed, per company policy, for my coach class flight. You gotta adore that the only hang-up that these people were caring about is the quality of the travel. I understand it's $300 cheaper than that flight, but how dare you not take the cheapest option they have? You said you'd take the train, and I know all the tickets on the train are hundreds of dollars cheaper than airfare, but we're demanding you take the $50 sardine can tickets. Well, under that condition, no thanks, I'll take the $450 airplane. What did they expect to happen? This next story is by the Alpha team. You want to give me more money than I actually need? Okay. This happened almost 15 years ago, but a recent post reminded me. I was working for a computer company, and they would send us to training seminars every so often. To make it easy, they put a set price to the travel. Training cost and travel variable equals X, plus lodging and food fixed equals Y. We'd have to sign a contract that X plus Y equals Z amount of dollars. Then if we quit the job in the next 12 months, we'd have to pay the company back 1/12 of the remaining months on the training contract. That seems relatively fair. However, training was in my city. I didn't need such a large food and lodging budget as I could eat meals and sleep at home. They would not budge on the price because I didn't want to have to pay money back if I didn't use it. So I said screw it and ate at every fancy restaurant I ever wanted to eat at. I'd order 2 entrees if I couldn't decide between the 2 that I wanted. I used that budget. They were kind of miffed that I spent so much money on the city I lived in, but I reminded them of the conversation about the budget, and we didn't talk about it again. It really tells you the kind of person OP is, that they're trying to give you money for these expenses that you can use to your heart's content, and OP's like, well, honestly, I won't use it. I don't want to have to be on the hook for this money. But hey, they're basically shoving it in your face. You go out there and you enjoy those meals. I'm sure OP did. Imagine being able to eat at fancy restaurants day and night and bring home extra entrees. Sounds like a great time to me. This next story is by NoSweet4190. You should have counted before you left. My dad was a tire builder and union organizer in Detroit. At our local bank, there was always a sort of conscious condescension by the tellers for blue-collar workers. My dad was in weekly to deposit his check and take cash for the week. He finished one visit and turned away and walked a few steps, then turned back to tell her he got the wrong amount of cash. Before he could say a word, she snootily said, "You should have counted before you left my window. I can't do anything for you now." He smiled and nodded and walked out with his extra $50. That was a good week for us. As a reference, gas was 19 cents a gallon at this time. The next week, he went to a different teller and waved casually in response at the former teller's frantic motions to see her. Yeah, if I was OP's father and that happened to me, I would definitely go out of my way to avoid that teller. You're gonna act all stuck up and snooty like that, I'm not going to give you any chance to try and get your $50 back. Thanks for the bonus. And our final story of the day is by I Don't Care. Sure, you can try some coca powder. So this happened quite a while ago, pre-COVID, when I worked at a place that sold spices and seasonings. It's independently operated, so I doubt anyone's heard of it. We get a lot of strange people that come in since we're in a very busy tourist town. One day, this woman came in with her 2 nieces. The nieces were loud and obnoxious. They started getting in customers' ways and running around while carrying product. The aunt did nothing. One of the things we carry is coca powder, and the aunt asked for a custom size. As I got out the materials to package it at the counter, I went to the back room to get the coca, and come back to find the scoop and bottle I got out were gone. I looked around and just shrugged. Maybe I didn't get them out. So I go to grab new stuff, and when I come back, the niece is holding the stuff I got out and giggling. She gave it back to me, but obviously I couldn't use it because who knows what happened to them when I stepped away. I started chatting with the aunt while preparing her coca, and the girl starts whining about how she wants some coca because it smells so good. The aunt told her she wouldn't like it, but the girl insisted she would and kept asking me to try some and would not stop whining. Now, this is just pure coca, no sugar or any kind of sweetener. If you've ever had it, you know it's incredibly bitter. So, to shut her up and get a little revenge, I offered to give her a sample. With her aunt's permission, I gave her a little spoonful. She put it all in her mouth and immediately tried spitting it out. She definitely was not expecting the taste. Her aunt burst into laughter and told her she needs to eat it because she asked for it. That was a good day. Yeah, as amazing as coca powder may smell and probably even look, this ain't Nesquik powder we're talking about. If you put that stuff in your mouth, you're going to regret it. Which is a great sentence, by the way. I can't blame the kid. It smelled good, they wanted to try it. I think the only regret is after the fact, you realized you enabled this kid to spit coca, spit paste all over the floors and counter and whatnot. Probably kinda gross. Malicious Compliance at work. 3-for-1 special. Back at the beginning of 2021, I worked at a small community health nonprofit with an insane CEO. She would constantly call team meetings to put down and belittle employees in front of the entire staff. Often, she would throw around some variation of, "Do I have to do everything around here?" and call everyone on staff incompetent. When we did do something right, she never gave us credit and always took the credit for herself. She threatened firing everyone constantly and would randomly call us to gossip and make petty remarks about each other, pitting staff against each other. One day, the CEO called a team meeting and a group text chat between some of the more chill employees. We immediately begin sending snake and eye roll emojis. Sure enough, we get on the call and she begins by bringing to our attention how Louise did not dress appropriately for work. Louise, who is also upper management, the COO, looks about ready to smack the CEO. The CEO viciously tears into Louise, commenting on everything from her hairstyle to her lipstick shade to how it's inappropriate for Louise to wear off-the-shoulder blouses that show her collarbone. She then tells everyone that we all had better start dressing more formally or there would be consequences. The next day, the CEO calls another meeting. We all join and Louise turns on her camera. I immediately had to turn off mine because I didn't want to be caught laughing my butt off. Louise was dressed from head to toe in what looked like something someone would wear to prom. Her hair was immaculately styled into an elaborate updo. Her makeup was professionally done with lash extensions and everything. She was dripping with what I assume were fake diamonds, tiara, earrings, necklace, bracelets, and rings. And she wore the most ridiculous navy blue satin and tulle formal gown with a faux fur shoulder shrug to cover her collarbone. My best guess is that it was an old bridesmaid dress, but she never did say where she got it. The CEO was immediately fuming. "Why are you dressed like that?" she screeched. "You told us to dress more formally. This is formal wear. Is something wrong?" "That's not professional for work." They say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I must have been confused. You said we needed us to dress formally, but I think what you meant to say was professionally." The CEO was livid, but Louise continued to rock the prom outfit all day, meeting with patients and clients and everything. Later that week, Tina texts our group chat and says the CEO is requiring her to submit a detailed timesheet with what she was doing and working on down to the minute for her entire day. She was going to BCC us on the email. Sure enough, it pops into our inboxes a few minutes later. Tina had literally detailed her entire past 24-hour day down to the minute. 6:45 a.m. Awoken by husband's flatulence. 7 a.m. peed and changed menstrual pad. 7:02 a.m. began bowel movement. 7:10 a.m. completed bowel movement. 7:12 a.m. turned on shower. 7:13 a.m. tested water temperature with hand. You get the idea? Apparently, the CEO called her on her cell phone and berated her for sending such a detailed timesheet. Tina reminded her that she had requested her entire day down to the minute and didn't specify she meant her workday only. Finally, my turn. My job was in IT and most of my work was as a database administrator, but I often helped with other tech problems. One morning, the CEO called me repeatedly at 2 a.m. My phone settings have it so that if I miss 5 calls in a row from the same person, the do not disturb mode is turned off and the phone rings. I see who it is, silence my phone, and refuse to answer. At 6 a.m. she calls again. Again, I refuse to answer. 7 a.m. refuse to answer. 8 a.m. refuse to answer. Finally, at 9 a.m. I call her back. She asks to hop on a video call. "I've been trying to get a hold of you all morning. Where have you been?" Loud sigh. "Can I help you with something?" I asked, not even trying to hide my irritation. I literally rubbed my temples and slurped on my coffee loudly. "You didn't answer my question," I say, "and I'm not going to. I was off the clock at the time you called." They say, "You're salaried, right? That means it doesn't matter if you work 100 hours or 1 hour, you get paid the same, so I expect you to be available when I need you." I say, "What do you need?" They say, "I need you to reset all of our company usernames and passwords. We're letting someone go today, and it's company policy to change all that." At the same time, Louise texts me that she's being let go. So I read the company handbook and make a copy of the page that says the IT person must update the usernames and passwords and give the information to the COO. I changed all the usernames and passwords to everything from social media accounts to bank accounts to QuickBooks and emails. I send the usernames and passwords in an encrypted email to Louise and then send the CEO my 2-week notice. 2 weeks go by, it's the last hour of my last day. So what do? Change all those usernames and passwords again and send them to Louise, who was also celebrating her last day. I log out of my email, put my company phone and laptop in the mail, and spend the evening cackling at my malicious compliance. The very next day, on Saturday, the CEO calls me repeatedly. Finally, she leaves me a long and howling voicemail to say what I did was unprofessional and she would make sure my reputation suffered and I would never work in that industry again. I wait until Monday to call her back. "Hey CEO, I saw you called." They say, "I need the usernames and passwords to everything." I say, "I'm sorry, but I don't work there anymore. You'll have to contact your IT person to help with that." They say, "You are the IT person." I say, "No, I was the IT person. Now I'm a private consultant, and I would be happy to provide my services at a rate of $100 an hour." They say, "You changed all the usernames and passwords and didn't provide them to me." I say, "Correct. Per company policy, when an employee leaves the organization, the IT person is supposed to update everything and send the new info to the COO. I was leaving, so I updated everything. I provided all the usernames and passwords to Louise." They say, "You know she was quitting too. Why would you give them to her?" I say, "Because the company policy says to transfer the new username and passwords to the COO, not the CEO. Louise was the COO when I left." Caught in her own bureaucracy, she then had to spend weeks trying to gain access to all of the company's accounts. On Louise's and my last day, Tina and another employee quit. Another person announced her retirement. Once the 5 of us were gone, we were followed by several other employees. In total, 11 people on the 14-person staff quit within a few weeks. But the best part? I got a new job in making the same amount I did at the poopy nonprofit, but part-time in a government position and with full-time benefits. So much for my reputation suffering. I stayed in touch with one of the employees who stayed behind. She's only 3 years away from retirement and is basically Stan from The Office. She said they've hired at least a dozen people. All of them quit as soon as they could find another job. Anyway, I'm bored in the hospital and started going through old texts. Stumbled on our old group chat and had a good chuckle. Thought you all might find it humorous too. Names obviously changed. If you had a terrible, terrible boss that was kind of bearing down on you like this, would you have the courage to change all of the passwords for the company, send them to somebody who's also leaving so all of those accounts will be lost and in jeopardy, and then just stroll out without looking back? Or does the idea of locking this company out of all of their accounts essentially weigh as too much of a scary thing to do that? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Liska Mariella, Maliciously Comply to Overwhelm Our External IT Service. I work with a small company to finish my bachelor's degree. They're expanding right now, and the new building was just finished, so a lot of people moved from our building into the new one. So we have a lot of empty rooms, but apparently didn't get any new office furniture, which I still can't understand because you can't employ new people and build a new house without buying new office stuff. The problem was that a lot of people share their office tables and move around from office to office whenever someone's missing. So it's not that we didn't need more space and furniture. During the move from our colleagues to the new building, someone plugged in a LAN cable wrong, which caused the server for the two buildings to shut down. After nearly 2 days of troubleshooting, the server worked again, and the first thing our managing director did was send an email to everyone how we're not allowed anymore to plug in or plug out of any LAN cable ourselves. Instead, we have to write a ticket for our external IT service. Needless to say, that would take ages. Also, remember that a lot of people have to move daily, and everyone has a laptop that they need to plug in. Well, the whole company just figured, let's just maliciously comply. So for the next week, everyone who had to move between office tables just wrote a ticket in the evening and came to work the next day to wait for the external IT guys. During that time, the colleagues which would normally work on those office tables just sat there and waited for hours, not doing anything. After a few higher-ups complained that they can't work, the managing director got us enough office equipment that everyone had their own place. Now, a lot of people have to move on the same day and are still waiting for the external IT service to plug out our laptops and plug them in on our new desk. The funny thing is, on the same day of the move, there's some server problems again, and together with the move, the company wrote 160 tickets in 1 day for the external IT guys. We only have between 200 and 300 workers. Needless to say, they didn't get to everyone, which means we're still waiting for them to plug out and plug in our laptops. And because of how many tickets we filed, really important tickets got overlooked. And now a major customer is pissed because they didn't get their data. The management wrote another email today that they'll work on a better solution for the plug in and plug out rule, but we're still all sitting on our old desks and waiting for the IT guys, not working at all. Rumors are that the IT service is really pissed at management. Yeah, you don't really need too many guesses to know why the IT guys are very upset with management. Let's just balloon the amount of tickets they have to deal with. Imagine going from the normal IT troubleshooting where it's like, did you turn your laptop on and off, to everybody saying, hey, can you plug in my laptop for me? Hey, can you plug in my laptop for me? I'd go crazy too. Our next story is by Vampire Wolf. You're going to call the cops on me? Fine, I'll wait. Hit and run. Just had some fun this afternoon after the gym. Came out to my car with a note on it. Someone had witnessed a hit and run. The idiot driver provided their manager at Domino's as contact, and the manager at Sobeys had more information for me. After a little back and forth, I've now driven a block over to Domino's, taken pictures of both vehicles, and have a name of the idiot driver. He hit the front passenger corner trying to park beside me and was interested in settling privately until I told him it's a $2,000 bumper. Now all of a sudden I'm scamming them, and the idiot driver denies hitting the front bumper. The driver refuses to speak English with me, and the manager refuses to give me the driver's license information for a hit and run. After about 5 minutes of this, the manager threatens to call 911 and get the police involved. Sure, I'll wait right here for them. Cue Malicious Compliance. 35 minutes later, he's called them 3 more times before they show up, or at least called someone. Either way, the police officers that respond are clearly annoyed when they get there. Talked with the officer, showed him the letter on my windshield and the second note with the name and plate number of the idiot driver. took my information down, and returned to me in a minute with the idiot driver's information, through his partner talking with idiot and manager. Both officers were very vocal about the force he had to hit with to crack my bumper and transfer paint to his. The officer that I dealt with then tore a strip off the Domino's manager for calling the police over this. In the end, I got the name and license of the idiot driver, and an hour after I showed up looking for it, the idiot gets a ticket for leaving the scene, and the manager gets berated for calling the police over an insurance issue. He's now got 30 days to have insurance line up the bumpers, or he's automatically at fault, all because they called the police on me. Yeah, I don't know about you, but if you hit somebody's car and then they come trying to get your insurance information to, I don't know, fix the damage you caused, they're not going to be too concerned when you say, "I'm gonna call the cops." That's probably the biggest, "Yeah, go ahead, I'd love for you to do that" kind of moments ever. And our final story of the day is by Mysterious Chicken 552. You want me to give you facts about tortoises? Okay. I'm 27-year-old female in the National Guard. Love it, BS and all. I like to follow the orders to the T, but in a way no one suspects. It usually ends in a good laugh. I also really love to research bizarre facts, so I have an arsenal of weird. So a few months back, we're having a hectic drill. Everyone's scrambling to get everything squared away. Meanwhile, the lieutenant of our platoon has recently gotten obsessed with wanting a pet tortoise. I thought that was pretty cool. They are beautiful shell dogs. So I had to go to the office to find a sergeant. When the lieutenant answered the door, he proudly announces, "In order to come in, you have to give me a tortoise fact. Cue malicious compliance." The gears in my head went into overdrive. You want a fact? Just to get in? Fine. So, without skipping a beat, I say, "A tortoise's manhood looks like an orchid." The lieutenant blinked and did a double take. The sergeants are roaring with laughter now. Needless to say, I was let in. Later I knock again. I give the lieutenant a smile and say, "The sound of raptors in Jurassic Park is two tortoises passionately shelling." The sergeant waiting for my fact erupted in laughter again. The lieutenant was once again astonished. The fallout? Our platoon is fairly close-knit, and I knew this lieutenant for a year now, so me saying and doing weird things isn't too far-fetched. He just wasn't expecting me to have an interest in tortoises. Now, what happened later was he called me into the office. No fact required. Good, cause I was out unless he wanted the shoe video. He had another lieutenant there, and he asked me to repeat the facts. Again, I did. "How can you say it so casually, like you're telling us the weather?" was his response. He sort of stopped the fact requirement and instead would ask people if they had a fun fact. Just not me. Here's a fun fact about tortoises and turtles. Contrary to popular belief, tortoise shells are actually extremely sensitive. They can feel it every time you touch them. I'm kind of curious how many of you guys actually already knew that. Don't clock out late? No problem. I worked for a hotel chain restaurant as a busboy and had lots of other little side jobs besides working the floor. Mostly helping to move stock off of pallets and stuff like that. Sometimes I would clock out a little late if shipments came in later, or it was a busy day plus large shipment, always guaranteed another hour on the clock. We got a new manager who looked at my time card during her first fortnight as a new manager. She was real aggressive with me, asking me why I clocked out so late, like, "So what's up? You playing video games on the clock for an hour? You just hanging out, getting paid?" The rec room had video games. I explained that I was unloading pallets and she said, "You're a busboy, that's not your job. You clock out at 9, we have a payroll to make, and we can't do it with people working extra hours because they didn't work hard enough during their shift." Okay, fine. Finally, about a month later, it was summertime and we get this really late delivery of a bunch of dairy items. The head chef received all and then had me start unloading it. This is at 8:45 p.m. I told him, "Chef, just to be clear, Miss Weatherby said that I have to clock out at 9. Chef says, "Well, I need this thing unloaded." I say, "I've got 15 minutes and then I get in trouble if I'm not clocked out." Chef says, "Do your best." 8:46 p.m., go get the dolly. The dolly was taken by the banquet people, so I find it and start moving stuff. 8:53, first load on the dolly. 8:58, unloaded and back to pallet. At 8:59, I stopped what I was doing, left it all there, and walked directly to the punch card machine. 9 p.m. on the dot, I punched out. The next day, I got a call from the hotel's general manager asking me why I left all of the dairy on the pavement. It was left out overnight, and hundreds of dollars worth of stock was spoilt. I say, yes, I had to clock out at 9 p.m. The GM says, did you think it was a good idea to leave the milk outside? I say, no. They say, then help me understand why you didn't put everything away. I say, Miss Weatherby was very specific that I was not to clock out late to unload pallets. She said that's not my job. The GM says, did it occur to you that the chef needed to know this? I say, I told him I needed to clock out at 9 p.m. The GM says, we've lost hundreds of dollars and wasted all this food. I say, I would like to go back to the way it was, instead of having to clock out right at 9 p.m. on my evening shifts. GM says, don't do this again, clock out when the job's done. The outcome? Nobody ever mentioned it, and from then on, I clocked out when I needed to. Not a real juicy outcome, but it was still nice to have happened. If you had a general manager yell at you and say, you have to clock out at exactly 9 o'clock, would you be willing to stick to it and leave all of that dairy just sitting there on the pavement, knowing the fallout's probably going to find its way back to you one way or another? Or would you sacrifice and still put it all away? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Cole Carmit. Think of what the customer wants? Sure. I can't believe I'm writing this, but here we go. We got a 2-for-1 special on malicious compliance today. I work at a print hub working the printers and adjusting files and such. I put in a lot of work to deliver a perfect product, despite the issues that plague the shop, and always ensure that everything I produce is quality checked. This isn't due to me putting pride in my work, however, but rather my boss nitpicks nearly everything. If something is off-center by a millimeter, it's redone. If there's a small scratch on one poster in a pack of 5, the whole order is redone. Now, don't get me wrong, the boss is a good person, not a Karen or anything, but sometimes we have to redo orders several times to ensure it's done to her expectations, which is absolutely fair. She's the boss and it's not too often she does this. Anyways, onto the incident. I just learned that I'm supposed to run a one-shot D&D session this weekend. Short notice, have maps and everything to set up. It's a long story why this is last minute, but it doesn't pertain to the story. As a result, I quickly pulled out one of the dungeons I ran in my regular Dungeons & Dragons group, a galleon ship trapped in time, where the players need to manipulate the environment to have the crew open or close doors, and turned it into a one-shot adventure. I call it The Time Between the Seconds. Since it was last minute, I didn't really have time to optimize maps, so I just sent the order through my job's online submission, with the intention to just print out a pixelated mess just for the sake of having visuals. It's the way I DM. I like having visuals for my players to help them envision the area. Today when I came in, I found the order I submitted and completed it quickly. Admittedly, it was a bit of a mess, and it didn't help that our color machine started leaking toner again. Blue streaks on the paper and everything. Whatever, I'm fine with it. An hour later, while I was working with posters, my manager, let's call her Kay, came into the room. She started. Kay holds up my order and says, "What is this?" I say, "Oh, that's my job. Kay interrupting says, "How can you say this is good? It's pixelated and the machine dumped toner on it." I say, "Kay, it's okay, Kay interrupting again says, "It's not okay. You have to contact the customer and figure out how they want to proceed." I sarcastically say, "Trust me, I'm sure the customer won't mind. Look at the customer name." Kay says, "It doesn't matter. I want you to see how they want to proceed. Think about what they want." I sigh and say, "Yes, Kay." Kay dropped the order in front of me and left the room. I considered my options for a moment and looked towards my dwindling workload. Screw it. Malicious Compliance number 1. I finished my assigned work and got to work on the maps. As I said, I didn't properly optimize them or anything, so I started working through the 5 11x17 maps I had, smoothing out the pixels. It took about an hour to get everything set up. Normally I work on a program other than Photoshop for my maps. After that, I went through the character sheets, filling in any of the blanks I left in, such as personality, bonds, and gold. About 15 minutes. Then what about any random gear they may have? A big part of this one shot is their carrying weight, so I calculate those totals up, another 20 minutes. About an hour and a half later, I have the files up to the customer standards, which is mine, and I print them out again. But the toner dumping on the color printer is still an issue, so even though the files looked a lot better, there were still blue streaks in the paper. So when Kay saw it, Kay holding the completed order said, "OP, what are you doing? You know the color machine is down." I say, "I know, but I can't wait for the machine to be fixed." Kay considers for a moment before speaking, saying, "Call the customer and explain the issue. see if they'll accept it half off. I say, that isn't needed cause Kay says, just do it. I take a deep breath and say, stay here please. Malicious compliance number 2. I picked up the office phone, looked her dead in the eyes, and dialed the number on the order form. From my pocket, the Silver Samurai theme from the Phoenix Wright series began to chime. I take my phone out of my pocket and answer, immediately saying, yes, I will take half off my order. Kay was speechless and just quietly walked out the door. To her credit, she did honor the half off she offered the customer, but perhaps next time she'll actually let me finish what I'm trying to say instead of constantly cutting me off. Don't get me wrong, Kay is a good person, but today was a harsh day on everyone since our machines are having issues. The only one who was able to get anything done was me since my printers, the wide format, and the drafting machines were working properly. I'm sure tomorrow we'll have a laugh over the situation as the machines are fixed now and stress levels have lowered. Honestly, as somebody that's never played D&D but always thought the idea was kind of fun with the right group, OP Story's kind of like making me think about it in the back of my mind a little bit. I think the worst part of it though is the setup because you have to create the characters and their backstory, then you gotta specify all their items and things, and it just becomes almost like homework to me. Our next story is by Neurotic. So you want to be kept up to date about your son's behavior? No problem. I teach, have done so for the past 13 years now. Most parents are just fine. They care for and love their children and treat me and my colleagues with respect. You have the occasional parent you don't see because they don't care, the helicopter or curling parent, and the parent who doesn't believe they're raising Satan's offspring. The latter is the one I have the misfortune to deal with for 2 fluffing years. I was a mentor of 20 kids in their first 2 years of secondary school. It has its ups and downs, with the biggest up that you know every fiber of every kid, and 2 years of relative heck if you had kids who were a nightmare. Kids started secondary school with me as mentor. He started out alright. There were some minor things that were normal for a teenager trying to fit in. It all started after the Christmas holidays of that first year. Nothing special happened, it's like a switch just flipped inside this kid. Bullying classmates and other students, pushing around, being extremely disruptive in class, cursing at teachers, grabbing things up to the point that we suspected he stole things from teachers and students alike, but lack of security cameras were a problem. Mom and Dad were invited many times. School counselor and my boss sat in on many of these conversations. Mother denied and that her son didn't do such things. We didn't get any further but had no grounds on expelling the son. Summer break came, and due to the fact that a lot of things went missing, cameras were set up. Classes started in year 2, and first day he let me know he was there and had changed for the worse. We had 5 calls with Mom in that first week alone. Mom was invited once more, and she was then surprised that I was the only teacher complaining. Like, what the actual heck, lady? Did you not listen that multiple teachers complained through me and that I told you multiple times what they said to you? No. She demanded that she get a call or email from the teachers herself if her son did do anything, and I quote, "But I highly doubt that since I know my son won't ever do the things you said." Fuming at this point, I said I would talk to my colleagues. Cue the malicious compliance. Mommy wanted a call or email from the teacher who saw her son doing or saying things he shouldn't? You ask and we get it. Kid was being such a jerk by now, he was well known throughout the school. So in the next school-wide meeting, I told her demand. Some frowns here and there, but then I saw it. Eyes glistening, evil grins starting to come along with the evil laughter of teachers. By this time, the kid had set a record in the digital student entry system. 20 entries a day from him alone. It all started the next day. Kid came onto the school property, walked up to a classmate, and started insulting him and his mother with cancer. 2 teachers heard and saw him do that, so 2 teachers sent an email to Mommy Dearest. 3 periods of lessons with a variety of terrible behavior. 3 emails were sent yet again. During first break, kid threw a bin through the canteen. 3 teachers and the custodian saw it. 4 emails about that. Then the custodian emailed again, telling that he refused to clean up after himself and threw a chair before leaving. Another 5 periods for that day with 6 teachers, science had 2 teachers, so you guessed it, 6 emails and 3 phone calls to Mommy Dearest. Mommy got 15 emails a day from the teachers alone. I had the immense pleasure to call or email every day to give a recap. Every email was sent with a red notification, so every email mommy had to click on that message every single time. After 2 weeks, mom called, and the conversation went like this. "Yeah, I saw the emails, this is getting a bit much now." I say, "Is it? But the last time we spoke here at school, you demanded that every teacher and every other worker at school would call and or send you an email about the goings-on of the kid. We're simply adhering by your request to be kept up to date, and that you can hear from my colleagues personally." She says, "You can stop now." I reply, "Unfortunately, we can't. Since kid does all these things, it's our duty to keep parents up to date on what their child does at this school. Also, you requested it and we don't want you to get upset by not knowing what's going on with kid." The mom says, "This is getting out of hand." I say, "Is it? I don't think so. My colleagues even said they like it so much that you're such an involved parent and that you like to hear from them. Thank you for that. Bye now." Click. This went on for another 8 weeks. Mom called or emailed a couple of times a week and got the same response from me and other teachers and personnel. It went like this until the kid screwed up on a big scale. While we were busy getting all kinds of help around the kid, he finally bombed every chance to stay at our school. Kid decided that shouting, cursing, insulting, and wishing the worst possible diseases upon my colleagues and myself weren't enough anymore. When I wanted to talk to him yet again about his behavior, he picked up a chair and decided to hit me with it in full view of the class, a colleague, and the cameras. The kid was tackled and pinned down by classmates, colleague called the cops who have their lovely station across the street, got the kids and kid, and I managed to get away with no broken bones, but some big bruises. School filed charges for me. The fun part is that I got to sit with mommy dearest and dad, and even then she tried to deny that her son would do such a thing. Until she and dad got to see the footage. The look on their faces was priceless. I wish I had the permission to record it so that I could watch it time and time again with a soda and some popcorn. Kid was expelled, got some hefty community service, and a fine. Normal here. Got a juvenile record as well. To answer a likely question, where was dad in all this? Dad was apparently kept in the dark about what kid did. The emails were sent to a shared email account, but since email on phones wasn't a thing back then, he never saw the emails as she hid them. Dad divorced mom as apparently she had been spitting a lot of lies about a lot of things. The good part? Dad felt so sorry for what his son had done that he sent care packages for all the personnel at the school. The best part? We didn't have to deal with kid or the mom ever again. We got his brother though, and we continued the emails and calls with dad to tell him what a wonderful kid this boy was. So sadly, it definitely seems to be a case of an entitled mother just not raising their kid in the right way, not giving any kind of discipline. The kid was allowed to just grow up and be as awful as they were, and it just compounds every single time because no one's stopping them and they're probably getting exactly what they want from mom at home, so it just keeps reinforcing this nasty behavior until it's just too much. I feel bad for the kid in regards to their mom, and I feel bad for the dad for being left in the dark. Denied a raise and moved to overnight position and told, "Don't care how you do your job, just do it?" Okay, I will. I used to work in hotels in a ski town in Colorado. Very expensive, but the quality of life. Very common saying there. I had started at a new hotel and was making $10 an hour living with my brother in a 2-bedroom place that was 700 square feet. Rent was half our income. When the slow season approached, I was told I would have to move to night audit, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., or risk being let go. The problem was I lived 3 miles from the hotel and took the bus to get there since I couldn't afford a car. The bus didn't run at night or early mornings, so I would be walking 6 miles a day and several inches to a foot or more in snow, so I asked for a raise. They said they'd get back to me, but they need an answer, and I need the job, so okay, I'll work night audit. I start the next week as an auditor, and while I'm being trained, I learn that I'm also losing a day. The other auditor works 3 days, and I'll be working 4 days, not 5. That's $320 a month hit to my income before taxes. So I'll need to be making $12.50 an hour to keep making the same thing with the cut hours. But I decide I'm going to ask for 14. I complete training and meet with my GM. He asks me how I'm liking it, and I start off with my concerns. I tell them I wasn't told I'd lose a day, and with having to walk 6 miles a day in the snow, I was going to need a raise to $14 an hour. He let out an audible sigh and tells me he can easily hire someone for this position for $10 an hour and to take it or leave it. I knew it would be very hard to find a job in the winter when everything closes up, so I stayed. As I walked out of his office, he says, "I don't care how you do your job, just do it." Okay, I will. You see, this job was easy. It was 7 hours of me doing absolutely nothing and 1 hour of actual work, which gave me plenty of time to find shortcuts. The software we used allowed us to import scripts that you downloaded from the developer's site. One such script was a way to make my job literally one click. The problem was it was $500 a year license for it. Obviously, I wouldn't propose to my GM a way to eliminate my job, but there was a free trial on every script for 7 days. I remember at the time, you get around paywalls on news websites by going into the web console and simply removing the paywall from the source code. I decided to see if this was something I could do with this script. And what do you know? I downloaded it and opened the script in a text editor, and the only thing making the script a trial was a line that said license expiring, and I had the date said 7 days out from when I downloaded it. I changed the computer's date to 8 days from now and tried to run the script in our software and got a notification that said the free trial had ended. So I changed it back and set the expiration date to 2050. This took my manual job of 1 hour and made it 3 to 5 minutes. All I had to do was specify a date range and check it off what reports I wanted done and print it and click start. That was it. I always manually reviewed everything just in case. But that wasn't it. We had a kitchen where we made breakfast and dinner for the guests. Evening shift got free dinner and morning shift got free breakfast. I didn't get anything. They eventually decided to have the auditors set up breakfast so the kitchen crew didn't have to come in as early. I asked if we got free breakfast and was told no, despite setting up everything to make their jobs easier. I should also note that we had to clean any dishes left from dinner that the kitchen didn't get to, despite not even getting any dinner. But I had the kitchen all to myself for 6 hours, so I started making myself dinner around 1 a.m., whatever I wanted. The only limits were the ingredients in the kitchen, and since I was responsible for dishes from other shifts, I never left any evidence behind. I no longer had to buy food to bring to work. I later realized that I could put dirty dishes back in the return bin since it was covered, and the breakfast crew never checked to see if any dirty dishes were in it. And the very few times they did check, they assumed dinner forgot to check before leaving. I always cleaned up the dishes I used making myself food out of fairness though. So now my job no longer requires me to do dishes. I get free food, and all I have to do is remember the date and click a button to do my actual job. What am I to do with all this time? I watched so many shows. I played online games on my laptop. I started learning Spanish. The GM did say he didn't care how I did my job, just do it. And so I did. I did eventually decide to move away for a much better job far away and had to give up the comfy life. I trained my replacement the way I was doing things, including the script, and didn't teach him the manual way. Before I left though, I decided to change the trial date to 1 week out. 2 days after my last day, the front desk manager texts me and tells me that the other auditor was just fired for making racist remarks to a guest, and that guest recorded him, so he was fired once the GM got in. He asked if I would come back until they got someone else and said they'd pay me $15 an hour. Unfortunately, I was leaving in 2 days, so there was no way. I got a call from the GM at about 5 a.m. the day of the expiration, and he asked about this free trial thing and why wasn't the new guy trained how to do the audit properly, who was apparently working 7 days a week since no one else knew the audit except the new guy and, of course, me. I reminded him that he told me that he didn't care how I did my job, just do it, so I did exactly that. I could tell he wanted to yell, but he held back. He then demanded I come back and fix it or he'll have to take legal action. I told him I was already at my new place 2,000 miles away, but I would happily do it for airfare, a free room, free meals while I'm there, and $10,000. That was when he lost it and I hung up. He texted me after saying he was contacting the lawyers and that I messed up and prepare to face the consequences. That was 5 years ago and I haven't heard anything from him since. I did eventually go back to that town a few months ago to see my mom and ran into the front desk manager from that place, who's really a nice guy. He told me the GM was caught doing it with the head housekeeper in his office by his wife one day, later divorced him. The 19-year-old girl working the front desk in the mornings later filed sexual harassment charges against him, and he resigned after that. The assistant general manager jumped ship after that. The general manager was also a coach for a baseball team and hit a kid with a metal bat, breaking his arm, and got his crap kicked in by the dad. Not sure what happened to him after that. The front desk manager now runs the place as GM, and he's made sure that he, the assistant general manager, and the front desk manager are all trained to do the audit. If you worked at a job that treated you this badly, if they were asking you to train your replacement, would you maybe skip some steps or give them only the very basics? Or despite the circumstances, would you give in and teach them all the nooks and crannies and the ropes? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Hero911, Chemist Malicious Compliance. So this was my first job after university. I got my bachelor's degree in chemistry and was lucky to find a position in my field right off the start. The pay was substandard, but it was required to put something on my resume. Since I was a new graduate, they thought that I was not going to be any real help to them. They said that I'll be just doing some analytical work, and if I had time for it, there was some research and development on a new compound they were working on. It was a very strong biocide, but the papers done on it only yielded around 25% efficiency, which made it not feasible to be used on large scale. I was the only chemist who worked in the lab, and the company was very top-heavy. Lots of managers. Once I had the analytical/synthesis work they wanted me to do worked out, I wanted to work on the R&D project to be able to put something significant on my resume. I read all the public research papers on the compound and worked pretty hard testing out different methods to increase the yields. I had tried everything from combining the different known methods of making the compound to adjusting the quantity of chemicals with no significant improvement. After about 6 months, I had a poof moment and instead changed the rate of addition of one of the compounds, and after some work, got the yields up to above 95%, using a method which could be done in large scale. The company was ecstatic, made a press release about the new product, and started looking at FDA approvals, etc. We also needed to patent the new method. The company decided to hire a PhD chemist who would give the patent and FDA approvals more merit. As I only had a BSc, which is honestly seen as very incredible in the science world, I didn't mind. After a while, this person became my manager. I had really liked the manager I had before and was hoping that this person would be good to work with too. With her experience in X-ray diffraction, I was also hoping to get to know more about that as well. The thing is that I had worked on this compound for so long that I had read a ton of literature around it. In addition to that, I had done a ton of experiments from start to finish, from procedure to write-up, and had a solid grasp of what I was doing. The first meeting was about the direction we wanted to move forward, and had the CEO and all the managers in on it. The CEO had asked the PhD chemist a question on what would be a good direction to move forward. She responded with an opinion which lacked information from a few papers I had read. In a very polite way, I had said, in paper, they discussed this and said it wouldn't be possible to do. Then suggested what I would do to go forward. The CEO liked my plan. I wasn't trying to whip myself out, but did not want to waste months doing research which would not get us forward. After writing that, I was going to say it was a big mistake, but I'm now thinking it's more appropriate to say it was a significant learning experience for testing the water to see if someone can't handle being wrong. After this, I got to see a whole new side of her. Any tiny thing she thought I did wrong would go into this notebook. It came time for my performance review. Most people who worked in the lab had roughly half a page of items which needed to be discussed. I had 8 full pages. It was a joke. I recall this one adventure where we ran out of DI water, so we had to get water from the university. When I got into her car, the tape cassette started playing, "You must listen to your husband, as listening to them will make them feel like you care." She was embarrassed, but I felt so incredibly bad for the person who she married after seeing how she handles relationships. Anyway, on to the defiance. With my knowledge about the compound, she still wanted me to write the procedures and carry them out. I would briefly discuss what we wanted to achieve, and most of the time she agreed. The thing about science is that you don't know if things will work. I guess if we did, we wouldn't have to do experiments. So this experiment has completely unexpected results about halfway through it, and I changed the procedure to try to get the best information we can out of the time we put into it. The next day I show the report to the PhD, and she gets pissed. She says, "You did not follow the procedure which I approved. You are being insubordinate and I'm going to report you." Her next steps were to the CEO, to which I'm asked to go have a chat with about 30 minutes later. He says that I have to follow her directions no matter what. I'm like, alright, won't happen again. and just bided my time for the exact same thing to happen. A few weeks later, we purchased a bunch of equipment to make a very large-scale synthesis of this chemical. The ingredients were about $2,000 alone. I wrote the synthesis according to our previous experiments and she signed off on it. The synthesis would take 12 hours, so I was there for a pretty long day. Needless to say, something didn't go as planned about halfway through. Something which would have been easily correctable. I was like, nope, I'm going to follow the procedure no matter what. And absolutely nothing made sense for what I was doing. I was just throwing chemicals randomly at this point with no rhyme or reason. Surely enough, the next day rolls around and she asks how it went. I responded, well, I'm happy to say that I follow the procedure to a T. She says, great, where's the product? To which point I point at this black blob of a mess. The product is red crystalline. She goes ballistic. Her face goes red and she yells, why didn't you just correct the procedure? I responded, you remember the chat I had with the CEO? I'm just going to follow the procedure from now on. She blew up. It was wonderful. I just sat there with the smuggest look on my face. So at this point I was looking for another job as there was no room to move up and the pay was garbage. I found a great job which paid 3 times what I was making there and was happy to quit. Don't you just love that OP went and did what was right to save the product, and they got yelled at and reprimanded and scolded for not following the project to a T, even though the results were great? If you're a basketball coach and you tell your player to shoot a certain way, but they just completely disregard that and adjust it and shoot a completely different way, but the shot keeps going in, you would be wise not to go, hey, you're supposed to shoot exactly the way I told you. You would probably go, wow, you keep making it, keep doing it that way. And our final story of the day is by Midnight Ashley. You want more proof of COVID than a test? All right. At the end of September, everyone in my household got COVID and I almost went to the hospital. Asthma plus COVID is a nightmare. I sent my work the test result straight from my doctor as soon as it came in. The next day, with some back and forth with my work, we figured out my quarantine time and leave of absence. Given my role as a para in special education, being gone that long is a big toll, especially since there's almost no subs and I get tapped to sub due to my licensure. I needed to be back in as soon as possible. I went back after I was no longer infectious and struggled through the first week because I was out of breath, but I pushed through. Then I got worse again, so an urgent care doctor wrote me out for a few days and put me on antibiotics because of my symptoms. This weekend, I got an email from HR saying, long story short, they were questioning my COVID leave and I needed to get checked by my doctor and have them verify that I did indeed have COVID, or they would rescind their approval of my leave of absence and possibly terminate me. I had 5 days to comply. Now, that confused the heck out of me, so I spent the last few days playing phone tag to be told to get a signed form of verification of illness from my doctor, even though they told me I was good weeks ago because they had my positive COVID test. With how busy doctors are, their turnaround time for forms is 7 to 10 business days, which meant I had to make an appointment and see my doctor in order to submit the form within 5 days. Today I went to my appointment. My vitals were not great and my lungs still sound bad. My doctor filled the form stating that she could verify that I had COVID per testing positive and having seen me herself when I was ill. Additionally, the form also asked her to clear me to return to work with no restrictions. She decided that per my ongoing symptoms, I would need to be put on light duty for an entire month starting now. No walking long distances, no stairs, heck, she even told me to lay off exercising. Not only did I have COVID, I'm not healed from it entirely and need to continue recovery. As work needed the form filled out to confirm my illness and abilities, she answered it truthfully and wrote restrictions through Thanksgiving. I can't wait to call HR tomorrow and give them the verification form filled to their specifications, including my new restrictions. Considering 70% of my job is doing physically demanding things, and I'm even regularly pulled to sub because of my licensure, they will now be down a para and a sub as I can't do either. This in a year with a huge staff shortage and almost no subs. Light duty at my work means basically sitting in an office and making copies occasionally. I might even cut some paper once in a while if I'm lucky. It'll be very chill, and I look forward to it after how stressful the school year has been thus far. For a lot of people, the recovery from COVID is rough and not something I envy because it really can mess up your lungs. I've heard of cases of people taking like a year to fully recover back their breathing without needing like an inhaler. There was a basketball player who was in great shape who caught COVID and even they had to use an inhaler before games or even during games for a series of months. It's pretty darn serious, so take care out there. Follow the scanner? Okay, boss. I used to work at a car manufacturer whose name rhymes with Wanda. My job was to pick up trains of carts full of parts from the warehouse with a motorized cart puller, take them to a section's assembly line, and take the empty carts back to the warehouse to be refilled. There were about 20 of us doing this job, all on different routes. The way the factory was set up created a narrow path that only a single train could fit through at a time. This bottleneck was shared by 3 routes, which made it nearly impossible to complete Route X, the furthest, in a timely manner. We had scanners that told us exactly which train of carts to pick up next and which empty carts to collect. The story, as you may have gathered by now, Route X was not popular with us worker bees. If you followed the scanner, you would regularly fall behind while you waited for the bottleneck to clear. The solution us worker bees came up with? We combined a couple of small trains to reduce the number of trips we needed to make, saving us time and allowing us to keep up with the deliveries. All was good until management clued into what we were doing. We were told that the scanner tells you what to do, we don't pay you to think, follow the scanner. I happened to be assigned Route X right after we got chewed out, so I thought, okay, I'll follow the darn scanner. I watched as the amount of reserve parts at the line dwindled. Did I care? Nope, I was following my scanner. By the time management noticed, my route was down to less than 5 reserve parts at the line. These are used at a rate of 1 per minute. Did I care? Nope, I was still happily following my scanner. It took 3 managers helping out to get Route X back up to an acceptable state by the end of the shift. And when they asked me what went wrong, I said, I don't know, boss. I was just following my scanner. The fallout, the company investigated the layout of their routes and did some reorganization to avoid the bottleneck. Took a couple of months, but Route X was finally fixed. Let me ask you guys, if you're working a job with specifically set instructions on what to do and how to do it, but you figure out there's a way to kind of improve upon that and get the work done faster, would you take it upon yourself to shift to that method to speed up your workflow, or would you stay doing the slower process they tell you to go? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by the Giant Killer. Don't touch the iPad? You got it. Until recently, I was working at a fine dining restaurant. I was there for 3.5 years, and the majority of that time, I was a busser. By the time I left, I was the most tenured person in the front of house by a fair margin, including managers, which we burned through ridiculously quickly. And everyone I directly worked with had good things to say about my work ethic and how I was with the guests. I could be abrasive as a person, but if I was in your section, you'd have a smooth night professionally. Some background, our restaurant was a 90% reservation. One wasn't required, but if you wanted a table at a certain time, you made one. On occasion, we'd have walk-ins or someone wouldn't show up to their reservation, but the number of covers, people, you walked into was usually pretty spot on as to what you'd end up doing. Most of them were for 2, but we'd also take larger tables. If the night was all 2 tops, we wouldn't set up for anything else. And anything bigger than a 4 top, we'd have to push tables together. Not an issue, but a little more time consuming to make sure every server was cool with the placement. Setup took between 2 and 3 hours depending on how busy we were. Lastly, you'd figure out how busy we were from an iPad the hosts used, or that's how I did it. One winter, we had a shakeup. We had a new manager from our corporate parent take an open spot for a short-term contract. We'll call him Dave. And he quickly became one of my favorite managers. He was pretty no-nonsense and respected that he didn't know how our restaurant ran. Thus, he was open to talking through our reasoning and basically expected that we were good at what we did unless we proved otherwise. Our hosts were mostly young women or old girls, like still in or just out of high school. In several instances, it was a first job ever because the compensation was and still is pretty crappy. You'd get what you pay for, and many of them didn't have the refinement one would expect when paying over $100 a head before tax, tip, and alcohol. One who we'll call Kay was pretty protective of the iPad, at least when it came to me. When I came in, I would breeze up to the host stand, look at the numbers for a minute, then go set up. She apparently brought up that I would do this for no reason to Dave and to his boss, who told Dave to get me to knock it off so HR wouldn't have to mediate. That would have looked bad for basically everyone. She never got upset when anyone else looked at the spread of tables, but I digress. He asked why I was touching the iPad. I responded that I was looking at the numbers, the big tops, special requests for tables, stuff like that. He asked why I wouldn't wait until pre-shift for that. I told him that was 15 minutes before service. I might be able to change things in time if that happened, but I'd miss the rest of pre-shift, and if I had to put together tables, the restaurant would be at least partially not set. He asked specifically what I needed, and I told him a breakdown of the tables by time is what I looked at. He said he'd make sure I had one when I came in, and told me not to touch the iPad again. Cool, works for me. The next day, I come in and it's waiting for me, handwritten because the app we use doesn't play well with printers. The day after, I asked him for it and he said he'd forgotten. He'd get it to me. Took him half an hour to write it out and double check that he didn't miss anything. The malicious compliance here is twofold. At some point between day 2 and 3, Dave realizes that he has other stuff to do rather than write out the spread of tables every day. He's been asked to not let me touch the iPad, and I've told him I won't. So he talks to Kay and tells her she needs to write it out and it needs to be done by the time I get in, about half an hour after she does. She, like Dave, realizes it's a lot of work for something I'll look at for 30 seconds and asks him to let me look at the iPad again. Sorry, no can do. We've gotten complaints and we don't want HR to get involved. Kay comes to me and offers me the iPad when I get in. Sorry, I've been given a direct order. I'll take the spread when you're done writing it up though. I'd planned on relenting after a week, but the servers ended up loving seeing what was coming in when, and it became a staple of the host's job from then on. Kay ended up quitting after getting into it with another manager, but her contribution of a handwritten spread by the host is still going strong, as far as I know. It's definitely a good malicious compliance, but ultimately there's a level of dysfunction going on at this working establishment. Clearly, there's a lot of use and value that whoever gets by looking at the iPad and seeing the schedule. But just because it annoyed one other worker for very petty reasons, they're going to just ignore that and say, well, write it out, do even more work. I mean, if it works, but it seems a little excessive. If anything, I think you'd get more value out of getting a second iPad that the front of house staff can use to look at and call it a day or something. This next story is by the Captain Morgan 87. Just do as my supervisor says? No problem. This happened more than 10 years ago, so while it isn't as detailed as it could have been, it's very much burned into my memory. 2 to 3 months into my first job out of education, I'm working as a croupier, enjoying it, that didn't last, fitting in nicely, etc. One day, I'm dealing a game, give a payout, and carry on. My supervisor questions to me whether I paid out correctly. I say I think I did and went over my calculations, which were correct. I'm at the stage where people can see I'm picking up everything quickly, so I've been afforded just enough respect where the supervisor isn't sure himself. He got it checked on the cameras with the pit boss, and even though my calculations were correct, the chips I got out were not. Paid out slightly too much. Not a big deal to be honest, but I did get taken aside by the pit boss a while after and basically told that if the supervisor says I'm wrong in these situations, to just go along with it. The chain of command in casinos is very rigid, to the point where to question something a superior says or does can be treated with contempt in most circumstances. It was a very informal chat, and I get along with both the supervisor and pit boss, but the message is clear. Do as the supervisor says under any circumstance. This is no problem to me. It was my error, and yeah, these guys are going to be right over me at this stage in my career far more than the other way around. The very next night, I'm dealing a far bigger game with the only big punter of note in the building. Realistically, I shouldn't have been on this game with my experience level, but what the heck? I'm being trusted enough to do it, so let's have a good time. First big payout comes. I'm slightly hesitant, but I get my chips out and ask the supervisor to check the payout. Different guy from the night previous, but someone else I really get along with. He has a brief look and exclaims, "You're short 10 pinks, mate." A pink in the casino is a 100 British pound chip, so I'm a grand short. I have a look. There is no way I'm that far out. At this point, I'm not 100% sure I'm right, but I am 100% sure he's wrong. My personality is definitely the one where I would try to go through this with him to see if we can reach an agreement. However, the words of the previous night are ringing in my ears. Do not go against the supervisor. Just do what they say. Okay, no problem. I get a grand more, get the check, the supervisor's happy, and the money gets paid out. This happens roughly 5 or 6 more times, ranging from £500 to a whopping 2,500 more one spin. Each time I do as I'm told. I get replaced a while later, with the punter delighted to be leaving with a healthy profit, and I go on break. While on my break, the guy who I considered my mentor at the time is also there, and I go through the spins with him. His immediate reaction is, "Crap, son, every one of those have been overpaid. I would talk to the pit boss when you go back down." Head back down, the casino is basically completely empty, so before I go stand at a game with no punters, I ask the pit boss for a word. I explain what I believe has happened and ask just for a quick check on the cameras as, yeah, I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. The reaction of the pit boss was essentially, "Don't worry about it, mate. I was watching the whole game. Everything looked above board to me. Even though you lost money, good job on keeping the game moving." I plead one last time to just have a look. Nothing's going on right now. He sends me on my way to a table directly facing him at the desk, and he does have a look. The next 10 minutes I can only describe as the soul of a man slowly draining out of his body. With each spin he watches, the corner of his lips droop little by little, the color of his face lightening second by second, and his posture haunching each view. Of course, I'm standing there just watching him as he gets the manager over, followed by the deputy manager, who was also there and definitely keeping an eye on the game. Towards the end of the shift, the pit boss informs me that, yes, I was right, and I've paid out roughly £7.5 thousand more than I should have. This was a significant amount of money for the casino at the time. Fairly quiet, but a big chain of casinos, so nothing catastrophic. Internally, I'm freaking out, but calm as a cucumber on the outside. I say to him exactly what he said to me the night before. I was just paying out what the supervisor told me to. For the record, the chances of the supervisor working with the punter was slim to none. He was just distracted by the toddy on the other table trying to chat them up. Investigation comes up with a neutral manager who wasn't present at the time, and although most of the details have left my memory, the key part of the investigation boiled down to the manager saying, "On the games in question, you got the payout right every single time," internally dancing at hearing this bit, "but every time your supervisor tells you to add more, and you do and pay out. Were you aware that you may be right and he may be wrong in these instances?" I say I was aware I may be right, but I was by no means 100%, and I trusted someone with 20 plus years experience to be right over me. The manager says, "If you thought you may have been right, why not question it at the time?" I say, "Well, the night before, I was explicitly told to do as my supervisor says, under all circumstances. Not to even think about arguing the toss, and nothing bad can happen. Not to mention that this would not have even been brought to anyone's attention if I hadn't said anything, considering the supervisor, pit boss, manager, or even the deputy general manager didn't notice anything out of the ordinary." Definitely a good half a minute of silence following this. I'm in this weird mental state where I'm scared as freak they're going to sack me, but also thinking, wow, I'm actually the only competent person in this whole situation. What follows was a verbal warning for myself. Definitely shouldn't have even have gotten that, and should have appealed, but I was happy to just take it and prove myself from there on, with everyone else involved getting written warnings and more. However, I was essentially rewarded with being able to learn a new game, which helped push my wage up a decent amount, and got a fair bit of respect with the boys for, basically, showing everyone else up. Oh, and I never saw that punter again. Yeah, to me, it's no surprise that that punter never showed up again. If I was the punter and I was able to keep track of my calculations and I know I got paid 7.5 thousand more than what I was actually owed, I would not show up to that place again because I would be terrified that they would try to collect it from me. Makes me think of the song The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. You gotta know when to hold 'em, when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, and know when to run. And our final story of the day is by Jahan Gonzalez. I don't know what I'm talking about? Okay. Many moons ago, I was doing my thesis at university and had a difficult supervisor. She was highly intelligent and very supportive and easy to get along with, about 80% of the time. But sometimes she'd just flip, and the supportive and easy to get along with person would turn into the Spanish Inquisition. We'd be talking about different ideas, and she'd ask for my thoughts, and I'd somehow say something she didn't like. And I'd get a series of aggressive, rapid-fire questions as if I were being cross-examined in a courtroom. Not verbatim, it was years ago, but this captures the general vibe. "Why do you think that?" I say, "I don't know, I guess it seemed like, what is this based on?" It's just an idea. I'm not necessarily saying that you don't understand the research. And so on. I'd get aggressively questioned and would leave the room a nervous wreck. I wasn't used to this kind of situation, so it made me increasingly anxious about our weekly meetings, and I'd spend the whole time figuring out how to not set her off rather than how to best do my research. I spoke to her other PhD students, and they also said they experienced the same thing, but they had as little an idea of how to handle it as I did. I spoke to a senior professor who said he totally agreed that this happened and was a problem, but offered no help other than being a sympathetic ear. I considered dropping out and doing the thesis again the next year, but then I'd lose a whole year. Not something I wanted to do. I was already a mature age student. Then it dawned on me, I could just answer her questions honestly and stop being defensive. So when she suddenly got triggered by something, I'd just give her the minimum basic answer and not give her anything to work with. What makes you think that? Pause, dead stare. I don't know. You don't know the research. Okay. I stare at her and wait for her to ask an actual question. So I basically used this tactic and it worked reasonably well. Every time that happened, I'd become completely unhelpful and answer with as little information as possible. Ask me a question where no answer is good enough? Then I don't know. Tell me I'm doing a crappy job? Fine. Okay. It worked well enough. I got through the next few months of honors and the moment I didn't need anything from her, severed ties and moved on. Looking back, I should have told her she was out of line and been upfront, but I was too young to know how to do that. And this kind of worked. I would imagine for a lot of people who get hot or heated, there is probably some kind of psychological game you can play to really combat their internal feelings of what's driving that. Definitely not the kind of thing that works for everybody. Some people would just get even angrier with responses like this, I imagine, but you gotta do what you gotta do in situations like that to get through it, right? You would just kind of wish that there would be some place to report behavior like that could get straightened out without it being a whole thing for students. Manager told me to ask the dishwasher for help, so I did. For a little backstory, I used to work at this fast food place. The manager never did their job and let it fall on everyone else. For many different reasons that would take a whole other post to mention, I decided to quit. 2 weeks later, I'm working my last day. The manager scheduled me to close and do deposit for my last night. Usually there's 2 cashiers, 2 runners/baggers, a dishwasher, and at least 3 people in the kitchen, plus a shift leader, me. My last night, the manager scheduled the 2 cashiers, 2 runners and baggers, and the dishwasher, however, only 1 scheduled kitchen worker and me. I called to request online ordering be turned off, which was normally done when we occasionally had less than 3 kitchen workers. The manager would sometimes just cut it off when they didn't want to do a lot of work that night. However, the manager denied my request because they would get in trouble. I complained that there's no way we could do all online, dine-in, to-go, call-in, and third-party orders with 1 kitchen worker and me, who had to deal with customers, system problems, help in the kitchen, and supervise the other workers. The manager told me that if I needed extra help when the orders got too backed up, to call the dishwasher up to the lines to help for a minute. Good idea. I pull one of the runners into the kitchen to expo and have one of the cashiers rotate between the register and running when the runner needed help. I asked the dishwasher to come up to the line to help at about 6, and we were slammed until closing at 10. We had been 30 minutes behind on orders all night, so the dishwasher didn't get to any dishes that night. I go to do deposit and the dishwasher starts walking towards the 3 sinks full and the floor full of dishes in the back. I ask what she's doing and she answers that she's going to do the dishes. I tell her that her shift is over and she can go home. She says that she doesn't want to get in trouble for the dishes. I tell her that the manager said I could call her up when I needed help and that I needed her help all night and to not worry about it. If the manager said something, to say that I told her not to worry about them. What are they gonna do? Fire me? She leaves, I finish deposit, and leave the 3 sinks full and floor full of dishes and go home. Never heard a word from the manager about the dishes. I asked the dishwasher about it, and she didn't get in trouble for it because it was my call to not do them. For the record, the manager has left sinks full of dishes multiple times on the nights they closed if someone else was opening the next day. I knew the manager was opening the next day after my last shift, so payback? After trying to make my last shift a disaster out of spite, I made the manager's morning a disaster by having no dishes to open with. If you were supervising a place on your very last day and the manager left you with bare bones minimum, like you just cannot make it normally throughout that day, would you cause some dysfunctional stuff to happen? You know, something left for them to deal with after you're long gone? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Malix Revan. Want me to cancel all your subscriptions? Yeah, I can do that. I used to work at a call center for one of the biggest teleproviders in our country. Mobile subscriptions, internet, landlines, all that. The call center I worked at was also only for business clients and not private customers. So it wasn't unusual for a client to have a lot of mobile subscriptions. One thing to note, I'm not sure how changing mobile providers in other countries work. But in my country, you have to get the other company you want to transfer to order the numbers from where you're currently to them. You can't cancel your subscription and then have it transferred. If you cancel your subscription, it stops working right away. If you want to transfer it after that, then you need to order a reopening of the subscription on that phone number for it to be able to transfer to the other teleprovider. And the reopening is treated as a new order and a new subscription, so it's an ordeal to go through. Also, and this is important for the story, if you have a debt collection case for an invoice with a teleprovider you're currently at, you'll then no longer be able to get new subscriptions with that company until the debt collection is paid in full. Now on to my story. I get a call in from a customer who had maybe 10 to 15 mobile subscriptions with us, as well as an internet connection, and apparently they worked with sales. The customer was very angry on the phone. He tells me that they received a debt collection case from us for an invoice they hadn't paid, which was true. There was an invoice in our system that they hadn't paid, and it had indeed gone to debt collection. He then told me that he knew about the invoice, but had just not bothered to pay it. What did you expect to happen if you didn't pay it? He then proceeded to berate me for sending them a debt collection and demanded that we cancel it immediately. One other thing to note is that none of the people that worked on the floor of the call center have the authority to cancel debt collection cases. We need to send a case to another department for that. He wouldn't let me send a case, nor would he let me call a supervisor to maybe expedite things. He said that I should cancel it right away, or he would cancel all of their subscriptions right this second. Cue Malicious Compliance. Normally, when people threaten to cancel their subscriptions because of reasons, they mean they want to transfer to another provider. And I usually refer them to contact the other provider so they can start the process. This time, however, since the customer was being a jerk, I didn't do that. I asked point blank, "Do you want to cancel your subscriptions with us immediately?" The customer says yes. I say, "Are you sure?" They say yes. I say, "Okay then, I'll cancel all your subscriptions right this second." The customer says, "Good, jerk." Then he hung up. I logged the call with every detail that he had said and asked me to, and added an extra line of, "If any doubts, just listen to the recording of the call." I got at it and went ahead and canceled all of the subscriptions this client had with us, even their internet subscription. After about an hour, one of my coworkers got a very angry call from the client, who was forced to call from another phone because, guess what? Their subscription was canceled. I was done for the day, so I just went home. But my coworker filled me in the next day. The client had yelled and screamed that they were no longer able to call out or receive calls, as well as their internet was down. He had read the log I created and informed the client that they terminated our services, so of course they wouldn't receive any calls, nor make them. They demanded that we open up the subscriptions again so that they could do their work. But again, my coworker had to inform them that it wouldn't be possible since they had a debt collection case. That needed to be paid first, or else none of the orders they put in would go through. After more screaming and profanities, my coworker had to end the call. The next day, I had the evening shift, but I had saved the client's information to see if anything else had happened. Apparently, the debt collection got paid and the subscriptions reopened. They also had ordered a transfer to another provider. I have no idea how much money lost, but for a sales team to not be able to work for over 24 hours, I can only guess that it was a lot. Also, as a cherry on top of things, they were in a contract period with us, which means that they get a small discount on their subscriptions if they're with us for a set period of time. If they break that contract, which they did when they told me to cancel their subscription as well as transferring to another provider afterwards, they had to pay a fee of over $300 per subscription. That was at least $4,500 on top of what they lost the 24 hours they couldn't do anything. All because they didn't want to pay a $30 late fee. There's definitely nothing you can do but probably point and laugh because if you got bills, you gotta pay them. That's just inherently how being an adult works. We all have bills. You can't just go, nah, I ain't gonna pay those. If I ignore them, they'll just go away. This next story is by Cole Carmit. Wait, now I'm not supposed to think what the customer wants? So 2 malicious compliances in 2 weeks, new record for me. This can serve as a sequel to my previous malicious compliance, as the cast and the premise is the same, just reverse. As a quick catch-up, I work at a printing hub as a print and copy expert, working with the machines to get them to print, setting up files, and quality checking things before they come out. It's a pretty laid-back job and I really enjoy the technical side of it. Not so much my coworkers, however. Don't get me wrong, however, I have no doubt they're good people, but I feel that they've settled into the job a little too much, and every little change gets them riled up. And then there's the manager, Kay, who's a good person at heart, but recently stress has been causing her to take it out on the employees. I stick with it because up until now she's been good. She at least deserves for me to stick through a stressful moment, especially coming into holiday season. Anyways, the incident. 3 days ago, I was working with the big color machine printer. A rather large job came in for 200 books. This particular job was a rush order and needed to get out the same day, and the value of the job exceeded over $2,000. It was also a very important client I've worked with in the past, so I wanted to be extra sure everything was okay. When I printed my proof and leafed through the booklet, however, I noticed rectangular boxes where text should have been. This is normally caused by our computers or printers missing the font that the customer had used, and I suspect they used a different font than they normally use for the Halloween season. People, please provide your print studios with PDFs, not Word documents. So I called up the customer to figure out the font they needed. No answer. Well, frig. The thing was, this order needed to start printing immediately in order to reach the deadline. Unless I dedicate using both color printers we have to print the order, which is actually not recommended, as the color calibrations are different on both printers for some reason. I emailed the customer and put the order on hold. I knew the customer would want those fonts. Later on, my manager, who we'll call Kay, asked me about why the order was still on hold, and I explained that the file was not correct. I even brought up the file and showed her. She agreed that the file wasn't correct. However, she insisted on printing the order anyway. Kay says the order is a rush job and they absolutely need that order immediately. I say I understand that, but the file is wrong. If we produce the file and the customer rejects it, then we're out the money to produce the job. They say SLA is more important than a quality job. We won't get money if we fail to deliver on time. Me silently reminding myself that SLA includes quality, I say, Kay, I've dealt with this client before, I know they'll reject this. I'm fairly certain they would prefer waiting a day to get their stuff rather than receiving something they can't use. Kay says, Cole, just print the order anyways. Me dying inside says, yes, Kay. So this is funny, because last week Kay got after me about the exact opposite situation. There was an order we couldn't do correctly because our machines were dumping toner on the files. I assured Kay that I was certain the customer wouldn't mind the toner dump, but she said I wasn't thinking of the customer. I was thinking of the customer, as I was the customer. See my previous post for more information on that. Now I'm thinking about the customer and being told to ignore that. Okay, sure. So I printed the order, all $2,000 worth of it. It was a massive ordeal, which I knew was all going into the trash, but I did what Kay asked. Before I left for the day, I checked our business email and saw the client didn't email us back. Also tried calling again, and no response. I took one of the books with me and left for the day. Rather than going straight home, I stopped at the business I knew would be selling or giving out what we were producing since it was on the way, and showed the cashier. The cashier was absolutely horrified and immediately contacted the manager, who was out for the day. The employee thanked me for going out of my way to inform them and gave me some store credit, which I used on some paintbrushes for minis. Don't ask to see them, I just got started. Oh yeah, did I mention this place was one of the local gaming stores I started going to? I knew those booklets weren't supposed to look like that. The fallout didn't happen until today. The order was completely thrown out and we were forced to redo the entire thing at no charge. $2,000 down the drain. Kay, for the first time I can recall, tried to throw me under the bus when the head office asked us what happened. But my coworkers supported me and I pointed out on the job ticket that I had actually failed the quality check. I had no idea how that order went to shipping. I don't know what's gotten into Kay lately, but she's been extremely off. Before people start offering advice on how to proceed and such, I've already started recording situations like this and other odd occurrences happening around the facility, and advising my coworkers to do the same. Also updating my resume just in case. I really would rather not leave this job, but better safe than sorry. I would definitely agree that what OP said is probably the smart thing. Just jotting down whatever's said to you, whatever weird behavior's going on, just try and cover your butt any way possible. And our final story of the day is by Doriantalus. Short and sweet, city folk come at the farmer. I grew up on a dairy, struggling every day 365 to help my family live. About 10 years in, the farmer's land next to us has a single house built onto a small plot near the irrigation riser, and a younger family from the city moves in for a quiet life in the country. Over the next year, the cops are at our place a dozen times about smell complaints, noise complaints, work started at 5 a.m., tractors and all, and other complaints about anything this family could think of, basically trying to get us shut down for existing outside the bounds of their imagined country life. In the winter, my dad would drive our tractor around to all the neighbors' houses on our mile and dig the snow out of their driveways so they could drive to work. A costly and time-consuming endeavor, but one of the main things a farmer can do to gain praise and feel good every day. Well, about 3 weeks into winter, this guy from the new house shows up at our door asking us to not do his driveway so early in the morning because it was waking him up. My dad explained that he had to do it at 5 a.m. because he did it before he started the other chores that took hours. The neighbor insisted he do it later or not at all. That was the last time my dad did his drive. Turns out, you have to wake up at about 5 a.m. to use your snowblower to dig out your own car if you want to get to work on time. I understand that they wanted to move to a quiet life in the country, but you don't move right next to a farm if you want that. Farms are like the most shining example of rise and shine early and getting to work early, turning the tractors on, getting all the machinery going, scooping up animal poop, the works. You don't want to live next to that if you want a quiet life. Can't you just take the subway to your destination? So to set the stage, I live in Istanbul, and us Turks are known for our bad city planning, but Istanbul is extra infamous for it. It's regular for us natives of the city to endure complaints about how bad the traffic is, how awfully structured the roads are, and how long it takes to get to literally anywhere, yada yada, from our friends who came from other parts of Anatolia to work or study here. I just want to get the point across for foreigners about how bad Istanbul traffic and road structure is. If you have a car, it is legit normal to have a 2-hour commute home at the very least during rush hour. Anyways, so at my work, they provide a service bus because our building's in the outskirts of Istanbul, where they haven't connected a lot of public transportation. This is also a common occurrence for us corporate slave folks of Istanbul. Big companies like these are usually located away from the central parts of the city, and people who live close by take the same service bus. And the bus is pretty crowded. About 20 people who all live in close by towns to each other. Like I said, I want you to understand how bad the city planning is. To get to these central parts of the city from our building in the outskirts, it would take no longer than 30 minutes. But traveling between the towns and dropping everyone off is the rest of the hour and 30 minutes. So Karen joined our bus the other day, and she lives in Taksim apparently, which is a very famous town and is literally connected to every bus, minibus, subway, etc. imaginable. Even you foreigners might have heard of it. She's the only one out of 20 people who live there. So the bus driver asks her if he can drop her off at a public transportation station that connects to Taksim, which would literally be any station in the entire city, but she refuses and also complains about the bus driver all the way to the higher-ups of the company. And the bus driver gets scolded and disciplined and was told to drop her off at the exact location she wanted to be dropped off at. Cue malicious compliance. Next day, the bus driver replans the route, keeping Taksim in mind. She's right about in the middle of the drop-off order, and I kid you not, it legit takes just an extra 2 hours in traffic just to reach to Taksim. This is without including dropping off other people or reaching the city center, mind you. And of course, once you set the route as it is, since it's impossible to get out of traffic, she can't tell the bus driver she changed her mind and to get somewhere else. She can't get off the bus too, she has to wait with everyone else. Or she might get harassed at work the next day if she hops off at this point. Tired workers are even more tired now, and also pissed because they didn't want to suffer in the heck that is Istanbul traffic any more than they already had to. Bus driver insists on dropping her right in front of her doorstep. She finally gets off the bus and everyone's giving her a stink eye because while she did get off, the rest of us are gonna have to wait in more traffic to get out of Taxim now. All in all, she wasted at least 3 hours out of everyone's time, including hers, probably more out of people who were going to be dropped off after her. She now asks to be dropped off at a minibus station at somebody else's drop-off stop. Never complained about it ever again, too. Let me ask you guys, if somebody was particularly annoying, would you be willing to sacrifice 3+ hours of your day just to prove a point to them? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Purple Flavored Cherry. You want me to leave you alone so you can decide if you want to break up or not? Don't worry, I'll decide for you. About 3 years ago now, I was in an abusive relationship. Sure, he never put a hand on me, but the emotional damage lasted a long time. To make a long story short, his favorite game to play was pretending that he was going to take his own life and that I was the only person in the world who could stop him. I'm sure you don't need any more explanation to understand his character. Not only was he verbally abusive and incredibly manipulative, but he, of course, was a very jealous person. The event that leads up to my story revolves around a guy who was a very close friend of mine. Funny thing is that my ex liked him too. Always had nice things to say about him, got along with him really well, etc. But it came time for this friend to go to college and he was moving away. I was sad and expressed to my ex that I would miss him a lot. Suddenly, my then boyfriend became very cold and just stopped talking to me for hours. Finally, after my texting him, nagging him, giving him his space, he let me know that he was hurt, disgusted, and betrayed that I would ever speak about another man. The guy was 17, we were 19. Like that. He let me know that he needed some time to himself to think about what to do with me. That was probably the 4th or 5th time he had given me the silent treatment as a form of punishment, and they would usually last about a week or so. I would beg and beg and beg for him to talk to me, and finally he would grace me with his attention and let me know that I was blessed with his forgiveness for my cruelty. So I sat and waited, anxious and unable to sleep because I was terrified that he would threaten to take his own life again. Then maybe 3 or 4 days later, something inside of me broke. I realized how peaceful things were for me when I wasn't talking to him. All of a sudden, my rose-tinted glasses came off and I realized that I had lost attraction to him a long time ago and I was only with him out of fear. He was physically and mentally revolting. So I decided what I was going to do with him. Sure, I could have just blocked him and maybe nowadays I would have, but at the time, this guy caused me so much emotional distress and I wanted to make sure I rubbed it in. I decided to just stay silent like he wanted me to, and finally, about 3 days after I made my decision, he texted me, "So, what are we?" I let him know that we were done. I've never ever seen him backtrack so hard. He blew up my phone with texts and phone calls saying how sorry he was for ignoring me. Then he tried to say it was my fault, and that he was actually giving me space because he thought I was mad at him. All I said was that I was done trying to be in a relationship with someone who refused to talk to me about problems and expected me to be responsible for their life. I blocked him. He tracked down every account I had on every social media, sending me these long paragraphs about how sorry he was, and he got blocked on those too. Yeah, I'm sure he was very sorry once he realized that he had lost his favorite punching bag. This is where he surprised me. He was so caught up in his good guy, tough guy facade, I never thought he would try to involve other people. He went to our mutual friends and eventually drove them all away by begging them to make me talk to him, or asking them to send me his long paragraphs. They read his letters to me and began to realize how horrible and manipulative he was, and soon they cut him off too. He showed his true colors to everyone shortly after and revealed himself as the abuser he'd always been. But that's a different story for another day. Remember folks, communication is key. I think in this situation, it would definitely be a very difficult thing to get out of because there's really a lot of emotions at play and it happened so young, so it probably felt so important and necessary. But I do feel like the reality is a lot of relationships just aren't healthy and aren't meant to be. And a lot of times looking back on it down the road, you realize, why did I ever let it go on that long? But hindsight is 2020. This next story is by Discalced Diapason. Assigned me to write 10 pages? Okay, how does 10 pages of kindergartner tablature paper sound? In high school, I wasn't a bad kid per se, mainly bored, unmotivated, with untreated trauma, severely depressed, and dealing with a host of maladaptive coping mechanisms. I rarely got in too much trouble, nothing more than having to write a couple of pages or detention the 2 to 3 times I was assigned it over the 4 years I was a student there. But during one stretch of dealing with a new medication that made it impossible to wake up in time in the mornings, I was tardy several times. As this was around 2000 to 2004, see above maladaptive coping mechanisms, mainly of the chemical type, makes it a blur. I don't quite remember how many times, but it was enough that I got assigned to write 10 pages. Front and back is 1 page by one of the assistant principals, Mr. B. He was kind of a hard butt. 30 plus years as a military police officer will do that, but he was incredibly kind and actually gave a crap about every single student there. For instance, he would walk me to class to tell the teacher not to mark me late when I spent the whole class change period talking to him, because if I was talking to him, the bullies would stay far, far away, which he knew. Many meetings with other parents, administrators, board of education yielded no results. So this was a better than nothing solution in a bad situation, something Mr. B was happy to help with however he could. Anyways, I ended up with a scathingly brilliant idea. See, at this time, my sister and my niece were living with my parents and me. My niece was in kindergarten at the time, so on my way home from school, remembering the tablature paper kids use when they first learn how to write, I stopped by a dollar store to pick up a notebook. It took me about 15 minutes to do those 10 pages, so I put them in my bag and got to the rest of the evening. The next day, I handed these pages into Mr. B. He looked at them, and then me, and back to them a couple of times, before he started laughing and shaking his head. "You get 1, OP. Do I have to spell every single thing out and not leave any room at all for a loophole with you?" I just shrugged and pointed to my pages. I also got assigned pages on college ruled only from thenceforward. If there's one thing I can take away from what OP did here, it's that was a pretty creative solution. I feel like the only way they could have taken it any further was like, if they broke out the 64 pack of crayons with a sharpener, maybe mix it up every few words a different color and crayon, it would have been a beautiful masterpiece. Our next story is by Ganja But Weed, Hot Seating in Tech Support. I worked tech support many years back, and during the training, we were given a lot of stupid little rules. The one that stood out for me the most is that while we hot seated and were required to adjust our workstation for ergonomics, we were considered unqualified to do so. Any moving of the monitors, including adjusting, were to be done by a contractor, which we had to submit a ticket for, then go wait in the break room until the contractor arrived. We could technically be written up for adjusting the monitor ourselves, which I saw happen to a few people when I first started working there, by who would later turn out to be my bully of a manager. Now, the big kicker with the whole thing that we weren't supposed to know about is that our office hadn't been able to find a contractor who did this kind of work. My trainer told me when she probably shouldn't have. On a number of occasions when my manager was being particularly horrible, she'd ask to sit in on my calls. I'd sit at the desk and go, "Oh, this desk isn't set for me. I better submit a ticket." Then I'd wait out my entire shift reading in the break room, waiting for the contractor, who would never come. It got brought up at my performance review, but I just played dumb and brought up how my manager had issued written warnings on this exact issue. Eventually, about a week before I quit, they changed their procedures over it all. I get companies being careful or cautious with whatever their belongings are, or maybe even for some kind of insurance reasons, but don't you think it's a little bit ridiculous to say, "Hey, if this location you have to work at isn't set up in a way that is functionally good for you, you literally cannot do anything and I'll write you up if you do. Come have us rotate your monitor 2 degrees. Thank God for tech support. And our final story of the day is by Bob Den, Wash Your Half. I have 3 older sisters, and the middle one, Pat, passed away a few years ago. I was thinking about her this weekend and remembered a story that I believe fits here. When we were kids, we had chores that we had to do around the house. The oldest 2, Judy and Pat, had to do the dinner dishes. This was back when dishwashers were a luxury item most families couldn't even dream of. Judy, being the oldest, would try to manipulate things so she got off light. Generally, this meant Pat would have to wash and rinse, while Judy would dry and put away. The washing, and particularly scrubbing, of the pre-Teflon pots and pans was a real task. And finally, Pat complained enough that Mom and Dad stepped in and said the work needed to be equally divided. If one washed and rinsed one night, the other would the next night. Well, Judy didn't like that, so she offered an alternative. Each of them would wash, dry, and put away half of the dishes. That was deemed acceptable, so the first night, Judy went first, doing barely enough to qualify as half, and leaving all the heavy scrubbing to Pat. The next night, Pat went first, and the malicious compliance began. With Mom watching, Pat carefully washed and dried exactly half of the dishes. The bottoms of all the plates, the handles of all the utensils, and the outsides of all the bowls, glasses, pots, and pans. When she finished, Mom smiled and agreed that she'd done her half, and sent for Judy, who had to wash all the tops and insides. And if some soap and water got on the part Pat had cleaned, well, that was Judy's fault. She had to clean what she messed up. After that, they did the dishes together and alternated who washed and who dried. Something I'm thinking about that isn't exactly about this story is, what is it about doing the dishes that's just so boring? Like when I go to do the dishes, I'll put some music on or something like that, and I'll try to just drown it all out and get it mindlessly done, but it is one of those things that's just so mentally taxing to do. The best part about doing the dishes is when you're on the last one. Denied a raise and moved to overnight position and told, don't care how you do your job, just do it? Okay, I will. I used to work in hotels in a ski town in Colorado. Very expensive, but the quality of life. Very common saying there. I had started at a new hotel and was making $10 an hour living with my brother in a 2-bedroom place that was 700 square feet. Rent was half our income. When the slow season approached, I was told I would have to move to night audit 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. or risk being let go. The problem was I lived 3 miles from the hotel and took the bus to get there since I couldn't afford a car. The bus didn't run at night or early mornings, so I would be walking 6 miles a day and several inches to a foot or more in snow, so I asked for a raise. They said they'd get back to me, but they need an answer, and I need the job, so okay, I'll work night audit. I start the next week as an auditor, and while I'm being trained, I learn that I'm also losing a day. The other auditor works 3 days, and I'll be working 4 days, not 5. That's $320 a month hit to my income before taxes. So I'll need to be making $12.50 an hour to keep making the same thing with the cut hours. But I decide I'm going to ask for 14. I complete training and meet with my GM. He asks me how I'm liking it, and I start off with my concerns. I tell them I wasn't told I'd lose a day, and with having to walk 6 miles a day in the snow, I was going to need a raise to $14 an hour. He let out an audible sigh and tells me he can easily hire someone for this position for $10 an hour and to take it or leave it. I knew it would be very hard to find a job in the winter when everything closes up, so I stayed. As I walked out of his office, he says, I don't care how you do your job, just do it. Okay, I will. You see, this job was easy. It was 7 hours of me doing absolutely nothing and 1 hour of actual work, which gave me plenty of time to find shortcuts. The software we used allowed us to import scripts that you downloaded from the developer's site. One such script was a way to make my job literally one click. The problem was it was $500 a year license for it. Obviously, I wouldn't propose to my GM a way to eliminate my job, but there was a free trial on every script for 7 days. I remember at the time, you get around paywalls on news websites by going into the web console and simply removing the paywall from the source code. I decided to see if this was something I could do with this script. And what do you know? I downloaded it and opened the script in a text editor, and the only thing making the script a trial was a line that said, license expiring, and I had the date said 7 days out from when I downloaded it. I changed the computer's date to 8 days from now and tried to run the script in our software, and got a notification that said the free trial had ended. So I changed it back and set the expiration date to 2050. This took my manual job of 1 hour and made it 3 to 5 minutes. All I had to do was specify a date range and check it off what reports I wanted done and print it and click start. That was it. I always manually reviewed everything just in case. But that wasn't it. We had a kitchen where we made breakfast and dinner for the guests. Evening shift got free dinner and morning shift got free breakfast. I didn't get anything. They eventually decided to have the auditor set up breakfast so the kitchen crew didn't have to come in as early. I asked if we got free breakfast and was told no, despite setting up everything to make their jobs easier. I should also note that we had to clean any dishes left from dinner that the kitchen didn't get to, despite not even getting any dinner. But I had the kitchen all to myself for 6 hours, so I started making myself dinner around 1 a.m., whatever I wanted. The only limits were the ingredients in the kitchen, and since I was responsible for dishes from other shifts, I never left any evidence behind. I no longer had to buy food to bring to work. I later realized that I could put dirty dishes back in the return bin since it was covered, and the breakfast crew never checked to see if any dirty dishes were in it. And the very few times they did check, they assumed dinner forgot to check before leaving. I always cleaned up the dishes I used making myself food out of fairness though. So now my job no longer requires me to do dishes. I get free food, and all I have to do is remember the date and click a button to do my actual job. What am I to do with all this time? I watched so many shows. I played online games on my laptop. I started learning Spanish. The GM did say he didn't care how I did my job, just do it. And so I did. I did eventually decide to move away for a much better job far away and had to give up the comfy life. I trained my replacement the way I was doing things, including the script, and didn't teach him the manual way. Before I left though, I decided to change the trial date to 1 week out. 2 days after my last day, the front desk manager texts me and tells me that the other auditor was just fired for making racist remarks to a guest, and that guest recorded him, so he was fired once the GM got in. He asked if I would come back until they got someone else and said they'd pay me $15 an hour. Unfortunately, I was leaving in 2 days, so there was no way. I got a call from the GM at about 5 a.m. the day of the expiration, and he asked about this free trial thing and why wasn't the new guy trained how to do the audit properly, who was apparently working 7 days a week since no one else knew the audit except the new guy and, of course, me. I reminded him that he told me that he didn't care how I did my job, just do it, so I did exactly that. I could tell he wanted to yell, but he held back. He then demanded I come back and fix it or he'll have to take legal action. I told him I was already at my new place 2,000 miles away, but I would happily do it for airfare, a free room, free meals while I'm there, and $10,000. That was when he lost it and I hung up. He texted me after saying he was contacting the lawyers and that I messed up and prepare to face the consequences. That was 5 years ago and I haven't heard anything from him since. I did eventually go back to that town a few months ago to see my mom and ran into the front desk manager from that place, who's really a nice guy. He told me the GM was caught doing it with the head housekeeper in his office by his wife one day, later divorced him. The 19-year-old girl working the front desk in the mornings later filed sexual harassment charges against him, and he resigned after that. The assistant general manager jumped ship after that. The general manager was also a coach for a baseball team and hit a kid with a metal bat, breaking his arm, and got his crap kicked in by the dad. Not sure what happened to him after that. The front desk manager now runs the place as GM, and he's made sure that he, the assistant general manager, and the front desk manager are all trained to do the audit. If you worked at a job that treated you this badly, if they were asking you to train your replacement, would you maybe skip some steps or give them only the very basics? Or despite the circumstances, would you give in and teach them all the nooks and crannies and the ropes? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Hero911, Chemist Malicious Compliance. So this was my first job after university. I got my bachelor's degree in chemistry and was lucky to find a position in my field right off the start. The pay was substandard, but it was required to put something on my resume. Since I was a new graduate, they thought that I was not going to be any real help to them. They said that I'll be just doing some analytical work, and if I had time for it, there was some research and development on a new compound they were working on. It was a very strong biocide, but the papers done on it only yielded around 25% efficiency, which made it not feasible to be used on large scale. I was the only chemist who worked in the lab, and the company was very top-heavy. Lots of managers. Once I had the analytical/synthesis work they wanted me to do worked out, I wanted to work on the R&D project to be able to put something significant on my resume. I read all the public research papers on the compound and worked pretty hard testing out different methods to increase the yields. I had tried everything from combining the different known methods of making the compound to adjusting the quantity of chemicals with no significant improvement. After about 6 months, I had a poof moment and instead changed the rate of addition of one of the compounds, and after some work, got the yields up to above 95%, using a method which could be done in large scale. The company was ecstatic, made a press release about the new product, and started looking at FDA approvals, etc. We also needed to patent the new method. The company decided to hire a PhD chemist who would give the patent and FDA approvals more merit. As I only had a BSc, which is honestly seen as very incredible in the science world, I didn't mind. After a while, this person became my manager. I had really liked the manager I had before and was hoping that this person would be good to work with too. With her experience in X-ray diffraction, I was also hoping to get to know more about that as well. The thing is that I had worked on this compound for so long that I had read a ton of literature around it. In addition to that, I had done a ton of experiments from start to finish, from procedure to write-up, and had a solid grasp of what I was doing. The first meeting was about the direction we wanted to move forward, and had the CEO and all the managers in on it. The CEO had asked the PhD chemist a question on what would be a good direction to move forward. She responded with an opinion which lacked information from a few papers I had read. In a very polite way, I had said, in paper, they discussed this and said it wouldn't be possible to do. Then suggested what I would do to go forward. The CEO liked my plan. I wasn't trying to whip myself out, but did not want to waste months doing research which would not get us forward. After writing that, I was going to say it was a big mistake, but I'm now thinking it's more appropriate to say it was a significant learning experience for testing the water to see if someone can't handle being wrong. After this, I got to see a whole new side of her. Any tiny thing she thought I did wrong would go into this notebook. It came time for my performance review. Most people who worked in the lab had roughly half a page of items which needed to be discussed. I had 8 full pages. It was a joke. I recall this one adventure where we ran out of DI water, so we had to get water from the university. When I got into her car, the tape cassette started playing, "You must listen to your husband, as listening to them will make them feel like you care." She was embarrassed, but I felt so incredibly bad for the person who she married after seeing how she handles relationships. Anyway, on to the defiance. With my knowledge about the compound, she still wanted me to write the procedures and carry them out. I would briefly discuss what we wanted to achieve, and most of the time she agreed. The thing about science is that you don't know if things will work. I guess if we did, we wouldn't have to do experiments. So this experiment has completely unexpected results about halfway through it, and I changed the procedure to try to get the best information we can out of the time we put into it. The next day I show the report to the PhD, and she gets pissed. She says, "You did not follow the procedure which I approved. You are being insubordinate and I'm going to report you." Her next steps were to the CEO, to which I'm asked to go have a chat with about 30 minutes later. He says that I have to follow her directions no matter what. I'm like, alright, won't happen again, and just bided my time for the exact same thing to happen. A few weeks later, we purchased a bunch of equipment to make a very large-scale synthesis of this chemical. The ingredients were about $2,000 alone. I wrote the synthesis according to our previous experiments and she signed off on it. The synthesis would take 12 hours, so I was there for a pretty long day. Needless to say, something didn't go as planned about halfway through. Something which would have been easily correctable. I was like, nope, I'm going to follow the procedure no matter what. And absolutely nothing made sense for what I was doing. I was just throwing chemicals randomly at this point with no rhyme or reason. Surely enough, the next day rolls around and she asks how it went. I responded, "Well, I'm happy to say that I follow the procedure to a T." She says, "Great, where's the product?" To which point I point at this black blob of a mess. The product is red crystalline. She goes ballistic. Her face goes red and she yells, "Why didn't you just correct the procedure?" I responded, "You remember the chat I had with the CEO? I'm just going to follow the procedure from now on." She blew up. It was wonderful. I just sat there with the smuggest look on my face. So at this point I was looking for another job as there was no room to move up and the pay was garbage. I found a great job which paid 3 times what I was making there and was happy to quit. Don't you just love that OP went and did what was right to save the product, and they got yelled at and reprimanded and scolded for not following the project to a T, even though the results were great? If you're a basketball coach and you tell your player to shoot a certain way, but they just completely disregard that and adjust it and shoot a completely different way, but the shot keeps going in, you would be wise not to go, "Hey, you're supposed to shoot exactly the way I told you." You would probably go, "Wow, you keep making it, keep doing it that way." And our final story of the day is by Midnight Ashley. You want more proof of COVID than a test? Alright. At the end of September, everyone in my household got COVID and I almost went to the hospital. Asthma plus COVID is a nightmare. I sent my work the test result straight from my doctor as soon as it came in. The next day, with some back and forth with my work, we figured out my quarantine time and leave of absence. Given my role as a para in special education, being gone that long is a big toll, especially since there's almost no subs and I get tapped to sub due to my licensure. I needed to be back in as soon as possible. I went back after I was no longer infectious and struggled through the first week because I was out of breath, but I pushed through. Then I got worse again, so an urgent care doctor wrote me out for a few days and put me on antibiotics because of my symptoms. This weekend, I got an email from HR saying, long story short, they were questioning my COVID leave and I needed to get checked by my doctor and have them verify that I did indeed have COVID, or they would rescind their approval of my leave of absence and possibly terminate me. I had 5 days to comply. Now, that confused the heck out of me, so I spent the last few days playing phone tag to be told to get a signed form of verification of illness from my doctor, even though they told me I was good weeks ago because they had my positive COVID test. With how busy doctors are, their turnaround time for forms is 7 to 10 business days, which meant I had to make an appointment and see my doctor in order to submit the form within 5 days. Today I went to my appointment. My vitals were not great and my lungs still sound bad. My doctor filled the form stating that she could verify that I had COVID per testing positive and having seen me herself when I was ill. Additionally, the form also asked her to clear me to return to work with no restrictions. She decided that per my ongoing symptoms, I would need to be put on light duty for an entire month starting now. No walking long distances, no stairs. Heck, she even told me to lay off exercising. Not only did I have COVID, I'm not healed from it entirely and need to continue recovery. As work needed the form filled out to confirm my illness and abilities, she answered it truthfully and wrote restrictions through Thanksgiving. I can't wait to call HR tomorrow and give them the verification form filled to their specifications, including my new restrictions. Considering 70% of my job is doing physically demanding things, and I'm even regularly pulled to sub because of my licensure, they will now be down a para and a sub as I can't do either. This in a year with a huge staff shortage and almost no subs. Light duty at my work means basically sitting in an office and making copies occasionally. I might even cut some paper once in a while if I'm lucky. It'll be very chill, and I look forward to it after how stressful the school year has been thus far. For a lot of people, the recovery from COVID is rough and not something I envy because it really can mess up your lungs. I've heard of cases of people taking like a year to fully recover back their breathing without needing like an inhaler. There was a basketball player who was in great shape who caught COVID, and even they had to use an inhaler before games or even during games for a series of months. It's pretty darn serious, so take care out there. You want to apply non-existent contract penalties and want support? Many years ago, I was a freelance software developer. I identified an opportunity with a local company that needed a custom application developed. I submitted a competitive price to write what they wanted in Visual Basic. I would write the code, and they would develop all the reporting using the package of their choice. Despite the rest of the world using Crystal reports for Visual Basic reporting, they wanted to use a product that they thought they knew. I got awarded the work and sent them a copy of my standard T&Cs, and they sent me a purchase order for the work. My contract specified that there were no penalties for late delivery, but I would provide support for the code for 6 months from delivery. Their purchase order stated penalties, but no support. I made a mistake of not getting signed off requirements before I started working and scope crept, as it always does. They also found that the Windows version of the reporting tool was significantly different to the DOS tool they were familiar with. They decided to seek my advice on what to use instead. Of course, I suggested what the rest of the world offered. Halfway through the project, the managing director of the company changed. The new guy was not as amiable, and when the project finally got delivered, mainly because they kept changing their requirements, he decided to invoke the non-existent contract penalties. I said my contract says no penalties, and he replied his PO had penalties. I was angry and walked out of the meeting without handing over the code. Overnight, I thought about it and returned the following morning to hand over the code as we had agreed. I didn't want to give them an excuse to take me to court. I walked in and handed over the code. We then got to talk about the payment. He wanted to deduct 20% from the full cost. So I pointed out that if he wants to deduct 20% as per his PO, then he wouldn't get any support. He asked me how much it would cost for the support. Being a reasonable person, I said 20% of the original cost. I walked out with my check for the full amount. In case there's not enough malicious compliance in the above, the support terms were that I would get informed of any issues by 5 p.m. Friday. I would then have the weekend to look at the issue and inform them on Monday if it would take more than 14 days to fix the problem. Otherwise, I had to fix all the bugs and return the fixed code 14 days after they were reported. If they missed the 5 p.m. deadline, I would have another week to fix. Invariably, I fixed all the issues the weekend they sent them to me and then sat on the fixes for 14 days before sending them back. Be honest, if you had 14 days to do something, would you kind of sit on that a little bit and maybe let yourself procrastinate for a while? I'm assuming most of these things did not actually take 2 weeks to properly fix. Let me know if you would in the comments down below. And our next story is by NFIOCOK again. I am not eligible to use the hired cars? Okay. As I read more and more of these stories, I'm reminded of some of the crazy rules of the tech startup companies I have worked at. I was traveling a lot for a startup game company back before Uber was a thing, so if you weren't driving, you used public transportation or a taxi/shuttle service to the airport. I was traveling out of the country every few weeks and had to be at the airport early, so public transportation wasn't an option. My company had a private car and transportation company they used frequently, and I became friends with the owner. I lived about 50 miles from the airport, and he offered to pick me up in the early morning and take me to and from the airport for $45 each way. In San Francisco 2010, this was an insane deal. A week after the first time I used him, I was called in by my leadership stating that the hired cars are only for executives, or else I could pay out of my own pocket and not be reimbursed. I explained that BART, Bay Area train system, didn't run early enough for me to take it, and asked if I could use a taxi. They said no, and I needed to drive myself. I told them that mileage, bridge toll, and parking at the airport would cost a lot more than what the car service was charging. I was usually out of town for at least a week. I was told again that the hired car service was only for executives. Fine, time for some malicious compliance. There was more than one way to the airport, so I made sure to take the long way, adding another 30 miles each way. Airport parking at the time was $20 per day, I believe, maybe a little less. My first trip after my talking to, I was gone for 10 days. Mileage at 51 cents per mile is $82. Bridge toll is $5. Parking is $200. This actually went on for a couple more trips before I was asked about the expenses. This was one of the few times they realized their rules were stupid and changed things. My company communicated that they were going to start contracting hired cars for early morning commutes to the airport. Great idea, boss. I had a post before about the same company, and there were a lot of comments about tax implications and proper coding of expenses, etc. Just remember, this was a tech startup growing exponentially. There were no regulations. They weren't public and had no one to answer to at the time. They made the rules based on whose turn it was to grab the microphone and stir stuff up. Back then, there was a lot of malicious compliance going on, and luckily, a lot of it resulted in better policies based on common sense and data. I would definitely imagine a tech startup growing exponentially would be full of brainiacs that kind of just come up with ways to game the system or comply maliciously. So to me, it really comes as no surprise that policies were reformed and rethought and structured in a much better way, because honestly, otherwise, the mega minds that work at this company would tear it apart. This next story is by Monolim. Bank forces me to use his ATM? Okay, sir. So this is a new thing, started this week, very unexpected, and so much better than what I thought it would be. So in these days in my country, most payment of products and services are regularly paid on bank branches with a reference code that's linked to the business account and automatically identifies who's paying. Before COVID, which now seems like a decade ago, people would carry cash, go to the business, and pay their product and service there. But having forced to do it online, by email or by WhatsApp due to COVID, they started issuing payment instructions to pay at the bank or online. But people being people, they like to use cash and they're not very fond of using their electronic bank to make all their payments, and generally don't trust the company's website to pay, due to a high number of card details being stolen and most websites not being very user-friendly. So people will now line up in the bank to make this payment, making huge lines of old and new customers and making the old customers complain about it. My bank started to buy ATMs that would also take money to make payments. Before, you could see one in each branch for 3 of the regular ones. But now they upgraded to 3 of the new ones and 3 of the regular ones to keep up with demand. Up to here, that's fine and was very welcomed. Now on to the problem. A couple of weeks ago, they issued a directive saying from October 15th, no more services payments would be accepted in the branch, but only through the ATMs that take money. Use that or use the company's issuing the payment instructions website, or take your money elsewhere. That for me was a huge problem. I receive from 3 to 10 payments of different companies every day. I'm a middleman in my business, and people like to come to me to hire the company's service and pay me for it, as I'm authorized to do. Me being a good customer of this bank, with my account, credit card, house mortgage with them, it was an issue. Taking my money elsewhere was no easy task. Cue malicious compliance. I talked to my accountant and asked if I could deposit this cash into my own account and pay it with my own credit card without getting into trouble with the IRS. Surprise, surprise, as I have such authorization as the middleman to receive the company's money, as long as I spend exactly what I enter in the account, that's fine. So now I go to the bank, deposit into my account, and pay with my credit card. And yes, I get 0.7% in cash back for all payments done with my credit card. So now I make an extra 100 every month on them. Thank you so much. Don't you love how things can just sometimes align so perfectly that not only do you find a way to make it all work, you actually get paid a little extra on top of it. It's one of those things that at the end of the day, when you're finally lounging, you kick your feet up and you go, man, this is just a really good thing I've got going on. I don't know how lucky I am to end up here. In the weirdest way, COVID actually helped OP out. Our next story is by Adam Jadam, Little to No Regret. So I was recently, about 6 months ago, hired by a big company to do IT. During one of the training sessions, we were told to do 10 to 25 tickets a day. Tickets took a maximum of 3 minutes to answer if it was an easy case, as most of us had replies written up that we used over and over. So one day I did 31, another day when I was being lazy, I still did 27. Boss's supervisor was thrilled with me. One of my higher-ups was not. I was clearly making her look bad because, like I said, minimum per day was 10, and she's a skater. So she decided to spend all the free time she clearly had combing through my replies to tickets with a fine-toothed comb, tearing apart every word in reply as much as she could. 2 days after I was told my work was great, I was informed that all the work had to be submitted to a higher-up and approved before being sent in. I was like, what the freak? 2 days ago you said all was well. But I just smiled, said no problem, and then was handed a printed out Excel spreadsheet by a pissed, lazy higher-up detailing her shredding work. 3 minutes into reading, I decided to go hunting. None of her responses were bad, all she did was reword things, some of which I didn't even write as I had used replies that my trainer had been using for years. So I had asked at some point how to know how many tickets I do, and Boss's boss had sent me a link into her account where not only could I see what cases I had done, but everyone's cases. That's when I discovered why lazy higher-up hated me. I was putting her at risk of being fired by running circles around her. So since lazy worker had been there longer, of course she was listened to. After a heated senior staff meeting, Boss's boss took all us newbies aside and said we all had to get our work approved by a higher-up before sending it out. Now, I had shared a lot of my shortcuts with my coworkers, so we were all doing more work than our superiors got done. That must mean we're badly trained, right? Well, let me tell you the stupidity of that instruction. You see, I worked Tier 1, so anything I didn't know, I was already asking people about, as were my coworkers down on Tier 1. But by not letting us submit anything at all, work came to a more or less standstill, with our higher-ups running ragged, going back and forth, proofreading all our tickets before we could send them. This meant that they couldn't get any of their own work done until after all us temps left for the day, which meant our already painfully slow ticket response time was 10 times slower, with us noobs only able to submit 5 to 10 a day instead of the 20 to 30 we were doing just a day before the new absurd mandate. And the upper levels had no time to do tickets of their own after having to approve all of ours all day, every day. It's really hard to explain how pleasing it was to watch lazy higher-up running around because, of course, we all asked for her feedback, since she clearly didn't agree with her fellow upper-tier people's emails that we had to work with. So she and she alone could truly tell us how to word things, right? After all, I had a printed Excel sheet, page after page after page of her tearing apart the replies her coworkers at her level had been using. And all our jobs were on the line over this, as we needed to show immediate improvement. This lasted a whopping 3 days before we were all fired. That's right, fired, because if the managers had to read and approve our responses, clearly we were not cut out for the job. You told us to get them approved, remember? But honestly, I don't care. It was the most entertaining 3 days I ever spent in tech support. I do feel a little bad for lazy workers' coworkers, who were also worked to the bone doing our jobs as well as theirs, but since none of them spoke in our defense, clearly my sympathy for their plight is limited. I mean, one thing's for sure, they know what to do when they start getting showed up. A new wave of people came in and they just started dominating. And what did this lazy worker do? They said, no, we gotta find a way to sabotage these people. I can't afford to lose my cushy job where I browse Reddit all day. And frankly, they got the job done. And our final story of the day is by Dirty Pen Pal Doug. Okay, I'll do as scheduled. So where I work, we have different job flows. So in our department, we have different kinds of work that needs processing. And so we go into different projects to await for the system to send us work. Now about 6 months ago, they changed all the projects around. So we no longer have work going to certain projects. They're just dead space. So today I was assigned one of those dead space projects. Normally I contact my manager and they fix it. However, my manager is ooh, and her manager is ooh. So everyone's gone save we get up the ladder. So I ask them, hi, I'm assigned a project, so what do you want me to work on? The response was, why are you bothering me? Contact your direct manager. Okay, that's a spiteful response. So I informed them that those managers are out of the office. So what project does she want me to do? They say, the one you are assigned. So I inform her there's no work in that project. And she replied, do you talk back to your manager that way? If you're scheduled to work that project, you do that project. I don't want to hear any more about it. Okay then, I've done nothing today but read my book, Reddit, work on my aquariums, because I'm in that project and oddly, no work comes to me. Oh well, not my problem. I'm working that project, there's just no work. If you got yelled at and reprimanded for not just sitting around and not doing work, I would literally say, you know what, you're right, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go do my work. Turn around, walk out of there, and just find a way to kill the time while getting paid for it. Dog park compliance. Dog park people. They come in all flavors, but some of them are a little spicy for me. So I tend to go in the early morning when nobody's there. A few days ago, I arrived to a seemingly empty park and let my 2 dogs into the gate. As I undid the leashes, I hear a woman screaming at me to close the gate. There at the far end of the park were 2 women with their dogs. As I was currently blocking the gate, I was a bit surprised, but she's probably just having a bad day. I comply wordlessly. I take a few steps and put a ball in my dog chucker. Again, startled by the screaming woman. No! I look up. Don't throw the ball in my direction. The park is a rectangle. Where am I supposed to throw it? And it's 7 in the freaking morning. And so far I've been screamed at twice for doing perfectly normal dog park things. And I sometimes will say things without thinking first, so I'm shocked when I hear myself screaming back cheerily, "Yes, boss!" Channeling my inner cooler hand Luke, I guess. She yells, "What?" I shout, "Yes, boss! Throwing that ball, boss!" I throw my ball down the length of the dog park, as far away from her as I can manage. "My dog doesn't like other dogs," she shouts. And I get that, but maybe she could communicate that and her gate-shutting concerns without screaming commands. Maybe talk to people like they're, people. "Yes, boss," I say, which pretty much sums up my feelings on the matter. She aggressively yanked her poor dog's leash, perhaps she was just not a fan of the legendary actor Paul Newman, and headed for the gate. "Keep them away from my dog." "Throwing that ball, boss," I offered as confirmation. She marched out of the park, taking a little long at the gate in my opinion. Today, when I pulled up, she was there again. I gave her a friendly wave and was waiting to see if we were going to get a repeat performance, but boss staged a very dramatic exit before I even got out of the car. Thank you, Cool Hand Luke. My ideal of social interaction, apparently. From my very limited knowledge of Cool Hand Luke, I probably butchered the entire aura of this story, and I'm sorry for that. That said, if you go to a dog park, should you be able to expect to let your dogs off the leash and throw a ball around, regardless of who's there, what dog's there, anything like that? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Iteration 5. Tickets, please. It's been more than 20 years. I think I can get away with talking about this. In the late 1990s, I worked for the internal help desk of a Fortune 500 company. Employees would call in and enter their employee number into the phone system, and when we answered the call, we had a system that automatically opened a problem ticket with their employee number, which would pre-fill the rest of the ticket, until it didn't. It started slowly at first, maybe one call out of 10 was coming up with the wrong employee's information, and this was annoying, because first we'd have to close the ticket that was open in error, then we'd have to open a new ticket. So my boss went to the team that was responsible for fixing it, and they said, "Sure, just have your agents open a ticket for our team every time there's a problem." And almost nobody did this, because filling out a ticket takes time. And there was a customer on the phone already waiting for us to close out one ticket. Within a few days, it was every call that was affected. And my boss goes back to the tools team, who are sitting there with their feet metaphorically propped on the desk, saying, "Well, we need a ticket for every call that's going off, or we can't do anything about it." My boss explodes. As it stands, the average call time for the desk is up by more than a minute, which is way worse than it sounds because we're talking about several thousand calls a day. It's just not reasonable or possible for them to expect, and that's where the tools team made their mistake. They pointed out that there was one agent whose call times were completely unaffected and who was, in fact, generating a ticket for every single call. That agent was me. That's when my boss shows up in my office and asks, "Okay, how the heck are you doing it?" I shrugged. Macros. Basically, the system we were using for tickets was on a mainframe, and we accessed it through an advanced kind of terminal program that had macro functionality. I'd created macros for our most common types of tickets, and when the problem first started, I created a macro that would close the ticket out and open a new one. When we were told to create a ticket for the tools team, I modified that macro to copy the ticket number before it closed out the ticket, then create a new ticket for the tools team and reference the old ticket number, send it, and open a new ticket. I was actually kind of astonished to learn that nobody else was doing this, because it was childishly simple. And because literally every single affected employee was a tech, all it took to deploy the macro to everyone on the desk was an email with an attached file and instructions on how to install it. A few days later, there's a backlog of over 10,000 tickets and climbing in the tools team's queue. The head of the tools team had gotten a call from his manager's manager because it's the largest backlog of tickets in the history of the company, and he goes to my boss and asks him to have us stop. My boss says, "No, you said you needed every single agent to open a ticket for every single affected call, or you couldn't trace the problem." They say, "Well, maybe if you had just one agent." My boss says, "We had that. You told us it was insufficient, that you couldn't do anything without that kind of information." Well, now you have it. We've had this problem for over a week now, and you haven't been able to fix it. I want to make sure you have all the tickets you need to solve this problem. The problem was fixed within 4 hours. 2 days later, the head of the tools team's in my office. It turns out that he had somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000 tickets to close, and could I please show him how to use macros? Well, if they showed up and they were nice about it, I suppose you could help them out with some macros and teach them a few things. One thing I've learned is in any kind of technical or program-facing job, those who know the most shortcuts or those who know the most macros and tricks to speed up their processes are always going to be absolutely the best workers. I spent a little bit of time learning digital design, and one thing the teacher stressed is in a program like Photoshop, you can never know too many shortcuts because You can either one-tap a keyboard command to open the image resize window, or instead you can grab your mouse, move it up to the Windows section, find image size in that drop-down, and then click it. It pays off to learn how to be faster and more efficient for sure. Our next story is by Teddy Ziggs. Think you'll build an empire? This story concerns my former boss. Call him Boss, who was the best boss I've ever had. The guy always looked after us, dealt with a lot of BS, but his real skill was in dealing with very senior execs and corporate bureaucracy. He was/is a master of business judo. Anytime some exec would try and throw their weight around, he would use their momentum against them to get his way. This was my favorite example. At the time, I worked for a very large multinational company, and my boss was a director. One day, we were chatting when boss got a call from a colleague, call her other boss, who ran a similar team within the company but in a different organization. My team had developed a product, and other boss's team inherited it and were in charge of keeping it going. Other boss's team was good, and we liked working with them except for one guy, entitled dude who had been given control of the product. Awesome project. He had worked for a separate manager for years, but his manager had left to go to a competing company, so entitled dude ended up with other boss. He was trouble from moment one, as he clearly thought he should be running her team. She was an executive director, he was a senior manager with no direct reports, and he even told other boss that to her face. He was insecure, backstabbing, ambitious, and wanted a team to manage to do his work. He had got an awesome project because he had the most availability and his seniority entitled him to it. Other boss couldn't give it to anyone else or take it from him even though she wanted to. Other boss was complaining to boss that entitled dude had notified her formally that his current work situation was untenable. He said that running the project on his own was forcing him to work 7 days a week, 12 plus hours a day. He was barely spending time with his family and he needed headcount to make this run. He claimed he needed 5 full-time employees reporting to him to make this happen. Now, other boss only had 4 direct reports at this time for reference, and boss had 5. It was also total BS that he needed the team. The product basically was self-contained, and he had to fire off only a single Python script. The problem was that at the company we were at, this sort of claim was taken very seriously, and many people used such claims of being overworked and creating a hostile environment to build their own personal empires. And clearly this was entitled dude's intent. Worse, other boss called to complain to boss because she felt like her hands were tied, even though entitled dude was obviously lying. She had to give him staff or she would be in trouble from the company. She hoped boss could give her some technique to maybe only give him 1 headcount. This is when boss's genius went on full display. He smiled and said, "You don't have to give him anything. He'll take it all back and be happy." After telling other boss what to say, we hung up and heard what happened later. Other boss called in entitled dude, who looked very smug like he knew he was about to get his way, having outsmarted everyone. Other boss says, "Entitled dude, thank you so much for coming in and for taking the time to tell me how awful your situation is." Entitled dude says, "Yes, thank you. I hope we can fix this because this cannot go on and I would hate to have to escalate this further." Other boss says, "Absolutely. It made me feel horrible to know you've been working this long and under so much strain. I only wish you would have brought this to me sooner so that we could have taken care of this before. We're going to take care of all of this today." Entitled dude with an apparently massive obnoxious smile says, "So you've approved my 5 direct reports? I believe that means I'll need a title change to director." Other boss says, "Oh no, we can't do that. No, I'm sorry for the confusion. What I meant is that, effective today, you are no longer running the awesome project. Instead, you'll take on a small project, which had no external visibility and was a task nobody wanted, which requires much less time, and I'll give awesome employee the awesome project. Now you can have a much healthier work-life balance and relax. And I'm counting on you letting me know if this project takes too much time also, as I can always give you garbage project instead, which is even easier. And worse, please let me know because you shouldn't have had to suffer like this." Apparently entitled dude was stunned. He clearly hadn't thought of this outcome. He tried to backtrack immediately, but other boss heard none of it. She relegated him to this minor project, and there was nothing he could do about it. Entitled dude left the company 2 months later. I love the fact that if they tried to backtrack, other boss could be like, no, I appreciate the love and desire you have for this project, but we can't have you working on this day and night, sacrificing your life to it. Meanwhile, entitled dude's probably there in the back of their mind like, please, please, no. Don't worry, entitled dude, take a load off. It's the least you can do with all that hard work you've been putting in, buddy. And our final story of the day is by Latimer555. As a new manager, my boss told me to start keeping a stricter leash on my subordinates. Okay. A few years ago, I was a maintenance manager for a rental company. We had about 700 units, apartments and houses, and only 5 full-time workers. It was only sustainable because we had one tradesman, Bob, who would work without any complaints. Clogged toilets, heat not working, fixing anything that he was in contact with. When I became manager, my boss wanted me to monitor Bob's actual work times, because all the boss saw was that Bob was 5 to 10 minutes late every day, and wouldn't accept that he was working 50 plus hours a week. We agreed on a punch-in clock to solve this problem. Now, I was in maintenance before with Bob. He was a mule, but worked more and harder. I knew if we monitored his hours, it would be far more than before. In the first week with the clock, Bob's check had some 40 hours. The boss felt vindicated and gloated that we would probably save around my yearly bonus now. Fast forward to the end of my position there, and Bob had went 30 weeks in a row with 50 plus hours, effectively turning the $75,000 job into a $125,000 job. Bob had built up 4 weeks sick days and 3 weeks vacation. He knew I was leaving. I like tools, not paperwork, and wanted to book off all this time before I left. I submitted the requests and HR approved them. On my last day there and the beginning of Bob's vacation, he announced he was submitting his resignation, and today was his last day. My boss made me take him to the office and convince him to stay. We ended up grabbing our coats and went out for a beer. I found out later that they had to hire 2 people to replace Bob, and the boss was not getting an extension on his contract. You know, I do a few things where I'm in kind of a management position, and the one thing I've learned, when you have a superstar worker that gets things done and gets you results and does great work, those are the last people you should pressure on getting things done or showing up constantly on time. If they're proven, throw them a bone every once in a while, and in turn, they'll keep cranking out the amazing work for you. You start getting into this overseeing helicopter micromanaging thing, and you just ruin it for everybody because you make that person want to leave. They're giving their all and you're over here like, no, that's not good enough. Force me to spam someone with free trials at the register so a customer can buy a Fire Stick? Fine, I'll use corporate addresses. I work at Best Buy. We've been selling a lot of Fire Sticks recently. I sell 10 plus a day because of the local cable being discontinued, and the cable company is forcing streaming its cable on Fire Stick or Apple TV. The internet doesn't count against your quota. I live in Alaska, so that stuff is a thing. But you have to have internet for cable. Anyway, when you try and sell Apple products, headphones, Samsung, other stuff, streaming services, etc., you are inundated with prompts to enter the customer's email addresses so they can be spammed with free trials. Nobody wants them, so we just close the prompt and keep ringing up items. Well, I found out yesterday that Best Buy's changed their system to not allow you to ring up a Fire Stick without putting in an email address to get spammed with Apple TV free trial emails. If you click out of the prompt, their system will remove the Fire Stick from the order and not let the customer purchase it. Nobody wants the free trials, but I have to put in an email. So it's time to send these emails to corporate so that they can get spammed. I've been looking up the corporate emails to send these spam free trial emails that customers don't want, and I type them into the register and tell the customer I'm made to input an email, so I picked a Best Buy corporate email so they can see what it's like to get these emails they try and force on you. Is it good? Yeah. Is it petty? Yeah. Is it effective? Only if somebody gets really annoyed, because they can just set up a decent spam filter for that kind of stuff. The fact of the matter is, they're going to try and force it because they get some kind of commission off of it, I'm sure. Let me ask you guys, if you were purchasing some kind of equipment, whether it's electronics or a Fire Stick, for example, and the guy at the register says, normally I have to put an email in for all these spam free trial things, but I'm just gonna pop in my boss's email and he'll deal with it. Would that make your buying experience even better? Make you maybe want to go back to this place? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by writer ZA. Don't hotfix my code. A company loses commission on thousands of sales. So this is a story shared to me with permission to share by a work colleague that I've recently reacquainted with. I'll be writing as if it was me in the situation, as that's how he told it, and I think it'll read better too. I worked as a developer for a company that built and managed the software behind a rapidly growing online e-commerce store that sells tech gadgets and accessories, which I'll refer to as Mega Store for the story, in a Central African country. The Mega Store started off small, and my boss built the original website on risk for a cut of the commission that Mega Store earned. Side note, as it's important later, the commission that Mega Store gained from the sale of an item on the site would be split on purchase. The majority of the commission would be paid directly into Megastore's bank account, and a smaller portion would be paid into my boss's bank account. As the popularity of Megastore grew, so did the demands on my boss, and he was able to build a company around servicing Megastore. While he did try to grow his client base, none were the same size or scope as Megastore, and thus were not able to carry the company. Megastore was approached for a buyout by a company, we can call them Bad Company Incorporated, with their own internal development team. Part of the buyout deal included ending the revenue sharing arrangement with my boss, an external development company. At the beginning of the process, everything was positive, as my boss arranged a big payday, and the deal was signed. He had managed to get this great deal because he had positioned that this buyout would kill his company, and thus he and all his staff needed to be compensated. The buyout took several months, and by the end, the relationship between Bad Company Inc. and my boss had completely broken down. My boss had managed to secure another large client and thus didn't need to close his company. Because of this, Bad Company Incorporated said that they didn't need to pay my boss a payout. A lot of these meetings were above my pay grade, so we're in the final days of handing over the entire site to Bad Company Inc. and their internal CTO, Richard Dev, who had complete hatred for the code that ran Megastore, as it was a tortured version of an open-source platform. He considered himself a purist, and if the code wasn't custom-built for the purpose, it wasn't worth anything. So back to my boss. He had managed to keep some version of the original deal in place, but in the preceding weeks, he had made a big threat to Bad Company Inc. that he would do something funny with the code that handled the commission split. It was very much a threat and blowing off steam, as he couldn't legally do it, nor was it actually in his nature to do it. All talk, no bite. However, this outburst did create a situation where Richard Dev did not trust us to remove our code that handled the commission in our favor. So on the final build that we were required to hand over, we were meant to remove all code that handled the commission, and Richard Dev would implement new code to handle the commission and then deploy it to the live website instead of us. The official documentation was reworded from the supply and deploy handover version to just the supply handover version. Great, less work for us. D-Day. So D-Day arrived. We had actually completed the build a few days earlier with commission sharing code completely removed, and we're just sitting on this version, so we could hand it over on the day as contractually required to do so. So we handed it over in the morning, and we're all planning to head out for a long lunch. Just before we left, we checked Megastore for the last time and noticed that Richard Dev had already deployed the handed over version. Puzzled, as we assumed that any development on the commission code would require extensive testing. We logged into the news site and saw that no code for handling the commission in any fashion was there. Nowhere, there was nothing. We logged into the payment gateway and there were no logs there either. This meant no commission was being deducted at all. So Megastore was losing 100% of their revenue. We immediately reached out to Richard Dev via multiple calls, which he rejected until he eventually answered, and yelled that he was busy and that we should stop calling him, followed by him hanging up the phone. So my boss, concerned that this somehow would be thrown back into his face as the funny thing he threatened to do, instructed us to do a hotfix and deploy it to the server without the Richard Dev's approval, which we did. It was a messy fix using old code. We put all the money into Megastore's account and only 1 cent into my boss's account, as something had to be deducted for the code to work. 10 minutes after deploying the hotfix, Richard Dev called accusing my boss of stealing. Many heated words were shared, followed by my boss putting Richard Dev on speaker and instructing all of us to quickly record the conversation on our phones. Richard Dev informed us that he'd already implemented the code as he had noticed the completed build 2 days earlier. We tried to tell him that something was wrong, and he just replied that we were too simple-minded to understand custom code, as we were just simple web admins, nothing more, and then we had 30 minutes to remove the hotfix code. My boss got him to repeat the instructions one more time and state that we had supplied a build that satisfied the conditions of the agreement, and then hung up on him. As soon as he had uttered those words, it took 5 minutes to revert the code. We then were instructed to all go to the lunch venue and leave our phones in our cars. Aftermath: because D-Day was an end-of-the-month kind of deal, it happened to land on a Friday, so the loss of income was only reflected in the bank on the Monday or Tuesday of the following week. This meant the problem was only picked up after running commission-free for 3 to 4 days. My boss is aware of the amount of money lost, but we are not, however. We assumed it to cost the company the commission on between 1,000 to 4,000 individual sales. The CTO did supposedly try to spin a story that our boss had tried to do something funny, and all my boss did was provide the recordings of their conversation, which shut that stuff down. My boss got his payout, all the staff got a great bonus, and we noticed that Richard Dev's LinkedIn status changed a few weeks later to seeking broader challenges. I hope Megastore realizes how awesome this boss was for attempting to put in an emergency fix unprompted without approval to try and save the company thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars, depending on the amount of sales, which, like OP wrote, was 1,000 to 4,000 individual sales. I think in most situations, Richard Dev would probably get the boot. Our next story is by Hubie Edgar. You want me to ask every customer if they're a member and sign up those who aren't? No worries. I work in a relatively large bottle shop, liquor store for those in the US, and we have the worst and most pedantic middle management I've ever worked for. They sent an email to all stores in the state demanding to know why customers weren't being signed up to our loyalty program. You could tell these middle managers had never actually worked in a store, as they had expected us to ask every single customer if they were a member, and if they weren't a member, to sign them up to the loyalty program. Also, if a member doesn't have their card, we were expected to look them up manually. This can take a long time, as sometimes customers give you an old address, and the system only allows you to look up customers with a current surname and postcode. I ignored the email and continued to serve people as normal. I would always remind our regulars to get out their cards so they wouldn't miss out on getting their loyalty points, and would occasionally sign up people when the shop was quiet. Cue follow-up emails and a talking to from the store manager: you have to sign up at least 5 people a day. Fast forward to Christmas Eve, our store's understaffed, and the area manager's coming around to each store in the area for an hour or so, just to see how the stores were doing on such a busy night. I decided now was the perfect time to ask each and every customer, are you a member of our loyalty program? If yes, but they don't have a card, no worries, let me look you up, it won't take a second. If they weren't a member, would you like me to sign you up for the program? For context, signing people up manually takes approximately 3 to 5 minutes. It'll take them the same time to sign up themselves on the App Store at home, but I would never tell them that. So we have a queue which is snaking through the length of the store. People are getting impatient, but because they think I'm just being helpful, no one gets mad at me. The area manager, who's been doing next to nothing, just walking around checking we have the correct tickets up, suddenly comes up to me. He's super flustered and says, "Why are the transactions taking so long? The line's getting ridiculous." I tell him calmly, whilst slightly playing dumb, that I'm just following management's directive to make sure we're asking every customer for their loyalty card and signing up those who aren't members. He tells me that there's no time for that, just serve them quickly. So I said, but we've just been told to sign up 5 people a day by you. At this point, he's red in the face and just blurts out, just serve and forget about the loyalty program. So I don't ask a single customer for their card or sign up any new members on that shift. And I haven't since. Plus, management has never mentioned it again. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm in line at a store and I have like 3 or 4 people in front of me, and every time the cashier goes, "Do you have a loyalty card? Do you want to sign up?" I'd get pretty darn annoyed. I'd be like, come on, let's just move along already. And I bet in a liquor store, there's a lot of people that just want to get out of there. And our final story of the day is by an anonymous writer. Sure thing, boss. I'm more than happy to ruin all our stock. My first job as pimply teen in the early 2000s was at a large cinema complex in Australia. We had over 30 screens. It was the middle of summer, and the mercury was well over 40 degrees Celsius, 113 Fahrenheit. We expected thousands of guests coming to our air-conditioned oasis, along with the normal school holiday crowd. The cinemas ran on a separate cooling system, while the lobbies and halls ran off the shopping center system. For the past week, the shopping center had been struggling to maintain a reasonable temperature, resulting in some of the chocolates and gummy-based lollies melting if left on display. Normally, before opening the doors, we would stock the display with as much product as possible. This was a massive wall with thousands of hooks to hang bags of goodies on. Even on our craziest days, like the opening of The Lord of Rings: The Return of the King, we would only make a small dent in the stock on the wall. We had a chat with the snack bar floor manager and told her we didn't think it would be a good idea to de-stock the wall, leaving enough product on display for people to make a choice. If needed, we would have the runners shoot out the back and grab fresh bags from the colder storeroom. Well, that's what we started to do. That's when the general manager arrived on the scene. He started to carry on like a pork chop and was yelling at the floor manager that the wall needed to be completely filled before the customers were let in. The floor manager and us plebs tried to explain why that was a bad idea, but he interrupted us and told us to stock the bloody wall with everything you can. It's going to be a madhouse of a day. So we stocked that wall. We stocked it good. We loaded it with as many bags of chocolate and lollies as we could fit. The storeroom was almost empty when we finished. The wall had never been so chocked before. The general manager walked past and said, "See, that wasn't that hard." We opened the doors and the shift went on like normal. By my early lunch break, the temperature was already uncomfortable. At 2 p.m., the shopping center aircon was doing nothing. I swear to this day, it was blowing hot air. At 3 p.m., we started to get complaints from customers that some of the chocolate was melted. At 3:30 p.m., there wasn't a bag of chocolate, gummy snakes, jelly beans, or red frogs that we could sell. At 4 p.m., the shopping center had to be closed to the public. At 4:05 p.m., the general manager came out to help with angry customers that weren't lucky enough to be in one of the cinemas already. Once the lobby was cleared, the snack bar floor manager had to start removing any bag off the wall that had melted. We were doing this for about 5 minutes before the general manager came over. He was red in the face and looked like he was really badly constipated. He asked, "What the heck do you think you're doing?" The floor manager, very casually holding up a bag of fantails, and said, "We're throwing out the damaged stock." The general manager grabbed the bag out of her hand and his face dropped. He walked off to the office with his tail between his legs. We lost a lot of money that day. We did gain a new general manager about a month later. This event probably didn't help his case, but it was the shagging an employee in the toilets that got him in the end. No, this guy sounded like a lovely fellow that understood how to do their job perfectly. I don't know if they felt pressure from higher up in the company to never let that wall get understocked or something, but I would feel like most people would have the common sense to know most of that stock that's hanging up, if it stays there for a long time, it ain't gonna make it. But just like the stock on the wall, that general manager didn't make it very long there either. Supermarket drama. Whilst in university, I was working in a popular supermarket chain as a team leader. I worked evenings, so this meant that I was essentially in charge of the checkouts as there were no managers in. I wore a headset, and if the cashiers needed assistance, they would buzz me and I would go help. It wouldn't say what help was needed on the headset, just which number checkout. One night, I'm in the middle of the store putting away some abandoned items. My headset tells me that checkout 4 needs help. On it. As I'm walking over, checkout 8 also buzzes in. Fine, I'll go there next. It takes a good couple of minutes before I get to checkout 4. Some discounted items weren't going through, and I needed to authorize something. It took about 3 minutes to put through all the items that the customer wanted, and then I make my way over to checkout 8. As I approach, I can hear this guy causing a scene. He's moaning about how long I'm taking and how incompetent we clearly are. As I get closer, I see this middle-aged man with his arms in the air and a "come on" gesture, complaining at the cashier that he's been on his feet all day and all he freaking wants is another box of eggs. I'm super polite and I ask how I can help. He turns with the biggest frown and I fully expect him to rip me a new one, but alas, he suddenly looks sheepish and his body visibly shrinks in with shame. You see, Redditors, I was 8 months pregnant at the time and as big as a house. The cashier explains that the eggs the man chose are broken and he needs a new box. Immediately he says, "Oh, I can go get them?" There isn't even a queue behind him. He could have gotten them at any point. I say, "No, that's okay, sir. You've been on your feet all day. Let me get your eggs." I waddle away and take my time. Would you guys agree with me that in any way you look at this situation, it's all the customer's fault? In your opinion, if you go to a supermarket and you grab a carton of eggs, should you expect that you don't have to open and check the eggs and that it'll be completely fine going through the checkout? And let's say you do discover that the eggs are broken at that point, is it the store's fault or is it your fault? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is by KKNHGNHINEPA0CNB11. Make sure the salad is well dressed. You got it. I was reminded of this story as I'm eating a salad right now, so I decided to share. Many years ago, I worked for a very nice restaurant. We weren't high class or anything, but we were very nice, especially for the area. We had a few regulars that would come in for business meetings or special dates, etc., and for the most part, everyone was courteous, etc. We did have an extensive wine collection, as the owner was a fan of wine and loved to share that with people, so it would occasionally bring in some serious snobs. I love wine, but something about those that are truly passionate make them either incredible human beings or absolutely insufferable. Mike, a business regular, was one of the insufferable ones. He liked to bring prospective clients in to impress them with the wine and his snootiness. He was also one of the few people that would spend a lot of money in one sitting, tax write-off purposes I'm sure, make a grand show of tipping 35% or higher, and then slipping it back into his pocket after the client left. Not all of it, but regularly only left about 2% or less. One evening, he calls and makes a reservation for 12. This is very unusual, as usually it was only him and 1 or 2 other people. Mike pulled out all the stops and actually ordered and paid ahead of time, as he wanted minimal interruptions. He picked 4 menu items of similar value that his guests could pick from, pre-ordered appetizers, desserts, and 9 bottles of wine. The total before taxes was close to $2,000. We were supposed to keep interactions to a minimum, but he wanted us to fill waters and sodas the moment they're half full, clear plates the moment someone's finished, bring fresh wine glasses every time someone's finished a glass, and don't let him ever catch someone refilling their own glass or using the same one. We were to be seen, not heard, and were to somehow supposed to magically anticipate what everyone needed. He left a $25 tip when he prepaid. This was before the mandatory tips for groups of a certain size or larger. So the day arrives, and I came over first, introduced myself, explained that their host had prepaid for a set menu. The wine and appetizers would be out shortly, and I was there to take orders for any other drinks that may be wanted, what dressing they would like for their salad, and which of the 4 menu items each person would like. I went around the table, getting everyone's selections. I came to the head of the table and asked Mike what his preference for salad dressing would be. He was extremely snippy with me when he said, "blue cheese, and make sure the salad is well dressed." In his usual flashy show of authority to impress the people around him, with a very perturbed look on his face, since I dare to even speak at the table. At this point, I had it with Mike. I'd already been hired at a new job and had already put in my 2 weeks notice, hence why I was selected for Mike duty. I get to the back and I'm just so over all of it. I'm prepping the salads and it happens. I get to Mike's salad. Well dressed, you say? You got it, buddy. I took the mini suit off the bottle of wine that the boss's wife had sewn as a gag, put it around a pint glass from the bar, and placed Mike's salad inside the glass and brought that out to him, in front of what was sure to be a life-changing business deal. I made sure to slip in silently, drop off the salads in front of people deftly, then made a point to set his down in front of him last. when there was a natural pause in the sales pitch and clearly state, "Your well-dressed salad, sir." Laughs were had by all but Mike. The rest of the night went off without a word spoken between the guests and I. When they left, several of the guests had left a few dollars here and there, tucked under plates. I finished off my last week there without incident. I kind of wonder how the owners do feel about this though, because although the tip wasn't that good, Mike made a $2,000 reservation, so upsetting them? If you affect Mike's future business there, you might be losing the restaurant money, so it's kind of weird to see the ownership and management not buckle and suck up to Mike. This next story is by Distinct Trash Panda. Absolutely, we'll do that for you. I worked a night job at a college for a few years. The job itself wasn't the worst. Many nights there was time for me and my partner to work on classwork or watch movies, but the place itself and management were terrible. We had a jack-of-all-trades job, as most night shifters do. We'd get calls regarding just about anything, as the thousands of phone lines eventually all rolled over to us. We were also responsible for monitoring security systems and letting guards know about any requests, often to unlock an area for someone, or for a report of people being where they shouldn't be, but there were plenty of calls regarding the students. We had separate management from the guards. While management wasn't good by any means, the setup was good because we often butted heads with the guards. They regularly tried to refuse to respond to uninteresting service requests, for example. There was a lot of animosity. Our manager, rightfully getting poop canned, they had the bright idea of merging management structures, and it went even more poorly than we expected. We constantly butted heads with the guards as manager, and it worsened by the night. Eventually, it got to the point where the manager was being malicious, imposing all sorts of new rules. Most were more of an insult than a concern for us, as we're in a separate office and had cameras showing anyone coming near it. We could tab out of Netflix or shove our textbooks under the desk when someone was nearing. She sensed this and declared that we were being lazy with parts of our job and said we should not wait to send a guard for service to a door alarm. And that's where it got fun. You see, most campuses nowadays, on the low end, have hundreds of electronically monitored doors. The system knows when the building closes and will let you know if a door is opened after that. If someone forces a door at any time, if a door is being held open, etc. And the manager wasn't wrong. There were, especially early in the night shift, a lot of active alarms. But my partner and I were good at our jobs. We knew that there were plenty of doors that were broken and wouldn't shut all the way, or that sometimes there's stragglers in a building that leave 10 minutes after close. If there was an alarm in a sensitive area or one that wasn't common, we'd send a guard to check it out. But for the common doors, we'd wait until the guard was doing rounds and give them the list of doors that needed to be closed more securely, which some knew by heart because it was really that common. Sure thing, we'll send for every alarm. I think there were 5 guards that night, and we had more than 15 alarms right off the bat. Adding to that, there were a number of doors that were just flat out broken, and throughout the entire night would, for less than a second, show as open and then shut. Doesn't matter, the guard who was just there and is now responding to another door that we know is broken can go right back to it. 3 hours in, I had guards calling me, begging to stop with the doors. Some were ready for their nap. 4 hours in, the manager came in asking what the heck was going on. We explained that there were many broken or malfunctioning doors, and for things that were known issues, we just dealt with it when the guards got there and let them know it needed to be shut. She pressed for more information until we offered her copies of the emails we sent about malfunctions, requesting repairs. Her experiment didn't even last the whole night. We were told to go back to normal. She backed off a bit after that. To me, this definitely seems like a case of don't fix what isn't broken. It seemed like a fairly routine job, and it wasn't because there was a lot of issues going on. It was just this manager going, "You're not doing your jobs enough. Do your jobs even more," without even having an understanding of why they're making those decisions or if what they're doing is satisfactory enough. This next story is by Rexy109. Don't fix the servers. Sure, can I have that in writing, please? So this happened to me a few years ago when people were allowed to roam the vast amount of city streets without a mask. I'm one of the 3 co-owners of a local tech company which also provided tech support. Now, one of our big-time clients was an office for whom we had deployed 3 to 4 servers and provided special tech support as they were one of our OG clients. Now, the storage servers that we deployed in the firm were old and had started to wear down and start to get slow. So we suggested them to replace them with new, more reliable and faster ones. and the owner, a big jerk of a dude, decided to wait until the weekends as they had a very huge and crucial project going on, and he didn't want any time wasted as they were near a deadline, a week or so left, and told us to get the new servers ready to go. Basically put together the new servers and install the softwares, etc., so that we could just go ahead and swap the servers and use the remaining time to check for errors, transport the necessary files for ongoing projects from the old servers to the new ones, and all such stuff. Now, the office had an employee who would look after and approve any and all repairs related with the servers. We too had to get his approval for any repairs related with the servers, unless we had the direct consent from the owner. So around 4 to 5 days before the new servers had to be deployed, we went and did our routine checkups on the servers. We do the routine checkups on old servers if the owner or buyer asks us to do so, and found a major issue with the servers that could lead them to crash hard. Like not being able to work again hard. So like anyone would do, we wanted to resolve the issue. Luckily, it was nothing we hadn't seen. In fact, we predicted that it may occur, and it would only take an hour's worth of downtime. So we sent an email to Elliot, the aforementioned employee, that contained all of the details of the issue and asking approval for the resolve/repairs. Elliot flat out within seconds responded with a big no. We sent an email again, asking if he was sure and stuff, and gave more details about the issue and how all the servers may crash if the issue wasn't resolved. He again responded with a no, so I called the owner, and he said to do as Elliot said. When I told him that Elliot said no, he said, "Then don't do it." I asked that he give that in writing. He said okay, and around 10 minutes later, we got an email stating the conversation I had with him. So we left it at that. The next day, we get a frantic call from the office saying that the servers had crashed, how they were behind schedule, and how they couldn't do any work, and how it was our job to make sure there were no issues in the server, and how we were to pay for their losses. I then calmly tell them that we in fact had told them about the issue and how serious it was, and that the servers may not work anymore, and that they had to wait till the weekends for the new servers to be deployed, as they were not completed yet. The owner got insane and said that we hadn't told him about the issue, but when I sent him the email chain between us and Elliot and his own email, he shut up and knew he couldn't do anything. He asked us to hurry the new servers and hung up. The next weekend, we deployed their new servers. The best part is what would have cost them only an hour of downtime and repairs, costed them 4 days of downtime and possibly a lot of money as they were late to finish the project. And yeah, Elliot was probably canned cause I never saw or heard from him ever again, as I came to a new, more awesome employee the next time we went for repairs again. See, I definitely understand when you're in crunch and you need to get these things done as soon as possible. But if your tech guy comes to you and says, "Hey, we looked at everything, there's a major issue and you stand to lose everything," I would definitely think that you would want to stop, take a step back and be like, okay, how long does it take to fix? And understand that although you're taking an hour off of your crunch time, at least you know there isn't a chance of everything exploding. It's kind of like a race or something. You're going around the lap over and over and over, and then you hear your pit crew say, "Hey, you need to come change the tires or else you might blow them out." Are you just gonna push it and stay on the course and try to grind it out? Or are you gonna go to the pit stop so your tires don't blow out in the final stretch? Clearly, Elliot had their own decision and probably lost their job because of it and a lot of money for the company. Can't take insulin at my desk? Go to my friend's office? Great. I was working at a joy-sucking office for a gastroenterology office at the front desk. There was a woman who worked in a different department but deemed herself as corporate patrolman, constantly walking up and down the halls and yelling about anything she felt unfit for the soulless void. Not being a conservative Christian, she found me to be the target of her rage. One morning, before patients were in the office, I checked my glucose, type 1 diabetic, and injected insulin into my leg over my scrubs but under my desk. Didn't think a thing about it because it's a constant in my life. Later that day, the supervisor informs me I was inappropriate and now need to inject in the bathroom or in the closet behind my desk that was made into an office for a close work friend. Unfortunately, I sobbed and didn't comprehend why I was being written up for taking necessary action with a life-saving drug, and no one but her spying butt saw in a healthcare facility. They informed me I couldn't sue because they gave me adequate alternatives. After I composed myself, I went to check my glucose in the closet office every hour, talking crap with my friend and having to check multiple times to be sure, taking a shot every hour, basically spent an hour with him per 8-hour shift. I quit, but I should have contacted a lawyer. Let me ask you guys, in situations like this where somebody needs insulin, do you think it's inappropriate behavior at a workplace for an employee to inject themselves with insulin in a somewhat visible manner? Or do you think that this should be an acceptable action? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Indaru. I guess I have free internet now. So I started a new job at the end of June. Better pay, better conditions, and lots of perks that I'm still learning about and trying to use. About a month after starting, I got called by my internet provider saying that my plan finished, and so the price is increasing. I was a bit annoyed, seeing as I was under the impression that my current plan increased already and was final. I could be wrong, but throughout the conversation, I was trying to protest against the price increase. At one point, I said something like, "Why are you raising the price? The prices for internet have gone down, and I've got the lowest bandwidth, 40 megabytes per second. I can get 10 times the bandwidth from another company for the new price you're giving me. I'll change providers if you increase the price." My complaints and protests fall on deaf ears. "This is the policy and there's nothing I can do." They also said, "These charges are final. Please don't call us about the charges again." I was planning on switching providers and started looking into prices, but I was very busy at my new job and kept putting it off. At one point, I learned that one of our perks, since we mostly worked from home, was to get a refund for our internet bills. Great, at least it won't be coming out of my pocket, I thought. It was retroactive from my start date, so I looked in my email for the receipts, and the last one was for July, billed in August, but at this point it was already mid-September and I wasn't charged for August. That's weird, I thought to myself, and decided to keep an eye on it. It's now November, and I still haven't been charged since August. I was worried that I might get disconnected, but at some point, I mentioned this to a friend, who said the same thing happened to him with the same provider. And he had free internet for a year and a half until he moved and called, so his new apartment would be connected. They said they couldn't find him in the system, and he joined as a new member. I was going to call them and tell them about this and ask to join a new plan, maybe cheaper, but then I remembered how they said that the charges were final, and I shouldn't call them about the charges anymore. Fine by me. So I was only charged once at the higher price, and I got that refunded. I guess I have free internet now. It's probably not the right thing to keep going forward with this, but it is malicious compliance. I wonder if they find out like down the road months later you haven't been paying. Do they have means to go back and try to collect that from you? Will they tally it back up all of a sudden and then send it to collections or something and have them beating down your door for the rest of your days? Kinda curious about that. This next story is by Allstar64. Oh, we don't make mistakes. It's 1974, and my recently graduated mother is visiting France on vacation. She's at the bank exchanging money, and upon exiting the bank and counting the money, she realizes they've given her $80 too much. She likely received it in francs, but however much she received, it was equivalent to $80 US in 1974. When adjusted for modern day, that's equivalent to around $445. My mom ran off cackling into the night with her newfound fortune, realized that an error had been made, and being the well-behaved person she was, turned around, went back into the bank, got back online for the teller, and tried to explain to the teller that a mistake had been made and give the money back. The teller's response? "Oh no, we don't make mistakes." A bit stunned, my mom ran off cackling into the night with her newfound fortune, walked out of the bank and stood around for a few minutes wondering what she should do. No, she decides, the teller had clearly misunderstood her and it wasn't right for her to keep the money. A second time, she turns around and goes back into the bank. This time, instead of the tellers, she goes to one of the people behind the desks. She couldn't remember if it was a manager, but we're going to pretend it was. Once again, she tries to explain to the manager that a mistake was made. The manager's response? "Oh, no, we don't make mistakes." Stunned yet again, my mom ran off cackling into the night with her newfound fortune, decided that she had done enough to try and right this mistake, and accepted her newfound fortune. However, most definitely did not run off cackling into the night, since she was now significantly more worried about getting mugged and/or arrested and didn't want to draw attention to herself. Spoilers, her trip ended just fine and nothing bad happened because of this. Now, it's easy to look at this situation and laugh at how stubborn the bank was, but my family's always wondered whether or not the employees at the bank actually did understand what my mom was trying to tell them. But to them, it wasn't worth the money to admit they had made a mistake. All I know is OP's mom is like 3 times better the person than I am. If it were me, I'd probably walk away, go back to my apartment or hotel or whatever, stash it in a drawer somewhere secret, wait a number of days to see if they notice or call or something, and if not, then I guess I'm buying something nice. I don't know if that makes me a bad person, but hey, I feel like most of us out there would keep the money. This next story is by Restless Dragon. Did you really let my mother? So my ex and I separated when our son was a year old. He was diagnosed with severe autism at 2.5. Which was devastating enough, but then to deal with it on your own while active duty military, such a fun time. When my son was 5.5, I got an email from my ex-mother-in-law. Now, as a backstory, I hadn't seen her since before my ex and I split up, as he was the poster child for deadbeat dads. She hadn't seen my son since he was 4 months old. One of the few things my ex and I agreed on was his mother was a nightmare, so she was never given my phone number. She informed me that she would be arriving at my home in 2 weeks' time to pick up my son to take him for the summer. Side note, her own son didn't have visitation because he said he didn't want it. But this woman thinks she can just show up and take my child for 2.5 months? Yeah, sure thing, Jan. I responded, but honestly don't remember exactly what I said. I do know that I kept it non-committal. I didn't agree or disagree, I just acknowledged that she emailed. Then I sat back and waited. 2 weeks later, my email absolutely blows up. Where the heck was I? Where was her grandson? She has the right to see him, etc., etc., etc. You know the drill. I read them that evening while enjoying a very nice bourbon, while laughing my butt off at the fact that she went to an address, heck, state, that I hadn't lived in for almost 3 years, to attempt to pick up a child that she would not have recognized if he jumped up and bit her. The next day, I get a phone call from my ex. First call in over a year. Did you really let my mother drive from Texas to Virginia to pick up Bobby, not his real name, for the summer? I laughed and said, well, I didn't let her do anything. She may have chosen to take a trip. He burst out laughing and replied, I guess I never told her that you were transferred to Hawaii. At first, I was like, why is OP being so non-committal? Wouldn't you want to just shut them down right away? But after the fact, finding out that OP is literally off the continental United States to a place where that mother-in-law literally cannot drive, it all of a sudden made a lot more sense. I think what I don't understand is why is she so interested in being in this kid's life all of a sudden so much later? Maybe she's just bored, maybe she wants grandkids, I don't know. It just seems weird to me for people to have such a lack of awareness knowing the situation's going on. They're not together, your own kid doesn't care about their kid. They probably never treated that grandmother well in the first place because, like they said, they didn't like them. Just a weird situation in general. And our final story of the day is by Rabid Rathian. I expect my rules to be followed. Wait, not like that. A few months ago, I posted about an episode of Malicious Compliance I did at my retail job. The following Malicious Compliance happened at the same store, but with a different, although just as nasty and power-tripping, department manager. I worked in the clothes section, and it wasn't uncommon for staff and customers to ask fitting room staff to put clothes on hold for them by putting it in the back of the fitting room cupboard. All holds had to be picked up within 2 days, or they'd be put back on the shelf. But everyone felt this was quite reasonable. A couple of months before Christmas, the department manager, for some reason, suddenly decided that staff were not allowed to put clothes on hold at all. Even if it was just for a few hours until you finished your shift and could go to the registers? Nope. If the manager saw clothes put aside for a staff member, she'd take it and screech, I expect my rules to be followed, and no clothes are to be left in this cupboard, and go and put the clothing back on the shelf. She even printed out a note that said, staff are not, 3 exclamation marks, to put items on hold. No exceptions. Exceptions spelled with ACC, yes, that's how she spelled it. and stuck it inside the cupboard door where holds would have been kept. No justification was ever given for this rule. It wasn't like the staff holds were taking up space, as there would be generally no more than an item or two on hold for staff at any given time, if that. Also, when she pulled the staff member's hold items out of the cupboard, she would always rip it out as if she was trying to start a lawnmower, knocking several other items of clothing onto the floor, and she'd always just flounce out without tidying up any of the mess she'd caused. Fast forward to maybe 2 weeks before Christmas, I was working in the fitting rooms on the evening shift, and manager walked in while I was on the phone to a customer, maybe 10 minutes before closing time. As I watched, manager put 2 pairs of women's pajamas into the cupboard. However, instead of just putting them into the cupboard where there was a gap, she pulled the few remaining returns forward and pushed these pajamas right to the back of the cupboard. I watched her do it, she saw me watching, but neither of us said anything. As a hard-working employee, I knew that I had to make sure the cupboard was empty of returns before I left for the night, so that whoever was working in the morning would have a clean start. So as soon as I got off the phone, I took all the clothes out of the cupboard, put them all back on the shelf, and went and clocked out to go home. My following shift, I got screamed at for putting the pajamas back out on the shelf, because they were for my mother's Christmas present, and saying that she was going to make me ring her mother and force me to explain why she wasn't getting the pajamas she wanted. I said, fine, I'll explain that she doesn't get her pajamas because of your rules. Manager said, but I'm a manager. You saw me put them in there, so you should have just left them. Without saying a word, I swung the cupboard door open and tapped the "no exceptions" bit of her sign. She was absolutely fuming, but there were customers and other staff there, and she realized that she didn't have a leg to stand on and would only look stupid if she pushed it further. So she just stormed out. The fallout, if you could call it that, was that she sulked and basically wouldn't talk to me for about 3 weeks. But given that when she did talk to me, it was usually to micromanage me or tell me to do something I was literally already doing, an example, hurry up and clean up the fitting room stalls as I was already sweeping up rubbish in there with a dustpan, I was quite happy with that. On a side note, some staff did try to get around this rule by putting stuff in the cupboard with no name on it, but that made it hard for other fitting room staff as we couldn't tell what was a staff hold and what was just returns that needed to be put away anyway. Others tried writing fake customer names, but the manager caught someone doing this and started putting away clothes with a customer name on it because she wasn't going to let anyone get away with it. On more than one occasion, she would put away something that was actually on hold for a customer, and then us fitting room staff would get shouted at for it. A lot of us evening and night workers couldn't even go and quickly buy the clothes we wanted on our breaks because we worked short shifts and either didn't get a break or only got 15 minutes. And the registers were so busy and understaffed that there was no way you'd even get to the checkout in under 20 minutes. By the time our shift finished, the registers were closed. God forbid people working in retail have one nice thing going their way. And it definitely sucks when people in management think they're above certain rules. All you peons out there must obey these rules, but don't you even think about trying to enforce them on me. Even when I say no exceptions, I am the exception. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. So of all these stories I've read today, which is your favorite and why? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you haven't yet, if you could like and subscribe, that would mean a lot to me. Whatever you do, whether it's liking, subscribing, turning notifications on, all of it helps grow this channel and I appreciate the heck out of it. So until next time, I'll see you all tomorrow with some more stories.